Aaron Brooks locks in, still rounding through this one, the 16-year-old. Mikey Madonna taking the #1 position on the Challenger Series ranks.
The journey for qualification continues as the WSL Challenger Series hits Sydney's northern beaches, the second stop of the 2024 season. The iconic North Narrabeen returns to the spotlight. Grinding left-handers and rippable alley rights provide the perfect canvas for surfing's future stars.
Wow, that was squared up.
And hangs on for the finish. Competitors converge with a singular ambition to inch closer to the coveted championship tour.
This is what you've trained for. These are the situations that you think of when you go to sleep at night.
Come on! You had to be on your game or you were done in 30 minutes.
For these hopeful surfers, the pursuit continues here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy.
Good morning and welcome to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Athletes lining up.
No, it's pretty fun, hey?
We are on for competition today. I'm Matt Chinoski, joined in the booth, Jesse Starling and Felicity Parmentier. An amazing day of surfing yesterday. Exciting, a difference from stop one up on the Gold Coast and the point breaks, the punchy waves of North Narrabeen. Flick, what did you make of it?
Oh, there was a lot to process and digest from yesterday, but my first initial thoughts is surfers are doing a good job at adapting because, like you said, this is so different to snapper. Obviously moved to a beach break, it's shifty. And yesterday afternoon it got quite tricky for the women, but I was really impressed with the surfing I saw and just the adaptability of everyone. And you know what? I think this morning I had a cheeky look over my shoulder while I was drinking my coffee, and waves look fun. So I think maybe possibly another big day.
And good morning to the world. This is Flick. Jesse Starling introducing the local. She's a pro junior, a QS surfer herself. Lovely to have you in the booth here at your home break, former home break.
Yeah.
How is it to be back home?
Oh, it's so nice to be back home. It's always really heartwarming to come home and get like morning hugs from everyone. It's quite nice, actually. I love the mornings here. But to rock up and see Narrabeen doing its thing as well. I saw someone get a double barrel this morning in the free surf, so definitely contestable today. And I'm just hoping that Narrabeen puts on a show as much as the athletes too.
Yeah, if it's anything like yesterday, I think it's going to be a great day. We are on, but we're going to go down and speak to Laura with a special guest on the glass.
Yes, good morning everybody down here on the North Narrabeen sand. Isabella Nichols and Aaron Brooks just rocked off to do the call with me. Aaron won. So congratulations, Aaron.
Yeah, thank you.
So waves are really fun today, bigger than everyone expected. They're going to do men's round of 64 heats 1 to 16, but how did you find it out there this morning?
It is super fun. It's super clean, and there's some decent sized waves, so it's like super rippable, and I bet the guys are going to shred.
Oh, who are you going to be watching today?
I'm looking forward to watching Sammy Pupo.
Oh, cool. Well, it's going to be an exciting day. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Laura. Good to hear from Erin. She won the scissors, paper, rock, and she's in a winning mood at the moment. Phenomenal surfing up there on the Gold Coast, and ratings leader. And there's Sammy Pupo, the man in question. Second in stop #1 on the Challenger Series. An amazing point break waves of snapper rocks last week on the Gold Coast, and he's going to be looking to climb his way back up the rankings, which he does so well. And we've seen quite a number of our CT surfers who have been relegated back to the Challenger Series emerge back onto the CT again. It's kind of that pattern, Flick.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, now that the Challenger Series has had a few years under its belt, people are just starting to figure it out. And I feel like, yes, it is a pressure cooker, especially you get cut from the CT, you've got to reframe, you rock up at snapper, and then you're trying to process the year and what it means for you. But we've seen amazing performances, and people like Leo Fivaranti, Zhao Chianca, Molly Picklum. I mean, you know, Molly and Zhao ended up, you know, #1 in the world after making the Challenger Series. So I feel like it's a great format and it really pushes performance.
And jumping straight into this heat, it's the youngster, Kai Odriozola, San Sebastian in the Basque region of Spain there, in between Spain and France. He's a spicy surfer. He showed us what he was made of up there on the Gold Coast. Some exciting times for the youngster. And in that CT talk, Jacob Wilcox at his home in Western Australia at Margaret River Pro was relegated back to the Challenger Series at heartbreaking scenes, but we'll get back to that in a moment, Jess.
Yeah, I really like this opening wave here from Kai. Just one beautiful turn. It's just a shame that that wave didn't offer him more, but I feel like that's a great wave just to get a score under your belt and build from there.
And the conditions a little bit different from yesterday, Flick?
Yeah, well, I'm just listening to what Erin was saying. She's actually thought it was bigger. We'll get back to that in a second. Ian taking off.
So this is the guy who's been known to throw fireworks. We saw that phenomenal, excellent aerial maneuver up on the Gold Coast, followed by some turns as well. So he's going to be ringing expected fireworks to Narrabeen with the punchy beach breaks. His father, no stranger to Narrabeen, competing here back in the late 1980s when it was the Coca-Cola Classic. And some movement in the ocean here, just setting priority. This is Jacob Wilcox and his opener.
Oh.
So perhaps a little more south than the swell, Jessie.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw yesterday afternoon 2 different swells coming in. It was a bit of east and a bit of south. I feel like we're seeing similar today, but potentially maybe a little bit more east than what we saw, because the fact that I was seeing, you know, your alley lefts and then another peak a bit further down, that's more traditional Narrabeen. So it makes me think that that south swell is slowly starting to filter out. I do think it is puffing up again tomorrow, but the waves look really fun. I just think if you play your cards right out there, you could easily find yourself a 2 or 3 turner a couple of times during a heat.
Yeah, this morning when I was watching the free surf, there were lots of good waves going down. I mean, you mentioned the double barrel, and I saw multiple turn waves. The conditions are really dreamy this morning, not very much wind, and I'm sure we're going to see these guys really step up to the plate. I mean, you know, Kai, just a small score to start, but I mean, Jacob almost looked like he was pretty deep, and obviously priority wasn't established just then. As we have a look, Kai.
Here goes the fast surfer. Nice Rio to start things off, and he tacks the lip line and he rides out of that one smoothly. So a nice backup wave to start, and I'd have to say that's going to eclipse that 2.5 that he got that single turn maneuver on his first wave. Good signs here for the youngster.
Yeah, Kai yesterday, this is really similar approach to what I saw. I was in the booth for his first opening round heat, and just that sort of textbook backhand surfing, getting really low on the bottom turn. You can see that his front arm there just touching the water, and just really projecting 2-turn combo, done really quickly. Obviously going to be the best wave of the heat so far. But I'm expecting more from these guys this morning. I feel like this is a great start. It's a great foot in the door, but I mean, when you've got the caliber of surfer like, you know, Jacob Wilcox, we're into this next round, right? This is the seeded round. We've got seeded surfers here. I'm expecting fireworks.
And this is Ian Gouveia up again, and he goes to the air, full rotation, and we said he's going to bring the fireworks, and he stomps that one, rides clear of the whitewash. That's going to be a fantastic opening wave there for the Brazilian surfer.
Yeah, so just picking up where he left off on the Gold Coast. If anyone didn't see that air, I'm sure it's on his social media. WSL posted it too, but it was crazy. One of his last heats on the Gold Coast, just incredible. And here he is again, just completely going to the air so fast. The whip that he got on that as he was going through the air here. Let's have a look from this angle. The drone, really, you can see just how fast he went through that and moved through it. Super incredible. And yes, his second wave. So I'm going to be interested to see where the judges go on this. And, you know, I think they might take a little while to deliberate on this score. It's early in the morning, you know, it's the first heat of the day, but it's going to give a good indication of where their head's at.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I personally felt a little bit shocked by it. I know we see Ian pull out airs like that all the time, but I feel like you have to be in a certain headspace to be able to pull big airs like that so early in the morning. It's only 7:30.
Yeah.
And I like this one of Kai. He's just gone again. Oh, couldn't land that second turn, but Kai almost giving shades of what Axel Rose Carota was doing yesterday. 2 really fast backhand turns put together in a really sucky section. So I feel like he's going to try and surf himself into a bit of rhythm this morning and do exactly what he did yesterday. And I mean, it worked for him yesterday, so I don't understand why he'll change his plan.
Yeah, it's interesting for me because Kai's approach right now is completely different to Ian's, right? I mean, Ian just went out and like, okay, I'm going to put it all on the line. Obviously, that wave only offering that one section, so that's where he's like, okay, I've got to go big. But yeah, Kai, like you mentioned, I feel like he's just surfing his way into that heat. More of a traditional approach to a heat where, okay, we say it all the time and it sounds stupid, but build a house and, you know, I'm going to put the floor down first and the walls and so, and then we go big at the end. But yeah, Ian just going big straight away.
And just to some of our viewers that are tuning in, Jessie, that may not be aware of how scoring in competition works. Obviously, we've got a lot of pro surfers, educated surfers out there. But why would you build a house in a heat?
It's everyone's dream, right, to go out there and get 2 8s in the first 5 minutes. I mean, that is every competitor's dream, but in reality, that's not going to happen, especially on a beach break. I mean, if we're surfing point breaks, that reality could definitely happen. I mean, well, Ian's just proving me wrong. He's got a 7.5 on his second wave, but what you want to do is kind of start off and just, I hate the cliche saying of get your feet in the wax, but you have to go out there and feel comfortable in your own skin to then be able to build each time you get up on your feet, push harder, surf better. And I think you're kind of out of your mind if you think you can go out there and get 2 8s straight away in a really changing peak like we see this morning. So yeah, I think I really like Kai's approach, but I also love Ian's approach. So both of them showing the different kind of formats of competitive surfing.
Great insight there from Jessie, and this is Kai going to town, and he rides out of this 3-turn combination.
Wow.
So to your point, manufacturing a few scores there, some mid-range scores to feel comfortable in this heat and build up that confidence as he moves through on the other end of the spectrum. The experience of Ian Gouveia riding that high, that emotion of that excellent range score that he got on the Gold Coast at Air. Complete opposites and flick.
Yeah, these first 2 turns here were really well timed, and you got to give it to him. He went for that last turn even though he was incredibly late. These first 2 really well timed, but even the takeoff of this wave, I feel like he was off, just off kilter a bit because he was late. He recovered here really well with those first 2 turns. Got to give it to him for going for that last manoeuvre and actually sticking it. That was incredibly late, incredibly technical. And to be able to have the ability to just get over that front foot like that and ride out was really impressive. But when it's touch and go like that and you're kind of trying to, you know, really hold on there and you're leaving that sort of question in the judge's mind. I mean, if he rode out of that last turn cleanly, I would have been like, okay, that's going to be a great score. But right now, it just leaves a little bit of a question mark. You know, it wasn't a clean finish.
I think back to Ryan Huckabee yesterday and Yolanda Hopkins on the women's side of the draw, both some amazing surfing. Ryan did some incredible above the lip, I guess you call them progressive maneuvers, but didn't have that momentum riding clear of the whitewash. The judges made a real point of that yesterday to deem that incomplete. Same with Yolanda. Thankfully, Yolanda had enough time to come back in that heat. But today, the judges, very similar to yesterday, a commitment and degree of difficulty of combination of maneuvers. So obviously carrying speed, power, and flow. And when you're in that whitewash and you're trying to get back up on your board and grab that momentum, how does that affect the flow flick?
Oh, well, I just feel like it leaves a question mark in everyone's brains. I mean, if I see someone ride out cleanly, I'm like, yep, okay, that is it. That's a definite score. Whereas here he goes again, Kai.
And coming on the low line there and just under priority, trying to keep busy. But it is Kai still out in that lead right now with a 4.43. Backed it up with the 4.83, but Ian Gouveia not far behind, a 7.5 for that aerial maneuver, just a 0.5 as his opener. So Jacob and Aiden, Aiden yet to open his account. Here goes Jacob, little barrel, and he tucks in and just rides the high line, and that thing not opening up enough for him to really punch through it. We did see some barrels in the warm-up sessions, Jessie.
Oh, absolutely. So a crazy double barrel wave. I wish I knew who it was because I'd love to put them on the spotlight right now, but I actually have no idea. But Jacob just showing that there is barrels out there. And here's Ian Gonna drop that 0.5.
Yeah, wow, an explosive surfing there from Ian Gouveia. A nice lip line float to finish that with some air and separation between his board. And this is Aiden's opening wave. Yeah, and he goes third on this one, and he sticks it as well. So a little signature to the judges. Perhaps we'll have to get the replay of what that was, but it looked like a Be Quiet of some sort. I'm not sure what that was, but the Cape Town South African surfer, yeah, 5th on the regional QS. Took a while, took 10 minutes for that opening wave. They're looking good, Flick.
Yeah, he's looking great. For me, that was probably the biggest wave ridden with 2 of the bigger turns. And here we go, let's watch this replay of Ian. I feel like this is a good example of what it means to ride out cleanly in front of the foam on this last wave. I mean, there's no question mark there, you know, he definitely made that. And then this one, Jesse, take us through it.
Yeah, I think this one just reiterates your point. Beautiful first turn here, and this second one, he rides down. There's no question mark about that one either. So I feel like exactly what you were just talking about, those 2 waves kind of put an exclamation mark on your point right out in the front of the foam. It made all of us feel something from that surfing. So, yeah, I think those scores will definitely eclipse the 4.83s we've seen of Kai's.
Yeah, waiting 10 minutes for that wave. You could see some emotion after he pulled that off, and it's no easy feat. You can see the turbulence on the inside of the break there. Narrabeen's notorious for those undertows. We're sitting on the alley left right now. We have car park rights. There's a lot of energy going around, along that stretch of beach with that lagoon pumping out, Jesse.
Oh, always. And the way the lagoon is coming out at the moment too, it's different to what we're used to seeing. Usually it's one streamline that goes out across the pool, but it's kind of broken up into 2. We've got one coming out and then one lagoon kind of entryway that bends off to the right-hand side, which is why I think we have this really fun bank, but it is quite different to see, so it's making this rip. So you'll see the competitors constantly paddling back up to the north, back up to the pool. But yeah, don't be fooled. It might only be 2, 3 foot, maybe a couple 4 foot sets, but you can definitely get worked out there today. There's a lot more punch than what you'd think out there.
And we're on the northern beaches of Sydney, just in between the Central Coast and the city beaches, and there's 21 gorgeous bays and long sandy beaches that separate between Manly to Palm Beach and Narrabeen, right smack bang in the middle. There's a lovely lagoon that pumps the swell out. And here goes Jacob Wilcox on his best wave yet. So just a single turn, but a bigger wave and pretty dramatic re-entry there, Flick.
Yeah, it was. And he really needs to get his things rolling, because a lot of times tick down, and he's kind of made a couple of errors already in this heat, and he'd know that. Obviously, so much experience, has been on the Challenger Series for years. Finally made the tour last year after 10 long years on the Challenger. But yeah, I'm interested here to see where they're going to go with this one score. Let's have a look. So just drives around this section and just hits that oncoming section with a big lip line.
And that's live action with Ian Gouveia somewhere deep in the tube there. Unable to come out, but he's sitting good out in the front with a 6.33 for his last wave, and just under priority, keeping really busy. So he's out to a really nice total so far, 13.83, which is really good in a beach break like this halfway through the heat. And this is that replay of this barrel, Jesse.
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving his take on this wave, but he just gets chewed up in there. So I feel like that wave we saw of Jacob where he pulled in, it was definitely a lot cleaner than what we saw of that one of Ian's. But he just looks like he's having so much fun out there. He's definitely in good rhythm, and you can tell that he likes those more punchy deep water waves. So he kind of looks like he's right at home out here.
Well, this heat's really turning on. Aiden Massenkamp, the South African, a 7.07 in his opener. Looking strong. That was a dramatic vertical re-entry, and he loved it. Judges loved it too. So he's only needing a 2.19 to eclipse Kai. So it was the San Sebastian surfer who got off to that early start, but Ian, Jacob, and Aiden really starting to build. A 5.10 for Jacob's last wave. Now only needing a marginal 4. So this is heating up. We've got a heat on our hands, Flick.
Yeah, we do, and just so many different approaches and different ways to get scores. I mean, I look at Jacob's 5.1, it's one singular big manoeuvre, right? He does 2 of those, he's on his way to an excellent score for sure. And then Ian, I mean, his approach, 7.5, that one big air. So there's many ways to skin a cat this morning, you know, it's just, if you can get a score or manufacture a score in lots of different ways. So it's just, it's interesting to me, and I love just seeing the way the judges are breaking this down. And obviously lots of different, the guys coming up this morning in these heats are going to be watching this and deciding, hey, okay, how am I going to approach my heat?
Exactly right. You can see the rips really starting to form through Narrabeen right now. There's lots of opportunity, lots of waves, but while we're in an interval, we're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break and tune in very shortly to see if Jacob Wilcox can claw his way back up onto the leaderboard. Welcome back. GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We're into the Surfline forecast. And talk us through this, Jessie.
Yeah, we've got plenty of fun waves today, maybe a little bit more size this morning, like we saw Erin say to us, and we're seeing plenty of lefts, plenty of rights on offer. We were talking before on the break, there's a little bit more of a groundswell, bigger periods, which is why we're seeing more sizey sections coming towards us. 4 to 6 foot faces this morning, maybe 4 to 5 this afternoon, and the wind's going to puff up a little bit more throughout the day, kind of like we saw yesterday, but offshore this morning, we're seeing green. The surf line,
green means good. But yeah, we look forward to the next few days. And look, the one thing I'm seeing is plenty of swell, which is great because when you're competing, the last thing you want is no swell and not a lot of opportunities. So moving forward in the week, we've got so much opportunity. We've seeing offshore in the morning and then a little bit sideshore, onshore in the afternoons, but just so contestable. So I think the weekend's shaping up to look pretty good. What do you think, Jess?
Oh, absolutely. I've actually had my eye on Sunday. Just the whole time I've been checking the forecast, having a look at Surfline, and Sunday has always caught my eye, but looks like we missed a bit of action. Wow. That was... I love that surfing there from Aiden, and then Ian wants a part of it too. Oh, ow. Wow.
my knees don't like watching that.
Yeah, no, mine either, actually.
So we're in the, I mean, how good is this? We're sitting here watching some of the world's best surfers at North Narrabeen, which is a cauldron of high-performance surfing for 6 generations. Since the late 1950s, Narrabeen's had a real infamous reputation. It's had the local board riders formed in the early 60s. I mean, it's a wave steeped in surfing history. There's so many world champions, Pro Tour victories, and surfboard designs that come out of here. And Jess, you're a local. What was it like growing up surrounded by that aura and that energy?
Oh, just so cool, if I'm being honest. This year is actually North Narrabeen Board Riders' 60-year anniversary, so we've got the 60th coming up, and I've been with them for 11 years now, which is half my life, which is crazy. But growing up here was just the biggest blessing. Simon has now, I worked with him, he was kind of the first guy to really put time in with me with surfboards, and I now call him a dear friend and rely on him throughout the industry. But you know, competitive surfing, True and I got into it because of our dad, but because of people like Nathan Hedge and Chris Davidson saying, hey, you girls should start competing. And the whole reason that we're actually probably the reason I'm sitting here today, I owe it to North Narrabeen and the Northern Beaches. So I am forever grateful. Although I have moved up the coast, this is still home. And I still say, I'm from Narrabeen. You can take the girl out of Narrabeen, but you can't take the Narrabeen out of the girl. So, yeah, I love coming home, and I love that the world gets to see our home and gets to put it on display.
Yeah, it's a location that carries a lot of weight when you travel, and people ask where you're from. They surfers instantly know Narrabeen. You know, for a more localized spot, it's so internationally known. If you're overseas and you're traveling, you might say to a foreigner, I live near Manly, perhaps. But if you're a surfer, you say, I live near Narrabeen. And it's one of those places, much like Margaret River Flick, where a surfer can identify it on their wave IQ. You know, they've heard it so much, and it's got that reputation. And these surfers have that opportunity to be part of that history with so many legends. There's been events competing here since the 1974 Coca-Cola Surfabout Classic, and it's been a QS and CT throughout the years. But it's Jacob Wilcox, the former championship tour surfer, now needing a 8.6 to advance, because Ian Gouveia, with turns like that, just a gouging carve way out in the lead. And there's Miggy Pupo, fellow Brazilian, cheering him on. And Aidan Massenkamp in the break. That was to go with that 7.07, that was a 6.63 that he scored when we came straight back in. So South African in a healthy spot. And the Bass surfer, Odriozola, needing an 8.87 as well. So let's talk us through this one, Flick.
I mean, this was a smaller wave, but he just laid everything into that first section. He knew that it wasn't going to give anything else. It was beautifully done. But I just want to touch on, Aidan got a 6.63, and that was just one single manoeuvre.
Yeah, we saw all the fins out the back too. It definitely got us excited in the booth, that one turn.
Yeah, that was so well done. And, I mean, it's so exciting for me. I mean, that turn was explosive. It's the best single turn we've seen in the heat so far. But I think the biggest thing right now is Jacob sitting in that fourth spot right now, chasing a score, and with only 8 minutes on the clock. He's sitting out there, he's got second priority, trying to get himself into that good rotation so he can try and match it right now with Ian and Aidan. But, I mean, he's going to need, right now, if he's thinking, he's got to back up, right, sort of, this 5-1. But he's got to, on his next wave, he kind of needs to push up into that 7 range. If he doesn't push up into that 7 range, going to make it incredibly difficult for him moving forward. And he's going to know this. I mean, so much experience right now that he's got, and so much time accrued on the Challenger Series. But he does not want an exit here right now. He wants to be pushing forward. And last year, coming runner-up in this, I mean, frustration right there, but last year, runner-up in this event. So he's not going to bail out here.
And he had an incredible run through the Challenger Series last year, but looking forward to what we have ahead, the surfers will be off to the Bolito Pro in July, and then the US Open of Surfing in August, and they make their way over to Portugal, and they've got in September, just after the WSL finals there, and they'll finish the season in Saquarema in Brazil. So these surfers have a full tour around the world to be able to pick their best results in the hope that they can jump back onto the championship tour, or in some cases, get on there for the first time. Surfers like Kai Odriozola, Aidan Massenkamp, we've seen Ian Gouveia there, and Jacob Wilcox just relegated back to this Challenger Series. So the top 10 men and 5 women will qualify for the CT, and the top 4 results of this Challenger Series will count towards their ranking. So we have 80 men and 48 women in each event, and there is also CT entries that can become wildcards as well, and we'll often see some local trialists get their way through the wildcard scenario. And we've got Geordie Lawler, we have Dylan Moffat here, we have Axel Carrotta, who won through the trials, and Annie DeSantos, 2 locals that have been putting on a show. Casting our eyes back to this heat, 6 minutes remaining. Testing times here for the rookie, Kai Odriozola, but Jacob Wilcox making way for the priority of Kai. Nice re-entry to get things started. Springing off the bottom, compressing into that turn and driving that one, so unable to ride out of that. We saw the 4.43 earlier for the 3-turn combo. Needing a pretty hefty scoreline right now. I don't think that's going to be it, Flick. No,
that's not the score. He's definitely going to need to get back out there and try and get some space now that he's going to be at the back of this priority rotation. It was beautifully surfed. It's just that this wall had such a wedge on it and such a taper that, I mean, you just got to go back to the big scores that we've already seen in this heat, and for me, it's not it. Points for just how well he's surfed this wave. But in the context of this heat and what he needs, I mean, right now he needs the highest wave of the heat to advance, and right now that's definitely not it. He's definitely going to have to get back out there and find some space. I'm just interested to see right now what Jacob's going to make of all this. He needs an 8.6, and right now, I mean, before I was like, hey, maybe you can do this in 2 waves and try and better both scores, but at the moment it's becoming a single wave venture.
Yeah, on a wave like that, it's more about chipping away at the score. The 18-year-old does have a lot of experience competing. He's won lots of junior events. He's been the European champion, and he's riding the Pukas board, so he's got great equipment under his feet. He's got a good support network, and his technique is flawless. But struggling here to chip away at that 8.6, and it's going to be Chip himself, Jacob Wilcox, with priority in the driver's seat, the experienced, you'd call him a Challenger Series veteran and a QS veteran, unable to keep his spot there on that championship tour, unfortunately bowing out at his home break of Margaret River, where he did put in some amazing performances. But back here at Narrabeen, where he has had some good luck in the past, second to Cole Hauschman last year, where we had some solid conditions for finals day at Narrabeen. But I think last year was really the journey of the different conditions. Went from pumping rights to smaller wind-swept beach breaks to amazing finals day.
Yeah, finals day was big. I mean, I wasn't here, but I was watching at home, and it was solid. It was, I mean, 6 foot and heaving and big and lots of water moving, and yeah, I personally love it when it gets like that, and watching it and just, you know, really test all the surfers. Looks like we've got a bit of a set coming through now, so probably getting down to almost one last roll of the dice here for Kai and Jacob.
So the surfer's scrambling out there, and it will be Jacob who uses his priority. Here he is, moving down the line and attacks on that section there. A little tails release, and I'm just watching intently to see what this wave's going to give him. Peering over our shoulder, watching this here. It's running away. It doesn't really offer any section of substance, but that could at least chip away at the scoreline, Jessie.
Yeah, it's definitely going to chip away at the scoreline. I had such high hopes for that wave. You could see it had size rolling in from out the back, and that first carve to snap combination was beautiful. He just needed a third to really nail that one on the head. But, you know, it's a start.
This is Kai on his answer back here, under priority, just keeping really busy. And yeah, where our booth's situated here, we've got a great angle from behind us, but Flick, talk us through this.
Yeah, I mean, this was a great opening manoeuvre, that carve to tail slide, up into the lip again, sends lots of spray in the air, but here the wave just lets him down. He does the best he can, but you can see there's kind of a little double up in front of him, and he doesn't get exactly what you said, Jess, he doesn't get the finish he wants. But this first turn here, I mean, it was beautifully done. Perfect technique, and then straight up here into this second one, into the lip, a little bit of variation. I mean, it's a great combo. Gets a fin throw there too. I think he's definitely going to improve on that 510 and make his job a bit easier, but the time is his enemy right now.
And Kai keeping really busy, and we're now into the NRMA 2-minute warning. The pointy end of the heat right now, where priority has proven to be super important in those last few minutes. Generally at events, these surfers train with priority in mind, but Narrabeen so far in yesterday's competition hasn't made a massive difference in the beginning of the heats. And here goes Jacob teeing off on this one. A score still to drop. Goes incomplete on that foam climb. You can see Ian Gouveia trawling on the outside, protecting his lead. He's now in second prio, and he's going to be making his way back over the peak and try and block it.
Yeah, you know what would be super frustrating for Jacob right now is that he is looking on point. It's just he has just been out of rhythm in this heat, and you could tell that he was switched on at the start. You could tell on that last wave, but I just feel like he's been that 1 or 2 behind in priority. He's had to pull back on a lot of waves because someone else has had that first or higher priority over him. I just feel frustrated for him right now.
Yeah, you definitely see the frustration. I think at the beginning of the heat, he kind of was just in a funky priority rotation with waves, exactly what you were saying. And it's tough right now. He's only got 38 seconds, still chasing a score. He did improve with that last wave, but it's made his job a bit easier as we see Kai.
Yeah, Kai getting into a alley right barrel, and he's able to punch through, carrying some momentum through here. Goes to the air, And he makes a spin as well. So 20 seconds remaining, needing an 8.87. So you see Aiden Massenkamp on his third wave, riding out with some momentum forward. So there is a little chip shot here for Jacob. Final 10 seconds, searching for a 710. And Ian uses his priority and is able to keep Jacob off the wave. Ramping up for this Rio. Frees the fins. And he's going to come in for a victory lap, but some scores still pending. But Jacob Wilcox with a 6.6 in his wave before last and a 2.3 is his backup. But this is that right from Kai.
Yeah, that was a fun little barrel there for Kai, and then gets up there, gets progressive with it. I feel like he can tell in his body language that's probably not the 8.87 he's looking for, but I've really, really enjoyed watching him surf. And then we saw Ian do one strong maneuver, but it was kind of the story of Jacob in that heat. Even in the dying stages, that could have been the way for him to get the score, didn't have the priority. So unfortunately, it was just one of those heats where Jacob was just behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, and there's Ian making his way in. Heat winner and a convincing performance. That sharp eye looking fantastic under the feet of Ian, and another aerial show there he's putting on, and some critical surfing. Didn't go into the excellent range in this heat, but a great heat total to get things started, 13.83. And he's looking primed to make a great run through this event flick.
Yeah, I think already, you know, we've moved into this seeded round, and already you can just see it. The level has risen. I mean, they're bringing it straight away, and I'm excited for the next few heats to come because there's some big matchups on the way.
Yeah, well done to the Brazilian. That Gouveia name is well known in the Northern Beaches and around the world in professional surfing, taking it from South African Aiden Massenkamp, who put on a great performance in his opening 2 waves, getting that win. And we say goodbye to Jacob and Kai Adriazola, a bit of an upset early in the round. And we're going to go to a break, and we're going to bring back in Ronnie Blakey for Heat 2. Stay tuned.
The Northern Beaches is just extraordinary. It is a stunning place to come to. Every corner there's something new to discover. We call it bush to beach because there is just so much here. We're surrounded by national parks as well.
We have a real long history of surfing with many world champions that come out of the Northern Beaches. Tom Carroll, Damien Hardman, Barton Lynch, Lane Beachley. We've got 21 beaches, from advanced right through to beginners. You can come to Northern Beaches, you can catch a wave.
It's like you've stepped out of watching something on TV and you're actually here living it.
The Northern Beaches Council, big supporters of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, and it is awesome to have such a major surf event back here at North Narrabeen that's been the home to so many big competitive moments in the history of the sport. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Jess Starling and Felicity Parmentier. We're into the seeded round, and already we're seeing upset results. That was a big surprise to see Jacob not progress through that one. He's been surfing so well.
Yeah, that was actually really hard to watch. I feel like we were just talking about it. Jacob was just scrapping that whole heat, and he was just behind on the priority and definitely not where I saw Jacob Wilcox falling out.
The thing about this Challenger Series flick, though, is that even though that you've got those established names, those surfers who've made the grade and got themselves to the CT, every year you've got these, veteran campaigners, you've got these rising stars that want to get back there too. So it's not like you're more hungry than the next guy in the heat next to you.
For sure, and I think there's such a difference from Snapper coming to Narrabeen. We're in a beach break here. It's a bit more unpredictable. Snapper, you just knew, we had pumping conditions for Snapper. You knew exactly what one was the perfect one. So Jacob obviously made it far in the draw. Those good surfers do, but here it's just a different story. Got to be a bit more adaptable as we look at Kean getting underway on his first wave and banks it up there for a finish.
Yeah, Kian is out there representing Sweden, but he lives in Bali. He actually won the Asian qualifier, the Asian regional qualifier. George Patar's out there. What a magic run he's had through this Australian leg. Just in fine form. Semi-final at Margaret River. Turned up on the Gold Coast. Semi-final there, has moved right to the top end of the rankings. And this guy in the blue jersey, Jadson Andre, the veteran, the 34-year-old, who you're just always excited to see in a draw. He always brings so much fun and energy to every event that he competes in. But a flurry of action in the opening stages here.
Yeah, George just managing to find two waves quite quickly. He's no stranger to this wave either. Whenever I'm home, George is out here putting in the time. But that wave from Jadson, that made me feel something. That was a really, really well-surfed wave.
Wow. There's a lot to digest. There's so many waves caught. But yeah, for me, it was Jadson, for sure. I think that thing was big. There was big moments on there, and the finish was exciting too.
Unbelievable. But yeah, Jaddy, that big smile just never gets old. And yeah, he's made a habit of getting himself back to that championship tour when he's been bumped off in the past. He'll give it a good nudge this year. He had a 17th up there at the first stop. So definitely looking to turn things around here. 24.5 minutes to go. And Kian, his numbers in. Have a look at this wave for Geordie Marie. Surfed very well yesterday. Put together some great combinations. Clean swoop here as he loads up for a finish on the inside, and he goes to the reverse. It was a tough landing and he's unable to ride out. We'll see a replay of that in a moment, but right now let's hear from the winner of the first heat of the day with Laura Enova.
Yes, guys, Ian Gouveia, first heat of the morning, first wave of the morning, and you just throw a huge punt into the flats. How good does that feel? We're all still waking up.
Yeah, I know it's been a long time that I don't have a first heat of the day. I was kind of lost in the beginning. Like, I was at home when Will sent the call and I was running to the campsite because I was kind of late, and then yeah, just saw a couple of good waves. I saw Miguel watching the waves and I asked him a couple of things and straight into it.
And we were just talking before, just saying this year your performances have just uplifted through the roof, well, into the air, throwing airs up on the Gold Coast, and that's something that you've wanted to bring to the tour this year.
Yes, last couple of years I was kind of stuck in the same place, not doing many good things in the heat, not putting great scores. So yeah, in the beginning of the year, I told myself I gotta kick my ass and do it well and go for it, because I'm more close to the end of my career than the beginning, so I gotta push hard now and full send.
Full send, we love to see it. And talking about equipment this morning, we all thought the waves were going to drop a bit, but we turned up this morning and there's still a lot of surf on offer. What was your equipment like this morning?
Yes, it's supposed to be smaller today, but when I woke up and see it was kind of bigger, so I had to do a quick change on the equipment. But Sharp Eye, it's awesome. Every board is good, so I was pretty confident on that.
And anything you'd like to say, family and friends at home?
Valeu, galera, todo mundo assistindo aí. Bela, Maria, Mayara, beijo.
Thank you.
Full send, Ian Gouveia, what a legend. And yeah, he's been performing really well so far in these first two Challenger stops. We'll see if he can keep it rolling for a big result here.
Yeah, he's been impressive, and I just can't believe how much action has been going on.
Oh, Kian getting absolutely pitted. Little backdoor section for him there. Let's see what these guys got done in the exchange.
there is a lot to digest here. I mean, this is Geordie Marie, and this is his wave before last, so goes to the air here on that end section, and out the back, Jaddy slices through that first section. More of a carving manoeuvre for the second, and he's looking for a finish on the inside. Goes for the air. Looks like he was about to ride out of that, but his nose just got stuck. And this is Geordie Marie on his last wave. He goes for this air here, and actually in that post-heat interview, we saw him sort of gesturing as if he needed to do a board change here. So it looks like he might have creased it. I think I could actually see the crease.
Yeah, he's doing a little board change. That looks like Luke Thompson down on the beach. They've got a really, really cool crew of South Africans that they're all traveling with. But yeah, those last two air attempts, they did look a little bit awkward, the falls. So I'm not surprised that board creased. He was going for it though, and that's what you want to see. As a spectator, as a commentator, you want to see the competitors going for it. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure all of these guys brought 1,000,001 boards to surf in these two competitions, so.
Yeah, and if they didn't, there's no shortage of shapers here on the northern beaches that they can tap into. Got to be just, got to be about the most surfers in shapers, in a concentrated area as any place on earth. Really, it's amazing. So many factories between Mona Vale and Brookvale on the south side as well of the bridge. 20 minutes to go. The scores are starting to drop in now. Impressive start for Jadson Andre, the 34-year-old, winning that opening exchange. 5.43 for him. And he's since backed it up with a 3.23. He's in second spot. He's going again here. Beautiful bottom turn. Cuts that move short so he can get up for the combo. And he likes the feel of it. He'll definitely dump the 3.23 after a 3.67 to get ahead of George Pittard, who's hanging on to a couple of mid-range scores as well. But it looks like there's quality waves out there today, Fleek.
Oh, there is. It's better than yesterday. Jaddy cuts that turn a little bit short because you could see that oncoming section, and that was definitely a little claim there. He was feeling that one. But yeah, two-turn combo, done really well. And I mean, his first wave, that 5.43, I mean, it was that biggest set wave, and I mean, it was a great opening score. It was funny when I watched it, it made me really excited just because it was big, probably. But, you know, when you break it, I was like, okay, maybe it's going to be a massive score, but then I saw the score and I was like, okay, the turns were a little bit horizontal. That's why the judges have gone the 5.43. Looks like we're having more action. It's non-stop.
Yeah, George is in priority and lines up a good-looking wall here. Great snap to get started. Up into the pocket again. Just something's clicked with this guy. Confidence is soaring. But to say that it's all confidence would be not rewarding the surfing that he's been doing these past couple of months. He's been on fire.
Oh, he has been. He's really proven himself in this world, and this looks like Kian just up and out. But yeah, George, it might have looked like he's come from nowhere, but he's made a lot of sacrifices. He's moved away from the northern beaches, this beautiful area, to then move up closer to the Surfing High Performance Centre up there at Casuarina. He's spending a lot of time living with Morgan and Cal Robbo, so he's training every day. He wants to be better. He's pushing hard to be better, and it's waves like this where we see all of that hard work paying off. This second turn here is so perfectly timed in the bowl. And there's a little bit of a weird kind of end section, but he makes it look really easy. And I just feel like he's really proven himself this year that he does belong in those big leagues. I mean, getting a semi-final on the CT is not an easy task, especially at a wave like Margaret River 2, where it does allow surfers to show their best surfing. And he took it to the best in the world, and it was really cool to see.
I honestly thought Margaret River would kind of expose George. I was thinking he's kind of light-footed. He slices through the wave rather than power through it. But he actually managed to smooth out the bumps and creases in the wave at main break. And he looked as sharp and fast there as he ever has. So it was a good test for him, and he definitely passed.
For sure. I mean, for me, Margaret River isn't the kind of wave you can just rock up a few days before and just figure out. But this kid did. He did. He rocked up. I'm not sure of his experience there, but it looked like he was a veteran out there. It was incredible, the kind of surfing he was doing. I mean, just go back to that heat with Griff where he ended up getting the win over world #1, and it was incredible surf.
Here goes Jadson Andre, looking for a number to get into the lead. Goes for the big air. Kind of launched out of the pocket, maybe a little early. But George Pittar's just dropped a big score, 6.5. Can't argue with that number. Big first turn, comboed it up nicely. 16.5 minutes to go. Jadson Andre, here's a little question for you two. Might get to that in a moment. As we see Geordie lining one up. Hasn't really got a decent score to speak of. Has already had a board change. And it looks like that board goes pretty well as he grinds through that first carve. Combos it up nicely with a floating re-entry down the line. But yeah, little quiz. Jadson Andre, he boasts a certain achievement over the rest of the entire men's field. Do you know what it is?
No. And I feel silly that I don't know what it is.
Flick?
Is it a stat against Kelly?
Oh, well, it is. It's a bit of both. It's that and something else.
And Tahiti?
No.
Damn.
No,
I knew
no,
Kelly was on, though.
Well, Kelly's involved in it.
Yes, I know. I've heard it.
Well, Jadson in the men's draw is the only surfer that's won a championship tour event. And he did that in his rookie year in Brazil. He beat Kelly in the final.
Yes. Okay.
But,
I knew Kelly was involved in some way.
There's been a number of surfers on the men's Challenger series or in this current field that have cracked CT finals, but Jadson's the only one that's had a victory.
All right.
Nat Young, Kalohe, extremely finaled, but never got the win. Kyle Belly's had a final. Callum Robson's had a final. David Silver's had a final. Fred Morais has had a final. There is one other, actually. I've just cooked myself.
Uh-oh.
Miguel
Expose
Pupo.
yourself.
Miguel Pupo won Tahiti. Damn, I missed his name. Oh, well. Two surfers. One of two surfers. How incredible's that?
It's all right. Well, it's okay. We'll let you go. You haven't finished your morning coffee yet.
Yeah,
right?
Sammy Pupo's had a final too, but yeah, only two surfers in the men's draw. Can you believe it? Just under 15 minutes to go here, and we have George Pittar leading this heat. Jadson Andre, the veteran, is in second place at the moment, needs a 6.41. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break, and we need it.
One of my favourite parts of the Northern Beaches here in New South Wales is it's got that diversity of the landscape. You have some untouched natural beauty mixed with all the enjoyable parts of living in a city. There's amazing restaurants, great coffee culture. Every time that I'm away, I come back, something new's here. So lucky to call this place home, grow up here, and I'll keep coming back for the rest of my life.
Matty Janoski and just about everyone else on earth loves a trip to the Northern Beaches. It is sensational. The city of Sydney is just a stone's throw away. Beautiful restaurants, always big events unfolding there. But right now out in the lineup, we've got a massive event, and it's a big one for these competitors campaigning to get to the championship tour. Some have been there already and desperately want to get back. One of them is Jadson Andre, one of just two surfers in the draw who've won a championship tour event. Can you believe it? And he's in second spot at the moment, Jadson, looking for a 6.41. Jadson has really just become a very well-rounded surfer, rips in big waves, good barrel rider, has had big results in waves of consequence. Really leans into his power surfing these days to get big numbers, but when he was just a whippet, a grommet on the championship tour, he broke through for a win, and it was all airs back then for Jadson. He actually had an amazing strike rate with a big frontside air reverse. Wouldn't be surprised if he pulled one out for us today.
Well, he's had that attempt, 2 attempts in this heat actually. He didn't convert on them, but it looks like as he's sort of getting a little bit more comfortable, he's got a couple of 5s on the board. Wouldn't be surprised if he does as well.
Just on 11 minutes to go here. Very lucky to be able to lean into the local knowledge of a couple of great surfers on our commentary team this year. Jess Starling here with us in the booth as we see Geordie Marie loading up for something big. And, you know, he's not afraid to take to the sky as well. We saw that in the first round. On the outside, good sized wall here for Kian Martin, and what a move. What a way to start the day for Kian. That was an impressive float, huge section. Kind of hard to juice a big number out of a floater, but I think this one will score well. That was high risk.
Holy, that was super late, super technical, super critical. I mean, wow. And he rode out with ease as well. That thing was mental. I absolutely loved that. And he had limited time to think about that. He just went straight up into it. No hesitation.
Even
Awesome.
watching him free fall as well, I was just going, oh my gosh, his knees.
Yeah.
His knees.
You know, too, something about your wax feels a bit slipperier at this time of the morning.
Yeah.
But he hung on, and he's got the finish there, and he needed a decent score. He had a 4.9 after a 5.66 to get himself up into second place here. And he's eyeing off something else here. Lets that one go. Well, let's check in with the other local on the team for this event, Laura Enover.
Yes, guys, down here for the Oakberry surf conditions update. We woke up to swell this morning, a lot more swell than we were expecting. We know the east swell is going to kick up throughout the day. It's about 4 foot at the moment, still mixing with the south swell. But yeah, like I said, the east swell, which is what we're looking for, will pick up today throughout the weekend. We've got west-northwest winds at the moment, but that wind will also kick around and sort of go slightly onshore today. Either way, it's going to be fun. There's waves all day. The boys are sending it into the flats. That's what we love to see.
Oh, as a spectator, there's nothing better. Thank you, Laura. Have a fantastic day. Kian's about to drop a pretty good score. You know what? It could be right there to the requirement. 5.66 is what he's after, and the judges are liking it. Why is that, Jess? I mean, it's a backside floater, typically kind of talked down floaters as scoring manoeuvres.
Yeah, I actually scratched my head to why that they're talked down, because I quite like them, but I'll get back to that in a second. Jaddy, he wants more. Heard he's been moved down to third. That last score of Kian puts him up into second. Yeah. And this guy's a competitor too.
5.93 for Kian. So Jadson now after a 5.41, and this one too, Flick.
Oh, George on his way to another massive score, but he just couldn't stick this one. Almost looked like he rode out of it. I feel like, you know, it's... that would have been a sure thing if he'd finished that. I mean, he's okay, cementing himself up in that first position. But yeah, beautiful first turn and almost beautiful second.
Well, he's lining up right now. This guy has an incredible forehand. We've seen plenty of it. I've just jinxed the hell out of him. He's going to go down there. But yeah, the backside floater, it's such an interesting one, isn't it? Because backside, frontside, doesn't really matter which way you're going. But, you know, for a while there, it was much maligned, the floater, and yeah, we just saw it score a 5.93.
Yeah, for so long it wasn't rewarded, but I think growing up here, and I used to love watching Andy Irons in the men's and watching him do backside floaters, I think they should be rewarded because they're actually quite a technically hard turn, and then put it in a really meaty alley left section that you just think he's going to break his kneecaps on, but then manages to ride out. It is a 5.93. It had risk. It had a bit of pizzazz in it too. I mean, even the way he rode out was kind of stylish. He made sure he got down low. A little bit of like a Sally Fitz, you know, when she lands a turn and she puts her arms out in front of her. It was kind of similar. So I totally understand why they rewarded that floater. It was a big section. He attacked it. And like you said, Flick, he had no time to think about that. He just had to react in that moment. So Kian showing us that the judges will reward big single manoeuvres, whether it's a floater or not.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. You said big section. That's how you can get a number out of that manoeuvre. It has to be on a section of consequence, really. You know, you do a float on a wave half that size, you know, the judges will probably skip over it. But that was, you know, it had a bit more in it.
For sure. Size of the wave was everything there, and exactly what we were saying. Didn't have time to think about it, just reacted, went for it. Super critical, high risk, and executed really well.
Jadson dropped a 4.67 on his last wave. You could see him fighting for the number, celebrating that ride, but the judges want to see him on a bigger section by the looks of things. As Kian loads up, big ramp here. Just got a little stuck as the wheels were leaving the tarmac, and he's obviously not able to get some control above the lip. Here goes Jadson. Just begging for a section to ease up and slow down so he can unload one of those maybe unrivaled backhand verts against this field. He's just got such a strong power turn on his backhand when he gets going, but he just can't find a wave that's giving him enough time to unload it.
Yeah, this one from Kian was just a bit of a throwaway, but back to Juddy, his rights that he's getting, and we'll look at this big section, another heaving section, but yeah, just disconnected from the board. Juddy's waves on his backhand are all really down the line, so he can't do that traditional vert approach that we're, like this turn here, he just transitional maneuver to get down the line. We haven't been able to see him really turn and pivot on a dial and really crank it up into the lip and get vertical. That's the kind of Juddy, that the surfing that the trademark surfing I know of him. To get back to that, this is George in and out, just one turn there.
So many waves rolling through in this heat. Oh my goodness, wow. Floater fest. Geordie Marie there just connects with a big section. I wonder if he got any work done on the outside, but if Kian Martin got himself a 5.93 for his effort, and Geordie's going to turn in a good score too, and he needs one. He needs a 6.23.
Yeah, he was claiming on the free fall down on that wave. That was really cool. I love when an athlete kind of feels so passionate about the wave they just surf. But yeah, Geordie's definitely the dark horse in this heat for me. There's a lot of big names. We've seen Kian compete a lot of times as well. And Kian's got an air game. So for me, it's this guy, Geordie, who is the underdog. He managed to get a beautiful swoop out the back. Gets the land, claims it. I like it. It's another big section, just like we were talking about, but the fact that he got more done out the back says to me that, yeah, he'll probably get himself his best looking score of this heat.
That was great. That was really, really well done. And big two-turn combo. Two different manoeuvres, seamless in between, transition between manoeuvres.
And he gets the number he needs to make the jump from fourth into second position, Geordie, a 7. It's the best of the heat, and you knew it was going to go there. Big clean carve. No mucking around in between the turns. Straight back up into the lip and gets the finish, and it was worthy of a celebration. I will say on the Challenger Series, especially in these heats with 4 surfers in the lineup, you'll see more mid-range scores celebrated with fist pumps than you will on the CT, because this is, you know, the dream of cracking the code and getting onto the championship tour. It all hedges on surviving these earlier rounds and getting yourself into finals, and these guys understand the importance of it. Sometimes you just can't help it. The emotions take over, and then the score drops. And if it's a 4.1 that gets you into second place and you survive this round, then you pump it up.
Look, but let's not beat around the bush, because it is hard, right, doing this Challenger Series. A lot of these guys
I mean, Geordie surfed in that opening round, right? He's not a seated surfer. He's probably, you know, a lot of these surfers aren't making the big, massive dollars. They're traveling around the world. It's a hard game to make it to the CT. So when you get a score like that, even on a 4, if you're progressing through rounds like this, it's just all adding to this campaign. And like, I get it, because it's so difficult to crack it to the championship tour. So look, it's a funny thing to claim a 4 or a 5, but you're going to do it because there's just so much invested in it, so much dedication, sacrifice, money, financially.
You're right.
It
You're
means
spot
a lot.
on. Yeah, and you're not probably breaking even until you get to the quarters for your trip.
Yeah, so I actually cracked the numbers on this year. I worked out on the women's division. We kind of did a round 2 of an article I did a few years ago on how much it costs to qualify.
I love that article.
I've done a round 2. I've done a round 2.
Yes, thank you.
It's still to come out.
I look forward to checking it out. Here we go, Geordie. Already has moved into second place with a 4.83. Can get himself into the lead.
Yeah, but it's basically based on the women's side. I've talked to a bunch of competitors, pretty much got receipts of how much last year had cost them, and then looked at the prize money, and based on the women's division, to break even before incentives, before sponsorships, I'm sure they are with sponsorships and whatnot, but take that out, they have to get at least 3rd.
Wow.
Yeah, in every event.
Okay.
I believe it. I believe it.
So that is the reason you see those celebrations. You know, this is the second tier. It's a stepping stone. This is the pathway to the championship tour. It's a commitment. It's a choice that you make to chase your dream, your goal in life. And Jess Starling and her sister True crunching the numbers and doing the homework. I might bring my receipts down and get my tax return done if that's okay. But I love that. So that gives you a great idea of what these surfers are up against. And for some surfers, they're losing money as soon as they step off the plane here in Australia with the conversion rate as well. So you've got to take that into consideration. But 3rd, on average, will see you break even for your campaign during the year.
Let's not forget you've got to live as well back home, bills and mortgages and you know, all these things, and then on top of that you're traveling the world.
Yeah.
You know, it's not, you're bleeding money.
Here goes Kian. He wants that score. He wants to break even here at this event. And he needs a big number, 5.68, to get himself over the line here. What a heat though. Each surfer had so many opportunities. George Patar, he was the most patient surfer in the mix. He had 6 rides, 9 rides each for Jadson Andre and Geordie Marie. And Kian, he's just finished off his 8th ride, and he needs a 5.68 out of it to get himself up into second place. Let's have a look at this one.
Yeah, this was a good-looking Narrabeen bowl. This left was one of those ones that was going to allow you to get vertical, but it just got really foamy on that inside section. So I like the first turn, maybe a little down the line. Whether or not it's a 5.68, I actually have no idea. If he had got a bigger finish, I think I probably would have said, yeah, give it to him, but I'm not sure.
Hard to tell from that angle too. Severe angle almost makes it look like it was gnarlier than what it was, I think, looking into it.
When there's not that big moment on a ride and you're chasing a score that's, you know, above a 5, you're going to probably have a hard time getting there. And it looks like Kian's fallen just short. So it's Geordie Marie that's going to hang on. And a very impressive heat once again from George Pittard, who just figured the lineup out and dropped some fantastic numbers. He's moving on. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, we'll bring in Matt Janoski and Richie Lovett for the call.
On there. All right.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. And by Destination New South Wales, strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to the Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Matt Chinosky back in the driver's seat here at North Narrabeen, one of the most important locations on the competition calendar, not just on the Challenger Series, but in the history of surfing. Rich, you've had experience here. Welcome into the booth, former tour surfer, Richie Lovett.
Thanks, Matty. Good morning, mate. Yeah, I've had my fair share of heats directly out here at Narrabeen, you know, all the way from pro junior level all the way up to CT level. And yeah, it's an amazing wave, and it's really special that we have an event here. And well, the performances that we've seen throughout history have been remarkable out here, and it's no different today. Straight into the men's round of 64, and it has not disappointed.
Here goes Luke Slippen, the South African there with a nice two-turn combination, finishing with a nice lip line float there. South African is joining Mikey McDonough, the Australian, fresh off his maiden victory in the Challenger Series up there on the Gold Coast, and stop number 1, and Reef Hazelwood, who's no stranger to Narrabeen, and QS and CTs here at Narrabeen Beach, and Owen Moss, the Californian, who's on a roll, I should say, actually, the North Carolinian who's on a roll. He's from the East Coast, and he's absolutely no stranger to sand bottom waves, gets super barreled on that side. You can go to his Instagram and see him just getting so deep with his GoPro. And here goes Luke.
Oh,
Luke's the regional QS winner, making his way under the Challenger Series. He's running for Smith Shapes, and it's he's tried to get on the CS and the CT. This is his 8th year trying to jump on, so we finally get to see more of Luke. Volcom team rider, proficient in the air, and he charges as well. But here goes Mikey opening up his account. A smooth flowing style there, and a two-turn combo similar to Luke's, but really starting to see Mikey come into his own in the last few events.
Oh yeah, we sure did. Obviously coming off a win, so how do you manage that? How do you bring the head back down to earth, so to speak? But as we look here, Reef Hazelwood takes to the air, little back foot slip off, shoves it back on. Unfortunately not able to stick that one. Let's see what happens. Great projection off the lip there. You can see the back foot just came off the tail pad as he made the landing, trying to disguise it there. But unfortunately, just not enough power in that wave. And this is Mikey McDonough. Quick hit on the backhand, and for such a tall guy, does so well in that in a short amount of space to fit 2 turns in there.
Whoa, and Reef Hazelwood. So live action there, and a dramatic end section hammer there for the Sunshine Coast surfer. And Narrabeen suits him so perfect. These fast, hard ramps are just, he'd been licking his lips this morning on a brand new Channel Islands. His team manager, Brent Powers, down there, and no doubt supplying the CI team riders with a plethora of boards to match their conditions. This is the replay of Luke's wave.
Yeah, so Luke just tagged that first section, keeping the momentum down the line, gets to the finishing turn, executes it well. This is Reef, quick floater off the lip, sort of projection floater. Had to come right out on the flats, live action.
Owen Moss, fast down the line, and he, absolutely hammers that end section. He snapped his board by the look of it. Hopefully it's just the way the leg rope bounced. And the board, yep, it's okay. It just looked like a little bit sinister there, the way that the stripes are painted on the board. But this is the type of wave that'll do it. That end section, it's hard, it's compact. Talking to Chris Enever, Laura's brother, who's doing the beach commentary, he agrees it's a hard, fast beach break.
Yeah, so here we go. Owen just gets the big tail flare and loses control of the tail there, so unable to make that manoeuvre. So that won't be one of his best 2 scores of the day. But yeah, we're also coming up with the tide's still coming in, mate. So we're seeing these really powerful waves explode on the sandbar. Low tide's going to be interesting for sure, but great conditions.
Yeah, we do have an east swell there, but there's an undercurrent of south as well, which is what we're seeing with that convergence of the end section. Typically in an east swell, Narrabeen will taper, allow for multiple turns, but today it's very bowly. But it's...
yeah, that south swell's early too, mate. It's on the charts. It wasn't supposed to come through for another couple of hours.
Long period as well, which is it's coming underneath the east swell, which is creating consistency in the waves and a couple of different styles of waves. See that one? It's nice left, but then it's a bit of an end section on the tail end of that wave. But Reef Hazelwood out to an early lead, a 5.83 for that single turn, and the South African a 4.17 on his opener. And Mikey McDonough, just a straight 4. I haven't seen too much Mike on his backside. He came through the regional QS. He's been on the Challenger Series the last 3 years. This is his 3rd year, but a maiden victory. He hasn't had too much success on the podium, but what a way to do it at the Gold Coast. And you could just, thinking back to the emotion there during that win and throughout the whole event, actually, you could really see the Lennox locals and the Aussies really getting behind him. And that's that passion and spirit that professional surfing really embodies.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just feel like it was an emotional victory, as we know, but it was a victory that everyone bought into as well, because they know, you know, they've been on the journey with Mikey. They've seen him just so dedicated, really trying hard to you know, make this dream of becoming a professional surfer, it become a reality for him. And we know how hard he's worked. We know how bad he wants it. And, you know, that was the result, a big outpouring of emotion. But like I said, you know, this is a full reset moment. And we see so often, from hero to zero. You get the win, you come back, and you feel like you've lifted. You feel like, you know, okay, I've got this sorted out. I know how to win. And so often we see champions come down and they falter in the next event. But let's see if he can keep that rhythm going. He started okay with that 4-point ride. This is a completely different wave to Snapper Rocks, obviously. And that is really his A game, is in those long right point breaks. That big frontside carve that he likes to lean into.
And another surfer who likes the frontside carve, but proficient on his backside as well, is George Patar. He's on the glass with Laura Enever.
Oh. Yes, guys, Georgie, how good is it to be home, back on the Northern Beaches? You've had a crazy last couple of months. Bells, WA, Gold Coast, some huge results. But Mum's cooking beats it all.
Yeah, it's so nice to be home. It feels like I've been away for months, but I don't know, it's been a crazy couple of weeks for me. I've just been loving it, like, just can't wipe the smile off my face. And coming back home with Mum and Dad, just cruising, doing my own thing in Manly, and then coming up here for a couple surfs, just back into the sort of routine down here. Yeah, Mum put on a nice butter chicken last night, so yeah, it's good. It's been good.
Amazing. And talk us through that heat. You know, first round jitters out of the way, but you got the job done. I was hearing you talk with Flano about some, you know, strategic things. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I felt like I sort of competed pretty well that heat. I think that I left a lot of meat on the bone, especially on that 2-turner that I just fully overcooked that last section. But yeah, definitely felt like I was sort of on the better waves and was like playing the heat well. But yeah, I don't know, it's so hard coming in and starting a comp. Like, the first heat's always so tricky because it's just like pressure, expectation. You just want to get the ball rolling again. And yeah, it was nice that it went my way this time. And I don't know, it was actually a really tight heat in the end. Like, everyone had a chance to get through. And I don't know, I'm just so happy. Just keep the ball rolling.
So good. And I was going to say, you know, coming off a 3rd on the Gold Coast and coming into this event, does it put more pressure on, or is it kind of just confidence?
Almost, I don't know, I felt like at Goldie, I actually felt like I had so much pressure, like coming off Margies, and I was like really struggling to like let go of that. But coming down here, I don't know, I just like starting with a good result and like in the Challenger, where I'm like, that was like best result ever in the Challenger. So it does feel like a little bit of a monkey off the back a bit, but I don't know, it's the same. This is the same points as it was last week, and yeah, it's all the same thing, but definitely still feeling the pressure a little bit.
Amazing. Well, go enjoy Mum's cooking, and we'll see you tomorrow or whenever you're on next.
Whenever. Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, thanks, Laura. And elated George Patar. He could sense a little bit of relief getting through that after his incredible run after some CT events as well. This is Owen Moss. I told you, he's no stranger to the barrel.
Well, that one just ran off a little bit too quickly, and that was that kind of unique part of the sandbar, which is not car park rights, and it's not the alley lefts are sort of in between, and you get these little misto rights that come out, especially with this underlying south swell.
It's funny, if you're a local and you surf it regularly, even if one looks good, you pretty much never go right from that moment.
No.
It's that in-between zone, but I mean, you know there's barrels on this stretch, but it's just funny what localism and a local spot can do when you understand the way that the currents go. It's a very low success rate, that right, compared to 200 metres to the south, where you would make it out of that, and it would be a wave of substance. But that can also, in a random swell, it could work in a stranger's favour as well.
Yep, absolutely. You know, not having any sort of preconceived notion of where to sit could almost be a blessing sometimes, especially when the swell's broken up and you're just sort of looking for little peaks up and down the zone there. But that's a good shot, actually, of where our competitors are sitting, and that walkway that goes over the sand dune there to the back car park, right behind the lagoon there. You know, that is one of the markers when you're normally out in the lineup, where you line yourself up and you're, okay, this is my takeoff spot. And all competitors do it, all surfers do it. You know, really getting that gauge of where you are in the lineup is super important.
And that's the alley lefts there, and with the Phil New Sydney flight cam showing us the location of where we are. We have, looks like Luke Slippen up and riding. He goes vert, and he comes down the convergence, and that's a bit of the south swell combining with the east, and it makes for a dramatic end section. And if he was able to ride out of that, that would have been some serious points on offer. Critical sections, the judges are looking for those moments that make us get up out of our seat. And that was certainly a moment that the judges will appreciate if you could ride out of it.
He almost got up. Yeah, unfortunately didn't make it. If he made it, we would have been bouncing out of our seat. Let's check out the replay here. One of the bigger waves of the heat so far. Connects with it, pivots off the lip. It was a bit of a crease through that wave as well, right where he did that manoeuvre. But back to the drawing board. Still down there in third place. No one really taken this heat by the scruff of the neck yet. Still 15 minutes to go.
Approaching the halfway mark right now, and it's still Mikey McDonough out in the lead. The 4.13 to go with his 4, so the Lennox Head surfer priming his skills on the right-hand point breaks. But here we get to see him on his backside right now. But we're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back for the second half of this heat very shortly.
For me, coming home, spending time with the family and getting away and seeing Australia, for me, that's what it's all about. Staying at NRMA Parks and Resorts, it's always fun. The facilities are second to none, from basic camping into the cabins, or glamping might be your thing. There's just so much to do. We can go for a surf, we can go for a bike ride, we could even go for a skate. Perfect opportunity to disconnect from those things that hold you at home. That's the stuff that memories are made of.
Epic caravan parks there. Brought to you by NRMA and Sydney and East Coast of Australia. It's just a classic way to spend our holidays.
Totally. These parks are littered up and down the coast. And, well, one of my favourite ones is right on our doorstep here, right behind the lagoon. We're right behind one of the best beach breaks, well, really, on the New South Wales coast. Just incredible. Here at Narrabeen, and mate, holiday time, this particular park is jam-packed, heaving, but so good. Access straight to the lagoon, plenty to do, fishing, as I said, over the sand dune, and you got the beach breaks, but also, you know, it's close to the city as well. Yeah. Straight down to Manly, jump on the ferry, and you're in the city.
And in the break, this is Owen Moss.
Yes, Owen just gets a great tail release off that first snap. This wave tapers down a little bit, but he stays busy. You can see just really using that body torque to pivot off the top. That real swivel motion, staying nice and low. And this is Luke. Just gets a little caught on that first turn. Now he starts to tidy it up. A good fan of spray on that second and third turn. A little three-turn combination there. And then Reef Hazelwood outside. Clean looking face. Building speed down the line. Clean snap and gets the closeout finish as well. So covering a fair bit of distance there, Reef Hazelwood.
Yeah, that was a classic North Narrabeen left, that one, which allows that tapering wave to perform lots of surfing. You can see the lagoon entrance there. We had a lot of rain, hence the colour of the lagoon. It isn't pollution though, it's come down from the valleys here. Narrabeen, it filters out into the ocean there, and that's what the that's what we see there. We've got a little outer reef there, and that's the bathymetry coming through. You can see the south swell coming through in the middle of the screen, and a little bit of that east swell coming in under it. You can see the south swell comes around Long Reef Headland to the right, up on the top of the headland in live action. This is Luke here, goes to the air, tries to stab the nose and comes undone. And this is Mikey on his answer back, and he right out. Gets absolutely smoked by the whitewash. And none of these surfers are really able to ride out of that convergence at the moment. And Reef Hazelwood with that 5.83 was looking strong. And that big single turn he did to set off the heat, but we'll wait and see where these scores fall. Approaching the 10-minute mark, Mikey will make his way back out through the alley. Currently in the lead. The score still to drop for everyone else. This is that replay.
Yeah, so this is Luke, just gets the forward rotation, but loses the connection with his board. Mikey streaking down the line, gets a nice clean snap, projecting onto that second oncoming section, but unable to stick it. That would have been a good one. That would have been some decent points if he was able to make that final turn. Definitely would have broken through the 4-point barrier. And at the moment, it is only Reef Hazelwood with the 5. Top score for the heat so far.
David Silva chatting to Miggy Pupo. The Brazilians working together, and Miggy's often the one giving advice to his younger brother, Samuel Pupo, who's going to be coming up later in the draw as well. These guys are also no stranger to Narrabeen surfing here in the championship tour when it returned in 2021. And Luke under priority, just keeping really busy. And the score starting to settle at 4.77 for Reef, puts him up into the lead. The Sunshine Coast surfer in a commanding position, second priority, and it's Mikey McDonough who's pushed back down in a second, but marginal scores needed for the South African Luke of 3.96, and Owen not far behind as well, but he's got the priority, and it's towards the end of these heats where that's really started to make a difference from yesterday and this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I feel like we spoke about it yesterday, the priority order at a beach break, which is fairly broken up at the moment. It's not as consequential as that point break situation where that rhythm and the definition of the sets is it's really established. So you know, I still feel like staying fluid here, keeping busy is still the order of the day. That's probably the best way to be attacking these heats. Mikey Madonna is coming off that wind in second place. I would be feeling, you know, pretty nervous if I was him right now, because only holding on to pocket fours right now. And we know that Luke and Owen very capable of getting some big scores here. So You feel like Reef started to establish a bit of authority in this one, but it's open from second to fourth for sure.
And it's interesting, the 30 minutes, a lot of these surfers with the regional QS will come out of 20, 25-minute heats. Obviously, this Challenger Series combines the elements of the qualifying series with the latter end of the draw, with the two-man heats being similar to the championship tour. And these surfers have to adapt between it. And I mean, there's no real reason to be nervous in the beginning of the heat. There's lots of waves out there, and that's what Reef's really taken a lot of waves. And you see Luke as well, just a lot of marginal scores. But it's an opportunity for these surfers to put on a display of surfing, quick repetition, and put on a show before it gets down to the pointy end there, which we're approaching very shortly. And we saw as many as 35 waves ridden in the heats yesterday. Lots of quick reactive surfing under priority as well. But here goes Luke right now. He's going to try and find the lip line there, and he goes for the float. Just a single turn, looking to drop below the 3.2, but he really needs a 3.96. I'm not sure if that one's going to be it. If he can get a second turn, that'll be in the equation. Luke's a radical surfer, and you can see him charging some epic waves on his Instagram. No slouch in the air as well. Progressive surfer. He's got a cool style. You see him working his way to the south beyond the pack, just separating himself a little bit. Under priority now. And Owen Moss, he's got the P next to his name. He's in green. He's furthest out. He'll be looking for an opportunity. He's come to the party today, but this is what we saw in the last one, Rich.
Yeah, so Luke really deep on the point there. And he's been the busiest in terms of, covering the lineup, distance covered. He's heading right down to the south now. He was way up to the northern part of the bank. Just trying to get a bit of space between him and his competitors. Trying to find that little Misto peak that is going to allow him to put a number on the board under priority.
Still about 30 minutes away from the high tide, but there's still a lot of current out there, courtesy of those mixed swell directions, which is giving these surfers opportunity, once again, under priority. So it's a double-edged sword for these surfers. And they're able to stay busy. Searching for the 647 to go to first is Mikey in the red.
Yeah, Luke's heading north again.
This is interesting, a bit of a chess match right now, Rich. These surfers in the beach break trying to locate and find these little pockets. And, in that morning glass off with no wind, it can be tricky to identify which one's going to open up. And that's Kalohe Andino.
Yeah, great to see brother back on the northern beaches, a former champion of this event.
And Owen Moss putting some power into that one. He goes up second turn, a lot of body torque through his turns. So 3 turns on this wave so far. Just looking for an end section here. He's pumping through, he wants it. And doesn't ride out, but it'll be the emphasis on those first few turns there, which is kind of what he needed at this point in the heat.
Yeah, looking for that 4.66. And, well, that's going to go close. This is Luke again.
Yeah, Luke. A couple of pocket jams there, and he opts out, leaves a bit of meat left on the bone with 4 minutes left on the clock. So he obviously didn't identify something down the end, one of those tapering waves in the replay of Owen's wave.
Yeah, so Owen comes around this section, just catches a little toe side edge there, cleans it up on the second snap, big extension. Yeah, watch when this guy does a turn. The body really leads the upper body, leads the lower body. Sort of reminds me of B. Durbridge, how he used to do it, really talks out the upper body. And this is Luke, and perhaps just feeling like those manoeuvres weren't quite clean enough. So he opts out.
You can see both Owen and Luke, the surfing's there, but they haven't had the waves to cooperate with them. Luke did fall off on one of those big converging turns. You just feel if they can get that opportunity, those scores are there for him. Here he goes. So first turn, nice off the lip. Second turn, a cool fan of spray, and a third.
Nice.
No! It goes down. I was just about to say nice flow and tempo on that wave, but he pokes the nose and doesn't get the completion. So you have to say, needing a 3.96. The first turns look pretty smooth, but the judges love it when you finish on your feet.
Oh, yeah. So watch this first turn. Accelerates out of it. Sits on that bottom turn and then gets to the third. But unfortunately, just couldn't make that last turn. That was, well, I feel like that would have been the number.
Yeah, good timing, good technique there, a nice pace under priority as well. This surf's getting really busy. And Mikey's only caught 3 waves and Owen at the moment, so they're going to have to start getting busy. I mean, Mikey's holding onto a low of a 4. So open for any of these surfers. Reef in priority. The experience, a veteran, looking comfortable. I mean, the veteran at 24 years of age has been, feels like he's been on the QS for, I think, about 8 years. And he's had his chance on the CT as well, and he's had lots of call-ups. He's super proficient in the barrel and in the air, and he's certainly not one to hold back and just build a heat typically. He just throws everything at its sections, and yeah, this heat's a little quiet when it comes to sets, but here he goes. This is Luke. He's not waiting for that score to be locked in. He's looking for something here. He ramps up, and he hits the lip, and he can almost ride out, but goes down again. So the story.
Oh, the curse. The curse of that finishing move is, it's got Luke here. And you'd have to say that that's 2 attempts now, that if he had made these final manoeuvres, he'd be looking good. Now this is Owen, just takes to the air, tries to go for the backhand spin. So desperate times. This little runner here for Luke. Starts well, the wave builds, comes around this section, tags it, and just got a little off kilter. He tried to get that landing, so under 2 minutes now.
You see these surfers really just trying to spot these peaks. Lots of them. Here he goes. This is Owen. He's moved up in a second spot, courtesy of that last wave. He's looking to drop a low at 3.47 and just sort of manufacturing the score there, but he didn't need much. Mikey McDonough pushed down into 3rd now, needing a 4.25. So a late charge on leaderboard. Consistency is that Owen just pulling the trigger on a lot of waves in that last 5 minutes. And he's just, you can just see Mikey's got the requirement now. He needs a 4.25. He's been in 2nd place for the most of this heat. And now priority, really crucial right now. Reef, current heat leader, he's okay. He's safe at the moment. But Mikey looking for the marginal 4.25, but it's been tricky. Here goes Luke. Looking there, 4.21, and goes down again. So it's just not his morning. He's woken up on the other side of the bed, Luke, and his surfing's there, but unable to get the completion on. I mean, that's 5 attempts now. In the last 30 seconds. McDonough.
I tell you what, Luke did everything right to give himself the opportunities. He's ridden a ton of waves here. He found that bank a little further north, identified it, and he's been reaping the rewards. But what he hasn't done is converted on all his chances. So that's going to sting tonight if he doesn't make it out of this heat. Mikey McDonough, with only a couple of seconds to go, well, that curse of 0 to 0 is in full effect here, unfortunately, for Mikey.
Wow. Priority for that heat leader, Reef Hazelwood. A smart heat there for the goofy footer out of the Sunshine Coast. He'll move on to the next round, and Owen Moss, persistent through that heat. He just didn't get the waves that really wanted to tee off on. He wasn't happy with his heat performance yesterday, but he did enough to get through and say goodbye to the South African Luke. We'll see him coming up in Bolito and stop number 3. And Mikey McDonough, you said it, from hero back down to 4th place in the round of 64. So an upset, you'd have to say.
Yeah, big upset.
This heat 3. We're going to go to a break, and don't go anywhere. We're back for heat 4 coming up shortly. Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Stoked to be back in this neck of the woods, our local spot. We didn't have to go too far. Sleeping in our beds, Richie, North Narrabeen, the home of power surfing, the birthplace of Australian surfing here on the northern beaches. We have Miguel Pupo from Brazil, Lohan Dino, Shion Crawford, the Hawaiian, and Rinta Otu from Japan. So an international affair, and this is something Narrabeen has seen for decades.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here goes Brother on his first wave. Lohan gets up nice and tight, hits that oncoming closeout section and gets buckled. So looking to bounce back after not really going too deep in the event up on the Gold Coast there. And Brother was, a little frustrated with the result. Excuse me. Clearly, wanting to make some inroads back into the Challenger Series here. And well, he's got good vibes with this event.
He does, and here he goes. He's going to stay really busy. This is, he loves Narrabeen. He was here last year, waited for finals day to support his fellow San Clementians and Cole Houshman. He was surfing on the beachy out the front, car park rights last year, pulling into those big closeouts and just relishing his time with the crew and traveling. And he's spent so long on the championship tour, just a tour veteran. He's 11 years on the CT, coming out of San Clemente, and safe to say Dino Andino would have probably surfed here back in his day in the late 80s, early 90s. And the Andino name synonymous with professional surfing, but Kolohe really the main support network and the mechanism for a lot of those surfers coming out of Trestles in particular, and an elder statesman and mentor to those surfers now. Yeah, absolutely. He's sort of taken that role with a vengeance, and why wouldn't he? There's so much talent coming out of that area, and if you can have some sort of an influence or that mentor role, that's fulfilling in itself. Brother putting a lot back into the community and really, paving the way, I guess, for a lot of the surfers coming out from Southern California. Yeah, and progressive in nature with his surfing. He's one of the first Californians to really, apart from, I guess you could say, we'll get back to that in a second. This is Rinta, coming from Japan, qualified third on the regional QS. He had a great run, a super competitive region over there. A majority beach breaks, so they do have a couple of reefs there with Taiwan, and they even had the wave pool in Korea. And they have, of course, Cloud9 on their regional QS. So no easy feat to get the win. We saw in that last heat, in the heat before last, Kian Martin, who surfs out of Indonesia for the Swedish flag, and he's a progressive surfer as well. So you got guys over there who can really dissect those small beach breaks almost like no one else, but they've got the air game as well, Rich. Yeah, they certainly do. And wow, you think about all the waves around that region, there is just so many different types of waves to tap into. Yeah, Japan, not a bad place to be based when you're traveling around the Asia region. Just think of accessing Indonesia, Philippines, and all the atolls around there. Just a couple of hours of a plane ride away, so be a lot of Japanese tuning in right now, supporting Otsu, and Hiroto Ohara, his fellow countryman, had a great heat yesterday. He'll be coming up later on, and this is Brother, live action, slices the lip, carrying momentum in his next turn. Carving turn there, and gets a nice completion, and just about rides out of the whitewash, but not really a section of consequence anyway towards the end of that one, Rich. Yeah, a couple of sparky little turns, though, to start off there for Brother. I like it. He's looking good. Nice and fast and agile. So watch the replay here. Nice and composed first snap. It's a little hint of tail release. The second one drives through it a little better. And the third one gets a little bit hung up. But, these conditions, you could say, are pretty similar to, say, T Street on any given day, really. So, Brother, really in tune with these type of waves. You can see there just on that second turn how he pushed hard through the back half of that turn and really accelerated out of it. And Miggy on the replay. So Miguel Pupo finding one deep. Of course, on the forehand here, beautiful fin drift to finish off. So by far the best wave of the heat so far. And then this is a replay of Shion Crawford
Streaking down the line, building for speed, looking for something. Takes to the air. Goes for the backhand spin, but loses it.
Xion put on a great performance at the World Juniors, 19 years of age, coming out of Haleiwa. On his backside here, we saw him on the Gold Coast, and we've seen him surf on reefs, and he's fantastic in the tube as well. But a good test to see these surfers on the Challenger Series. We have a great array of waves for these surfers to choose from throughout the year. Narrabeen, predominantly a left-hander, which is what we've got on offer today, but of course we have car park rides down there, down the beach too. But if it's anything like last year, the surfers really have to adapt to the varying conditions throughout the day and throughout the event period. It's the former under-18 US champion. And he's a big fella at 6'3", so he'll be looking to find some open face, and if he can capitalise on one of those end sections, you know it's going to be major. Surfers of that calibre, thinking like Geordie Smith, for example, Freddie Marias as well, when those guys can converge and use their power, match power with power, it's going to be some big scores. The scores are in. Kolohe out to an early lead of 3.53 and a 3.83 for his first two waves. So Miguel Pupo, the tour veteran, 6.5 on his opener, so that was well awarded. So he's got the highest one of the exchange so far, and marginal scores there for Xion and Rinta, approaching the 20-minute mark. North Narrabeen, it is drawing a lot of similarities to California right now. That morning offshore, not a lot of wind this morning, a little bit of that June gloom, or a little bit of that grey that is so often present in California up until mid-morning.
Yeah, that marine layup just gives the water that grey sort of appearance. Yeah, very similar conditions here, but good conditions this morning. Nice offshore wind. Plenty of contestable waves out here. We're going to have a couple of days of really fun waves. I dare say we'll be checking early morning action, but the way the charts are shaping up, I feel like we're going to have a couple of run days all the way through here.
See some convergence here at the peaks, a bit of south and east swell mixed in. We're coming up right on the high tide, which might be what we're seeing right now. We've seen a lot of waves surfed throughout the morning, and typically on a higher tide in Sydney, you'll actually see a lull. You'll see a break in the waves, and it'll take about 10 minutes for them to reconvene, and there'll still be waves underneath, but it's very typical for the east coast of Australia to suffer that the top of the tide or the bottom of the tide, where you get a transition period. Your local spot, North Stain, does go through the same, and it'll start to drop out again, and some peaks will pop up, and then it'll go straight again.
Yeah, the tide's a weird thing. Top of the tide, bottom of the tide, the ocean just gets a little moody, has to reset itself. But as a surfer, you need to be totally in tune with it.
Looking over North Narrabeen Point, there's a slabby left. It's seldom surfed though. It breaks in similar conditions to the alley, so often when it's pumping where the surfers are right now, you will see some waves off that ledge. There's a lot of similar waves like that in Sydney as well. When you think back from Cronulla all the way to Palm Beach, there's lots of little slabs and rock shelves, and if you poke up to if you go to any of those beaches and a little bit of east or southeast swell and look around those little headlands, you'll probably be able to surf one to yourself at times too.
Yeah, absolutely. Can go explore on the northern beaches, still find uncrowded waves at times.
Yes, obviously when it is cooking and there's a big groundswell, you do have your local contingent who jump on it, but there's moments still in between. There's 21 beaches to choose from and lots of options, and here we go. This is Rinta. Deep bottom turn and a nice Rio there, and he lines up the bottom for a second slash and goes straight into the lip line and unable to complete that. Some great signs early on in that ride. It goes down in the final turn.
That was a great wave, but unfortunately, Rinta not able to extract all the points that were on offer. And that's really what you want to do. A wave like this, you want to be walking away with an excellent score. The first turn was good, deep bottom turn on the second, up into the snap, but falters on that third hit. Unfortunately, points gone begging, and that was a real opportunity to stamp some authority to this heat, stay on pace with Miguel Pupo, who's up and riding again, live action.
And Miguel working this one through. This one's tapering off to the inside. He's him hunting and just pumping down the line, and decides to pull out of that one, not giving him what he wanted. We're going to go down to Laura and speak to Reef Hazelwood on the glass.
Yes, guys. Well, Reef, that was a close heat. You got the job done. I saw you down on the beach for quite some time, downloading with Bottle. What were you guys talking about? Tell us.
Well, yeah, there was definitely a couple of mistakes I made, and still got the win, so stoked on that. But yeah, just debriefing those couple of mistakes. Obviously want to be cutting those out. There was definitely a couple deeper waves that I could have been on, just building scores that I missed, and then there was a point where I might have dropped in on Mikey, which the judges didn't deem it a interference, so I'm stoked on that, but it kind of rattled me a little bit, so just yeah, talk that one out as well.
And you know, when moments like that happen in the heat, how do you reset? You just try to, how do you do it?
Yeah, definitely. I was thinking that the whole time out there. I was like, okay, reset, and it was like, all right, like just kind of going, okay, like feel it, and then be like, all right, well, I need to move on to the next thing, and just thinking about the wave that I wanted to be catching next, and so yeah, it was just thinking about that wave profile that I wanted to be catching.
Yeah, and you went out in this round up on the Gold Coast, so obviously wanting to bank something here. Obviously, you know, how do you bring yourself down here and keep the ball rolling? Yeah, for sure. I was feeling good up at Snapper, but just couldn't find the waves, and really slow heats, and you know, almost a bit slow again here, but it's a left, so always just frothing. So yeah, I actually came down really early after the loss up there, and just was like, all right, let me just get comfortable on the bank and try and find that rhythm that I didn't have up there. So yeah, keeping the ball rolling with that, and it's feeling good. Epic. Well, we'll see you into the next round. Thanks heaps, Laura.
Thanks, Laura, and good to hear from the elated Reef McIntosh, and I should say Hazelwood, and Rinter, 2 waves in that last exchange, going down on both and unable to get the completions. And rapid fire there from Shion. Here he is working through. Nice Frenchy fan spray there and throwing his body into that one and another one. He's looking activated. It's taken him 15 minutes to get there. Yeah. But finally, we see a completed wave there from Shion.
Yeah, it was a good wave. It was exciting to watch. Kept us guessing with each and every turn. Let's have a look at it. This one ran down the line beautifully. Tags that first one. Gets into the bottom turn. Little caught on the second, but cleans it up there. Gets a real extended tail release. Pops the tail again on the fourth one. So, you know, it showed great variety between each one of the manoeuvres, but there was a speed element to that wave that I really liked.
Yeah, at the first turn, it wasn't just a speed mover down the line. He went up, committed to the lip line, was able to come down and generate speed. Very Andy-esque as well, where he turns a speed line into actually a functional maneuver. We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break. We don't go anywhere. We're going to come back for the second half of this heat very shortly.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGland, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. by Bond University. Not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by NRMA Parks and Resorts, the official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Sandstone cliffs, white sand beaches, and rock pools, synonymous with Sydney's northern beaches. What do you feel when you come home?
There's 14 of those rock pools, going from Shelley Beach all the way up to Palmy. And then once you skip over to the ocean side, there's a couple more there. There's one at Fairlight, and there's a sort of a man-made netted pool. So it's 16 in total, and I've swum a lot of them.
Yep, I think we all have. And this is the break, Rinter onto just a two-turn combo there. In the foam, just nice to get the completion. And we saw Miguel Pupo, nice power carve there. And wow, what'd you make of that one, Rich?
Wow, I loved it. Great two-turn combination, solid as a rock from Miguel Pupo. Just so much experience, and obviously, you know, the spotlight was on Samuel up on the Gold Coast. Stand out for the entire event. Just got pipped at the post by Mikey Madonna, but yeah, you know, Miguel, he's just been so stylish. He's been a stalwart on the championship tour for so many years. You know, on and off a couple of times, but you know, he is just one of the most graceful and aesthetically pleasing surfers to watch. And just picking off 2 gems here, so he's going to be solid out in front once this score drops into place, and I feel like it's going to be a battle for second after this.
And we talked about Dino Andino, Chloe's father, but Wagner, former pro surfer himself, the father of Miguel and Samuel, and these guys are second-generation surfers, and you can really see the passion he wears on the heart of his sleeve, Miguel. And this is Shion Crawford from Haleiwa, Hawaii, back down into 4th position here, and he gets a strong turn there and a fan of spray, and looking forward to an end section, a nice flow, and he gets a nice, solid completion there and rides out cleanly, searching for a 279. That's long gone.
That is long gone, and is he the tallest in the field, you reckon? At 6'3", it'd have to be,
yeah,
I think. But he doesn't surf tall, which is a really special thing to be able to do when you stand at 6'2" or 3". So we sort of crouch down. He's got a beautiful style and connects beautifully with that final finishing turn.
They're light on his feet for a bigger surfer, and it's a testament to the way that he can work his equipment. He's riding Carl Shaper surfboards out of Hawaii, and it's like a good relationship he's got between his surfboards and his body mechanics. And a 6'33" for Pupo, and here he's up and going again, looking to drop that 6'33" now. His power gouge to start setting up this end section. It's got something here. Goes to the air and slides out, but that's not going to eclipse his 6'33". But the judges this morning, they've really highlighted a few key areas, Rich.
Yeah, they have, mate. You know, there's a few standards that get sent out that you'll see in the judging criteria, but specifically for Narrabeen, they've said as a sub-note, massive airs, single powerful turns and progressive manoeuvres performed in critical sections will be well rewarded. Commitment and degree of difficulty of the combination of major manoeuvres. So again, the combos, the big turns, they sort of emphasize that ability to show progression and innovation. So when we talk about that, we talk about the innovative sort of airs and, you know, big progressive blow tails, stuff that is really critical. Obviously that variety as well, that's what they're after. Ability to attack the lip line. So, you know, these sub-notes go all the way down. It's all these things that the judges are looking for.
And yeah, that can change as well. If there's more barrels on offer, you might see that in the criteria, like at the Gold Coast or Margaret River. And here we go, Crawford back up again and goes vert on that foam climb. Comes around the bowl here, frees the fins, and that one lacked a bit of power in the end, so he just kicked out. With 8 minutes to go, he's back up into second now with a 4.23 on his wave before last. And Pupo holding first place. Surfer in red out of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Looking really good, looking strong, fast, fluid. This is a replay of Crawford's last.
Yeah, so Shion finds another little peaky left here. Tags that first section, nice pivot off the top, but just blows the tail a little too hard. Big shout out to Carl Sharper, who's obviously watching. And Carl and I had a great relationship. He used to make my boards when I was in Hawaii. Sort of, I guess, for the 10, 12 years that I was competing there. And, well, he produced the goods. A couple of big wins on his boards, which was really cool.
Haleiwa being one of them as well, Rich, and get back to that. And this is Ottu now freeing the fins there. A little slide again, and nice fan spray that gets low, projects into that turn. And this one, 5 turns on that one. There had no single major maneuver on those critical sections the judges want to see emphasised, but great surfing. Searching for a marginal score of a 3.3. That's going to be right there, Rich, and some.
Yeah, it's going to be right there. It's looking like the number. And he's, Rinter, he's starting to build. He's trying to force his way back into this heat with repetition. Just figuring that, you know, keep going, keep finding these waves, keep having a crack at it, and the flow will come. Let's check the replay here. Drives around this first section. Really vertical on that first hit. A little slide on the second. And then this wave offers more down the line, so he gets some great work done. Multiple turns, all done with a lot of speed and flow.
Yeah, that Xanadu looking great under his feet. Sent him on Luke Short designs in the past as well. And Rinter using his body to his advantage, springing through those turns and in the break. This is Brother.
Yeah, I was about to say, we haven't seen much from Brother in the last 10 minutes, but now he's starting to come alive here in the closing moments of this heat. So that's exactly what Brother needed at this point in the heat to get right back into it. Miguel way out in front at the moment with a healthy heat total above 12. And Xion, he's been dropping some good numbers as well, but Rinto, he's got that 5.5, so the second, you know, you take away Miggy's 2 6s, and that's the second highest, or the third highest score of the event.
Yeah, Crawford's actually in second, but a pair of 4s.
Not safe.
No, not safe at all, because got a field Kolohe only needing a 4.97. That was a pretty cool combo there.
Well, we know Kolohe is so capable in the air, man. He's got one of the most rock-solid air games, you know, forehand or backhand.
Oh, his power surfing in the last 5 years has come right through, but this is Rinter. It's right there, the score. He gets the score, gets enough. The Japanese surfer moves up into second, 5 minutes remaining. So it's Miguel Pupo holding the lead from Rinter, Ottu. Now, Xion, Crawford down into third, needing a 4.81, and Kolohe and Dino with a score still to drop. This could change things. Once again, a lot of waves, a flurry of action throughout the heat. Rich, now that tide's turned, but priority, it's going to be very important as we see Crawford pulling the trigger. Now needing a score. Long float there. The drama, fortunately not able to get a second turn, so
he was hunting it, wasn't he? You could see him. He was trying to get on the, really good floater.
He knows it wasn't enough though.
Yeah, he wanted to get back up there and just didn't have enough space to do it.
Crawford will make his way out, still plenty of time to build on that total, but fourth in priority. He'll drift away from his competitors. We'll keep an eye on that. You see him to the right of the screen there, just trying to distance himself from the replay.
Yeah, just streaking down the line, getting a ton of speed. Lip line floater drops down. You can see he was eyeing off that second section. But Miguel Pupo, he has been deep on this peak, right up to the northern end. You can see that wave just breaking inside of him there. So I like that strategy to go right up into the corner at this point. The waves tend to have a bit more of a taper from up high on the bank. He's found a couple of gems. He'll be feeling confident with a couple of 6s in his scoreline.
And because of that separation, I mean, he's made his way to the north. He's moving back over to sit on his competitors right now. He's going to try and get that best wave and holding priority, but he lets this one go. This is Rinter. This one's hollow, drops out. He sneaks under the lid and unable to ride out of that one.
So Brother dropped a 4.10, and that's put him in striking distance now, only needing a 4.28. Just under 3 minutes to go now, so sort of desperate times here.
Yeah, he got the score, but Rinter's score dropped as well, which pushed the requirement out a little bit more. So needing a 4.28 for Clohan Dino and his heat leader, Miguel Pupo. Nice turn there to get things started. Goes for the float. And that wave not offering anything more, but nice clean surfing. And his brother down there on the beach, board caddy, and they coach each other. It's Samuel Pupo, second on the Challenger Series. Won Gold Coast last year.
You can see the other competitors heading up to the northern end now. This was the wave for Rinter. Just couldn't quite get that rail set. And then Miguel Pupo just unchallenged for waves and getting the space to get these manoeuvres done. Nice projection floater. So two-turn combination, live action of brother here. We see him finishing off a wave. So let's see what happened there. He seems pretty stoked with it.
Yeah, it's not often you see Kolohe clasp his hands together and give it a bit of a claim. So he did get a float done on the outside, and this is a replay.
Streaking down the line here, big projection floater, comes round the section, tags it. Nice carve to finish off, but you'd have to think it feels like that 4.28.
It does. It feels like it. There was some drama on that floater, and it was a cool end turn as well. It was a bigger wave, and when we say bigger, it's not the size of the wave necessarily, but it's the critical nature of the wave, the power that it brings, and it's enough. He goes to second, so needing a score. This is Rinter right now, chasing a 5-1-0. He goes vert onto this one. It's a nice two-turn combo.
Wow.
And, that's definitely going to eclipse the 3.87, I feel, but will it be enough to get a 5-1-0? I'm not sure, Rich.
Well, it was two clean turns. He didn't cover as much ground as Kolohe did, and I'm starting to think back to his other waves. He's already got that 5.5, which was his opening ride. And that feels like it was about 2 hours ago. This heat has had so much action. So the first hit was a bit of a check turn. It wasn't a complete, nice direction change. But the second turn, the final one, was a good hit.
20 seconds remaining. Shion Crawford, the Hawaiian, needing a 6.03 down into fourth, but he does have priority, and we've seen a lot of buzzer beaters at this event so far. The clean North Narrabeen peaks, is it going to offer something up for him? It's not looking like it as Kolohe waits for the score. And it's enough. It's a 5.5. This is a ride as well that he got on the replay.
Yeah, so a sneaky little air reverse. Still waiting on scores for Rinter. And another score for Kolohe, that forehand air reverse. That only comes in as a 3.8.
And it's not enough.
And you can see, look at the passion here, mate. This is, this shows you that Kolohe Andino, he's not done yet, man. No. He's got more business to do. And what a great result. A frustrating result up on the Gold Coast for brother. And you can tell this is just a little step in the right direction for him.
So he just gets the score, 5-1-0 and a 4.77 for Rinter, but it's Miguel Pupo, the veteran, moving on through with the other veteran, Kolohe Andino, the CT regulars. We'll be seeing them coming up round of 32. Don't go anywhere. Ronnie Blakey, Jesse Starling coming back for Heat 5.
The Northern Beaches is just extraordinary. It is a stunning place to come to. Every corner there's something new to discover. We call it bush to beach because there is just so much here. We're surrounded by national parks as well.
We have a real long history of surfing with many world champions that come out of the Northern Beaches. Tom Carroll, Damien Hardman, Barton Lynch, Lane Beachley. We've got 21 beaches, from advanced right through to beginners. You come to Northern Beaches, you can catch a wave.
It's like you've stepped out of watching something on TV and you're actually here living it.
The Northern Beaches Council, a major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Appreciate their support. And we're appreciating the performances of these campaigners in the second round, the seeded round. The big dogs are out there today as we get stuck into this round of 64, Heat 5, about to unfold out there in the lineup. Ronnie Blakey joined by a local in Jess Starling, a former CT competitor who knows this game very well in Felicity Parmentier, and we're loving the performances we're seeing. We just saw Kaloa Andino, clutch move from him in that last heat. He looked emotional when he got the score he needed.
Yeah, he did, and for good reason, I think. He's been battling away the last couple of years and trying to find his feet, and obviously this means a lot, and making it through this seeded round, that's a big deal. And I'm looking forward to seeing him in that next round as we see Miguel just making his way up the beach there. Happy chap.
The Pupo brothers. Yeah, Miguel put it together beautifully there. And Miguel also after a big result. After not doing too well up there at stop number 1, but a great lineup of surfers out there in the water at the moment. Edgar Gregia, the Brazilian, a veteran. He's going to be out there. He's had a few runs at this Challenger Series. He's had some big moments too. Dropped some huge scores. He's a great aerialist. Let's hope that he finds a big ramp to launch for us. He's out there in the white jersey. Robert Grillo getting his first full run at the Challenger Series schedule, the Hawaiian. He's out there in the green. Dimitri Poulos of the United States is out there in the blue. And Frederico Moraes, who's just been bumped off the CT after that 5th stop, is out there in the red. But some waves from the opening minutes here, Jess.
Yeah, this is Dimitri. He is actually one of my more favourite surfers. I find his surfing really nice to watch. And Edgar, he is just so electric as soon as he gets to his feet. He's really sparky. And I feel like he just loves the challenge of these 4-man heats too. He's loving his first wave, gave us a little claim, and, you know, we talked about that earlier. They're going to see people really put their heart and soul into 4 5-point rides. But waves look so fun. Conditions are so clean. I actually just spent the last hour sitting on the beach just watching the surfing anyway. It was
mind surfing.
Oh, it just looks so fun.
Yeah, the cool thing about Narrabeen is that, you know, it's got a few different sections. Obviously, these guys kind of focused on those alley lefts today, but, you know, typically if you're free surfing here, you've got alley rights. Sometimes you got the point there that comes to life. But car park rights has plenty of waves at the moment, and there's a bunch of competitors that have upcoming heats down there just getting comfortable and getting a couple of little barrels as well.
Yeah, that's definitely the free surf bank down there today. I was eyeing that off. I was like, oh my gosh, it looks really fun. Just really clean, bowly right-handers, a few barrels, like you said, Ronnie, but yeah, it could be a commentator's worst nightmare looking down there, just going, wow, that looks so fun. Even further down, there's Emerald Street rights, and they looked really fun as well. So really, really dreamy conditions here, but these guys going for the lefts.
Here goes Gregia again. He had a 5.17 on his first wave. Busy start for the 27-year-old from Sao Paulo. A little town called Santos. And I mentioned he's been at the Challenger Series for some time. He's had some pretty strong finishes too. Finished 44th last year. His best finish was 2022, where he jumped all the way up to 21st position. When you look at his best results, he's had 5 9th place finishes. He's never cracked the quarterfinals of a Challenger Series event, but I really feel like he's got the kind of surfing that could do it. So we'll see how he fares. He snuck into the Challenger Series again, qualifying in 7th position through the South America region. But it is a deep field over there, especially the Brazilians in that area. I mean, I'm sure you could pull from the top 20 there, and you've got a number of surfers that could go a long way in these draws.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The depth of talent between each regional series is out of this world.
Frederico Marias up at the moment. Freddie's got positive memories from competing here at Narrabeen 2021. Had one of his better finishes in a CT in the contest that year. But he's surfed his way to the final of Championship Tour events before.
Yeah, this wave was nice here from Freddie. He's spent a lot of time at this wave, like you said, Ron, and he's traveling with a really cool crew. A lot of the competitors coming from Portugal, they're traveling like a family, and it's really cool to see. And he's kind of taking on that ringleader role, giving advice back to those coming through. I know he spends a lot of time with Francisca Vaselco, or Kika, and yes, she's really grateful for the support. He's kind of like the Kolohe for Portugal.
Yeah, this is true. I see that for sure.
Something standing up on the outside here, and we're going to see a move from the man in blue, Dimitri. Great style, really stocky, powerful unit. Smashes his way through that foam there. Just on 22 minutes to go. We'll see a replay of that wave shortly, but right now let's hear from the winner of the last heat with Laura.
Yes, Miggy. Way to start the heat. Off to a 6-5, got the ball rolling. And how good is it to be surfing lefts?
Yeah, I was trying to come down, because it's been a long time since the last left I surfed in the comp. So yeah, just happy to go left, got 2 scores and kind of went quiet after that, but I'm happy with the win for sure.
And coming off the Gold Coast, not the result you would have wanted up there, but you got to, cheer on Sammy into the final. Does that just, fill you with confidence and drive you into this next event?
Definitely, hanging out with Sammy and all the Brazilians, you get some energy from them, the young Groms too, and yeah, just happy to be here. I wish Sammy went back-to-back on that one, but he was surfing really well. For me, he was the best surfer of the event by far, and yeah, I started off really well, and now I guess it's my time.
And you've been on the road for a long time, so much time away from family. Anything you want to say to your family and friends at home?
Valeu, galera. Faz muito tempo, é isso.
Thank you. Into the next round, Maggie.
Well done, Miguel Pupo. I mean, the surfing, warrants a big fan base, but that guy is just always with a big smile on his face. Him and his brother are welcome everywhere they go. They're just so respectful, so happy, such good company. And yeah, Miggy Pupo on a mission here because it's been a long stint away from his family, his 3 daughters. And he wants to really make that time away count with a big finish here at Narrabeen. He's off to a fantastic start with a healthy heat score total. Scores starting to come through from the opening stages of Heat 5. And it is Edgard taking the early lead. Backed up the 5.17 with the 3.67. Second place, Dimitri. Saw some of that powerful backhand work from him for a 4.6. But early stages here.
Yeah, Dimitri coming into this season a little bit different. He doesn't have a major sponsor sticker on his board anymore. So potentially adding a bit more pressure to him to make heats, to make sure he is making money so that he can get to the next event. Prize money is going to become important when you don't have someone who's feeding you and your career and really supporting you. So I think he's probably surfing maybe a bit more for himself this year rather than his brands, and putting his heart on the line more.
All the crew, this is one thing I love about that crew from Ventura, is they're all so core. These are guys that really just are in it for the love. They have a particular brand of surfing. You can see it in the way Dimitri surfs his heats. He doesn't sacrifice style, doesn't compromise his approach for the criteria. He just does his surfing, take it or leave it. And I think not having that major backing might spur him onto a pretty big finish here. He'll have a lot of support from that region. But here's a regional wild card on the CS ranks in 2023, got all the way to 22nd position. And in Portugal, Irasira got himself a semi-final finish. So, yeah, he's a force. Look forward to seeing how he performs. Just over 18 minutes to go here. And already North Narrabeen's given us a couple of great moments over the mornings in particular. But this little bump in the swell is very welcome.
Oh, so welcomed. I was pretty surprised, but this morning when I rocked up and I saw that it was actually, I think it's bigger than yesterday, right? And you were saying that it's because there's a bit more east in the swell, so I'm assuming that it hits here a little bit better, right? And
yeah, Narrabeen typically loves a northeast swell. When we see the swell come in from that northeast angle, it's actually dreamy how incredible these lefts get. You're taking off on the alley rights to go left, and you're pulling off down in front of car parks. And there was a week before the Narrabeen CT a few years ago, and that's the best I've ever surfed Narrabeen. It was 6 to 8 turn lefts, about 4 to 6 foot. I was surfing with some of my idols, Sage Eriksson, Nikki Van Dyke was out there too, and it was just one of those days where you have a muesli bar and bottle of water on the beach and you don't come in all day.
Well, here goes Edgar Gregia again, trying to get rid of a 3.67 now. And he's just finding these nice, powerful combinations, building on his numbers. And that should dump his second best score and replace it with something healthier to extend this lead.
yeah, everyone's just a bit of a tradesman-like approach this morning, just going to work and getting the job done. Nothing extremely exciting yet, but everyone's just trying to get a score on the board. I mean, it's good surfing, 2-turn combo here. I mean, that you know, actually on review, probably my favourite wave of the heat so far. Just 2 well-timed turns, and yeah, he's liking it as well. Going to definitely drop that 3.67, so nothing major yet, and it's still wide open. I mean, this is anyone's game right now. Just going to take someone just getting that slightly bigger, better quality wave, and just being a bit more critical, and they're going to be able to put some separation on the board here.
It's fun when someone's, you know, got that measured approach, and it's the smart approach. It's the high percentage play. You're going for moves that you know you're going to stick. Here we go, Dimitri. Oh, he gives it a bit on that one. Swings that tail around. But when you see surfers, you know, executing moves that they, you know, 100% they're going to stick them. You know, they're not going to break into that excellent range. And that leaves the door open for someone back in 4th place or 3rd position to sort of blow them out of the water with something that we don't see coming and get into that excellent range and leapfrog their way into the lead. But, you know, Edgard's got those kind of moves, and at the moment, he's just building that foundation, getting some decent scores on the board, and then he can really start to throw some risk at us.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we spoke about this earlier, that technique of building a house. You know, he's, like you said, he's a tradesman, he's going to work, he's putting the foundations in right now, and then hopefully he's going to lift his game soon because, I mean, he's in the lead with that type of surfing right now. There's a 5.6 and a 5.17, but when you've got names like Federico Marai, it's not very safe to have those kind of scores.
No, and here goes Freddie now, but he stuffs the nose in and goes down. No, it's interesting too. It kind of reminds me of the 3 Little Pigs. You know, you can build a house, but the houses are all built out of different materials. And right now, Edgard's in a straw house.
Yeah, huff and a puff and I'll blow your house down.
Exactly. That's there's a wolf out there somewhere. But it is true, you know, a house of brick is hard to knock over. I'd say that's sort of built on 6s and 7s.
Yeah.
And then you've got your full-blown bunker, which is built on excellent numbers. Yeah, it's a house of straw is those mid-range 5s because they don't have those big, exciting, exceptional turns just yet. It's just good surfing. It's not very good or excellent.
It's your bread and butter. That's what you go to just get that solid foundation. And at this point in the heat, it's smart. You know, this is the kind of surfing you're going to go to. First really well-timed turn there for Fred, and then just falling on the second one. I mean, for me, that's bread and butter. I mean, they're the turns you're doing in your sleep. You do them every day, and you're not falling on that sort of surfing. This stage in the heat, that's okay, but, like, moving into this back half, I mean, this is when Edgard, he's going to want to improve on those 2 numbers. You're thinking if he's taking off, he's bettering either one of those 5s.
Definitely, though. Fred would have loved to have converted that wave at this point, though, because with a mid-range 3 is his best number. He's got work to do here. 14 minutes remaining, and we've got the Brazilian out in front at this stage. Couple of mid-range 5s for him, and we'll see if he can hang on to this lead as we take a Bonsoy brew break.
name is Matt Chinosky, also known as the Waxhead. Called me that because I knew nothing else but surfing. It's all I did when I was a kid, and it's still pretty much all I do as an adult as well. Classic cars were always a part of my interest growing up, restoring them with my dad, bringing those classics back to life. One of my favourite parts of the Northern Beaches here in New South Wales is it's got that diversity of the landscape. You have some untouched natural beauty mixed with all the enjoyable parts of living in a city. Aside from surfing, there's amazing restaurants, great coffee culture. Every time that I'm away, I come back, something new's here, whether it's a wine bar, a brewery. Northern Beaches get pretty cool. So lucky to call this place home, grow up here, and I'll keep coming back for the rest of my life.
Welcome back to the show. There is just on 11 minutes remaining here in heat number 5. And the Brazilian hanging on to the lead at the moment after a positive start, putting a couple of 5-point rides up, and no one else has matched him. He's got the 2 best numbers of the heat. Dmitry Pulov's hanging on the 2nd spot. Federico Moraes, with all that CT experience, has failed to put up a decent score just yet. Oh, awkward fall there from Fred. I will say, we always talk about Freddie Moraes, his unbelievable forehand, that big hack in particular, but he's got an amazing backhand approach, but it just hasn't come together for him in this heat.
Yeah, he's got a great, but I always forget how good his backhand is because there's just not that many. In the first chunk of the year, first half of the year on the CT, you're not seeing the surfers go left that often. But yeah, he's had a couple of uncharacteristic falls. I think even we go back to that left, that 2-turn combo, he fell on that last turn. I feel like that was a critical moment in the heat. He sort of needed to make that to sort of break through. As we see Robert getting underway here on the backhand, just that wave quality sort of letting him down, and then Edgard.
Yeah, he gets... Oh, that looked good at the start, but then, yeah, kind of just had an awkward fall like we saw with Federico here on this wave.
Yeah, this was awkward, wasn't it?
Yeah, it started off so well. I love when they read Narrabeen lefts like that, but yeah, it just didn't really work out for him. And then Dimitri, he's really powerful. I love his forehand. I especially love watching him at snapper, actually. He's one of the standouts for me in the free surfs, but that wave was just really funky for him. But yeah, nothing crazy right now. But Robert, you know, he's another one of those surfers. He doesn't have any major sponsors. I actually don't think he had any stickers on his board. I was having a look yesterday, but he's one of those guys. He's a 4-time Hawaiian champion, but trying to crack a Challenger Series here, especially a new wave like Narrabeen. This is his first time ever being here. It can be a little bit daunting, but he was just so ecstatic just to be competing on a field like this.
For sure. Well, it's like you said, first run as a full-time campaigner on the Challengers this year. Had only ever had one showing in a Challenger Series event, but yesterday got his first Challenger Series heat win. So confidence builder for him. No doubt put a big smile on his face. And he's got work to do here, though. Both he and Federico, you know, well behind when you consider that even Dimitri with his 4.6 has a 2-point jump and a little bit more on them at this stage of the game. 8 minutes to go. And it's been interesting. There's been heats where surfers have had multiple opportunities on quality waves, but, you know, obviously a bit of a slow one here, and that can happen.
Yeah, this is definitely getting a bit slower. I mean, I even look at, you know, the last heat too, the one previous to this, that was a little bit slower too. I feel like we haven't seen as good a quality waves as what we were seeing earlier. And that, I don't know, is this got to do with the tide, Jessie?
Yeah, as the tide gets lower, it does get a little bit weird. Yeah. There's a lot more water running back up the faces as well. I mean, yesterday when we saw some of the women compete, the wind was up and it was dead low tide. And it looked fun, definitely, if you could find an open face, but there was a lot of times where it probably didn't look that fun. But in comparison to what we saw them on yesterday, I still think these guys have plenty of time and opportunity, but they're looking for those waves that are coming in a little bit straighter on from the north, because they're the ones that are going to bend back at you and allow you to get up there and do 2 really nice turns. And I feel like if you're a coach today, you're probably saying 12 points and above, minimum, you know, and I feel like that's just the standard. Yeah, it's a standard for a Challenger Series, and we haven't seen anyone crack up into that range so far. I mean, Robert's last wave, 6.33, but when you look at the scores in that last heat, Mickey Pupo won with 12.83. I'm sure if you look through the averages, they're probably all above 12.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at this wave again on the replay. This is going to get him right back in this heat. Already has seen him jump up in second, but he's a really good chance now. Maybe getting himself into the lead. He only needs a 4.44, but clutch. And, you know, even though we said conditions have slowed up, really only Robert was the one that was struggling to connect. Fred's had opportunities and fallen on 2 rides. So, you know, he'd look at those as massive errors in this one, and we'll see if he can rebound with 6 minutes to go here.
For sure. That first fall for him on that wave with the 2 turns, that was critical, because that would have got him up into probably that 5 range. He'd be looking at maybe sitting in second place. Then he fell on that one with the float as well. So been a couple of critical moments for him, but this is still wide open. Like, Fred's still sitting there only needing a 6 to advance. I mean, it's not a major score. You can do that in 1 turn today.
Well, Edgar did the work early to get himself the lead, and he's going to do so well to complete an extremely late finish on this wave. And that should be his best. I just love the way that he stuffed his board back up into that falling lip, somehow got on top of it and held on for the finish.
How? He just defied gravity right there. Most people do these first turn, right? You're going up to the lip, crack that, okay, I'm done. But he decides, nah, let's go back up there for 1 more. That was absolutely insane. Yeah, most people are just ejecting out of there, and you'll go back to the pub and talk about that 1 turn, but Edgar just absolutely threw everything at it.
Mate, that lip was more than halfway on its journey to impacting on the flats, and he somehow got up on top of it. Super impressive stuff, and expecting a really good score here. And let's see where it falls. Because Edgar, we mentioned, he'd built a house, yes, but it was a house of straw, and he did have Robert Grillo breathing down his neck after dropping a 6.33, and Dimitri was also on the comeback mission. So this is good stuff from the Brazilian.
Yeah, he's going to start making his house of bricks for sure. I liked that last wave. I was just watching it, and I thought, oh, he's done. That was a silly second turn to go for, and then next minute he's just proven us all wrong, and it was fun.
Here goes Grillo again. Hanging on to the second highest number of this heat now, after Edgar dropped the 7.5 on that last wave. And Freddie, let's see if he can stick one here. Beautiful start. He does his version of that same turn. Likes the feel of it. And with 4 minutes to go, it's, you know, unlikely that's going to be the wave that sees him up into the top 2, but he's going to chip away at this requirement and certainly give himself a shot.
Yeah, he's definitely going to do that. This is his highest score. There's no doubt about that. Let's break it down. Really clean looking wave here. Beautifully timed first turn. Sends a lot of spray. And okay, that was a super late last turn. It wasn't as dramatic as Edgard's though. That's my first impression. And then here we have Robert trying to improve on that 3-point ride. Make that job a bit harder for Dimitri and Fred. He's just trying to hang on here. So a few scores to drop, but I'd say Fred's definitely doing a good job at improving on his situation, but I think he's going to need another score.
It's so crazy to me how they're actually managing to turn their boards. They're not even up on the lip. They're halfway at the face and the wave's coming back down. And I'm going, how are you getting up there so quickly?
Yeah. It's usually a straighten out situation
in
any free surf, but this is the
severe avoidance.
Getting the credit too for the combination, as well as Fred finds some space down the line here. Needs a big turn out of this section. Does his best, but it won't be enough. Numbers still yet to drop for Frederico's last wave. 2.5 minutes to go. He's got to quickly get back out there. You'd think he'll need more, because Robert Grillo did improve his heat score, 4.07 on his last wave. And that's left Dimitri after a 5.81, and here he goes, big section. What's he going to do? Hammers it, slides the tail over the oncoming right. Great control to come out of it. I enjoyed it. Bit of flare out of the lip, but it is a big score he needs for a single turn.
Oh, flaring on the hardware, I thought that was pretty good. It was pretty well timed. Almost, you know, 5 point here. Well, let's break down Fred's first. It's a bit slower on the start of this one. He knew he had to throw everything at it. He went pretty hard on that second turn, and Here we go. Let's see this one from Dimitri. Absolute fins free there.
Yeah.
It was nice. It was well timed. I mean, we've seen single manoeuvres today fetch big scores, so I'm going to stay out of calling the score though myself.
It's tightening up, that is for sure. Freddie dropped the 6.07 on his previous wave, so good credit there for the nice combination, but still needs more after a 4.34 to get up into second position at the moment. Edgard out in front, well and truly. Dimitri, we're waiting on the number to come through for that nice backhand finner.
We saw Aidan Mazenkamp do something pretty similar in his heat this morning too. And, you know, Dimitri, all he had was one section to work with. I'm so glad he didn't try and get 2 quick taps in there. I love that he paced himself, made the most of what was coming towards him. But a 5.81 isn't a massive ask, especially with someone of Dimitri's talent. But if we're going on talent, this whole heat is incredible.
Yeah, it's getting interesting. With 45 seconds to go, this guy is looking to shut the door. Edgard doesn't complete, but it feels like he's going to be okay, and the battle for second place is on at the moment. Freddie's going to give it a nudge here, chasing a 4.34. Let's see if he can hold his nerve. Drives up into the pocket. This wave not really standing up, but Fred's going to stick with it. Just was begging for more on the inside, doing everything he can. But I think he knows that's not going to have enough impact in it and is unlikely to turn the heat as we get down to that 10-second mark. And he'd be ruining not completing a couple of rides earlier on in the heat to take the pressure off. But you've got to celebrate the fighting effort from all these competitors. This guy was just on one. Edgard started strong and really brought it home with the 7.5. We're still waiting on a score to drop for Dimitri, though, that single turn. When I think about this heat, you know, it's just a personal thing. And of all the moves executed in that heat, I'd be most stoked on the turn that Dimitri did if I was able to pull it off, just because there was that tail release and he hung those fins out to dry. But that section was almost a little disjointed too. So we'll see. We'll see what the judges think of it. And, well, they're going to agree that he put it on the line, and they're going to celebrate the fin ditch. 5.93. It sees Dimitri Poulos up in a second position ahead of Robert Grillo. And there wasn't a whole lot separating those two surfers. Just a 13th of a point in it between the two. But Edgard owned the heat. A really strong performance from him. But Dimitri's desire to ditch the fins is going to pay off here. And he's going to march through and survive a round. Looking sharp on the Timmy Patterson there. Robert Grillo and Federico Moraes will look to bounce back over in Bolito. We're going to take a quick break. More to come from the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, in just a moment.
And you can see the Brazilian boys down there, high-fiving each other.
That's all right. I'll tell it, and you can tell it.
Okay, guys, I'm down here at the GWM Activation Centre. Don't be distracted by that beautiful car behind me, because you and a mate could win the ultimate surf trip. All you have to do is come down here, have a surf on the green screen, and scan the QR code for your chance to win.
Nice new car, neighbours think you come far. Posh kids, IBs, Cutler's new deal. Hey, 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 hey. We don't need no money to show that we've done well. 'Cause we're got our freedom and that's something you can't sell.
GWM, the official automotive partner of WSL Australia, and just starting. What a prize. The ultimate adventure. Get down there on the green screen and, yeah, get creative.
Get creative. It was fun to be down there. It was a bunch of grommets. Had to battle them out to get on the green screen, but they beat me. So they were there showing how it was, and it actually makes a pretty cool little video photo. You can upload it to your Instagram.
Oh,
Get down there,
I'm
Flick.
down there. It's the only,
Some
the only
content.
freaking surf I'm going to get this week, probably. Surfing on a green screen. Heat 6, hitting the lineup now with a whole lot of talent in the mix. David Silva, Alejo Munez, CT-worthy surfers. They've been there and they've competed at that highest level, looking to get back on the championship tour. Alistair Reginato, young Australian campaigning. He's from the Sunshine Coast. He'll be in that white jersey. And a veteran campaigner on the Challenger Series and WQS, Rafael Teixeira. Let's see how he goes. He's already dropped a 4.67 for this one during the break.
Well, great surfing, and once again, super late hit there on that second turn. So good little start to the heat, and if we're just going by the last couple of heats and what the scores were and what was getting through, I mean, potentially that could be a backup right now.
Might be a keeper, yeah. I don't think so, though, with the calibre of surfers in this one. And the way Alejo surfed on the Gold Coast looked reinvigorated, looked reinvented, really powerful. I mean, the same turns, but I think he was surfing with a lot more speed and power up there. And then David Silva, for me, he's just so fun to watch. He's, you know, he can really drop some big numbers. He's got an amazing backhand. And have a look at this. Alejo grabs the rail, locks in for a pig dog, and punches his way through it. Solid stuff. North Narrabeen serving up the vision, dishing it right up to these visitors, and they're loving life.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure all the Northie boys who are sitting up on the in the Coopers area watching are probably like, oh. Yeah, that was really great. I mean, Alejo's been probably watching Car Park Right, seeing everyone get barreled, and now, yeah, Rafael, he wants a piece of it too. Oh, no.
Yeah, it doesn't quite get the finish right. Oh, bring on the replay. You know, that's the quality of this sandbar. And he just spotted it and went straight in.
Oh, wow. What a little gift. If that was on a free surf, you'd be stoked with that, wouldn't you?
You'd come in.
Oh.
Talking about that till the cows come home.
Mate, free surf, jersey on. I think you're stoked either way.
So good.
Be interesting to see where the number goes. As we see Rafael again just not failing to execute on that final section. And while there's a lot of time on the clock, you know, you want to complete those ones, give yourself a stronger position at the top of the pack out there in the lineup. Let's take a moment now to catch up with the winner of the last heat down there with Laura Enova.
Yes, down here with Edgar, absolutely incredible surfing out there today. Felicity, the commentator, was saying that everyone will be talking at the pub about that turn. Very late to the party, but just finding out that this board is your favourite.
Yeah, it's my board. It's my favorite board. It's an old board, and I just surf it on the heat. I safe it on the heat. So yeah, I feel so good. I feel confident with my board, and when we start my heat, I'm feeling a little bit nervous, but now I'm feeling so good. I was good waves, good left waves. So. And yeah, that's it. I feel confidence and I feel solid, and yeah, I feel so good.
Your surfing, you know, suits and matches these beach break conditions very well. Does it remind you a bit of home?
Yeah, I prefer beach breaks because in Brazil, they just have a beach break. So, and I feel so good about this. And the last contest in Snapper, it's pretty hard for me. I needed to train in more point break. So. But yeah, that's it. So let's go hit by hit. Feels good, and yeah, that's it.
And you're having a good time in Australia, traveling with a great crew?
Yeah, for sure. I love this place. Australia is an amazing country, so I love it. And yeah, I'm here to get a good friends, and yeah. So thank you everybody watching me in my house, and my family, and my sponsor in Brazil. Everybody, thank you so much.
Anything in Portuguese you'd like to say?
For sure, it's better. Bom, tô muito feliz. Confesso que eu fiquei um pouco nervoso ali no começo, porque não fiz um bom resultado na Gold, né? Por mais que eu tenha surfei bem lá, mas não tinha feito um bom resultado. A bateria foi difícil, né? Cada um fez um score muito bom. Sabia que eu precisava fazer algo mais sólido, né? Eu consegui colocar meus scores mais altos e, bom, tô feliz por isso. Minha prancha tá muito boa, tenho 2 guardadas ali que é só para bateria e é isso aí. Quero agradecer todo mundo que está assistindo, todo mundo que tá até tarde aí no Brasil me assistindo, me acompanhando. Agradecer Salazar Ocean, que é meu patrocinador, Silver Surf, que tá, bom, me deixando super armado para as baterias. Então é isso, estou feliz, bateria por bateria. Obrigado a todo mundo e vamos para cima.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Well done to Egard, powering into that next round as we get back out in the lineup now. Alistair Reginardo ditches the fins and just can't stay planted. Scores in for Alejo's Tube Ride, a 4. I mean, you take the vision, you want some more points with it, but it's not a bad start. Maintaining pace with Raphael. Here's the replay of Alistair. What goes wrong on this last section?
Yeah, this was just heartbreak for Alistair. That's definitely a score gone begging, in my opinion. That was a really beautiful looking wave. Great start to it, but just pushes too hard, I feel like, too late. But I love the fact that he's putting 110% on the line, because I feel like you can't leave anything in the tank in these heats.
Talking about it at the pub. Edgard's turn, Laura said.
No.
Is that the Sands Hotel?
No, the thing is the like super late turn. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
you do that in a free surf as an everyday punter.
Yep.
Mate, you're going back to the pub and you're never going to stop talking about that.
The pub down there, the Sands, is iconic. It used to be the Royal Antler Hotel. Used to have a lot of live music back in the day. In Excess took the stage there.
Spent a bit of time there, Ron Dog.
Midnight Oil. I wasn't around when those guys were teenagers playing there, but a lot of Australia's best bands, Rose Tattoo, Celibate Rifles, the
beautiful.
Angels, Party Boys, all played down there at the Royal Antler. Now the Sands, they still get live music down there occasionally. It's a great place to flex your arm and tip one back. 19 and a half minutes remaining here. And we're yet to see David Silver spring to life in this heat. But he's a mad dog campaigner when he gets back to the Challenger Series. He's done a good job of getting himself back onto the CT in the past. Just a block of a human, so stocky, really strong, and typically, you know, leans into his backhand for his best finishes, but he's got some spark on the front side as well.
Yeah, I was literally just about to say that. I think I'm excited to see him at Narrabeen now. I mean, his backhand is definitely his strength, there's no doubt about that. Last year I watched him at the Iracira during the Portugal Challenger Series event, and yeah, he had one of his best finishes there. I mean, amazing, just surfing on his backhand there, so strong. So it's going to be good to watch him on the forehand here. So, I mean, he hasn't got a wave yet, though, and quite a bit of time's ticking away. But good news is there's still such small scores on the board. It's wide open this heat.
Yeah, he's just such a force too. Qualifying series, Challenger Series, always gets himself big results. Has won most of the major qualifying and Challenger events or venues around the world. He's got a lot of feathers in his cap. A big victory here on the Northern Beaches back in 2018. Loves competing here. But yeah, when you look at the schedule, he's had some success and chased down big results at many of the venues, as I said. And looking at the 6 stops on the tour, you can see surfing's well suited to all of them.
All of them are mainly rights.
Taking out Polito, though,
Yeah.
he'll be super comfortable in Brazil. The backhand worked well on the Gold Coast. So he's just one of those guys that I just kind of put a circle around and went, yeah, he'll be back on the CT. So there's one of the 10 spots gone.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, his surfing suits the Challenger Series. It obviously suits the CT too, but I feel like he's just got a really good competitive head on him as well. This is his first wave.
Draws off the bottom, rips into that first turn, moves a lot of water up over the pocket again. Nice combination here, just gets a little stuck on that last turn, but makes up for it with a strong finish. The old 1-2 at the end of the ride is going to help him get the jump on his opponents here. He's going to win this opening exchange, and his patience is going to be paid off.
Whenever I'm struggling to find 2 turns out there, he just did a good job at finding a wave with about 5 turns. I was impressed with that. That one just gift that kept on giving. But yeah, good start. He waited a while for it, almost 15 minutes, so he's going to get a score on the board here. And let's have a look here at Raphael. Fin throw there. This wave already starting to taper off. Getting a little bit slower here, so he's out of there.
Yeah, 31 years of age, Raphael, so he's seen a bit, and he's seen plenty of surfing like this, having obviously competed on that really grueling regional tour. But David Silva, he blitzed this ride. I mean, he's definitely got more to give too, but, you know, moved a lot of water.
I was just thinking that he pushes so much spray off the back of his turns, but yeah, he found one of those ones that just didn't have that mix of the east and south, and it was east, maybe even a little lucky dip of north in there too, because that was one of those waves that if you can find that in a heat, you'd have to think that that's a keeper, and it came in at a 5.33 immediately in second place.
Yeah, the judges too, you know, on the tin can with the string, almost sending the message out to David Silva there. You know, you can't just pivot off your tail and throw some spray up and fetch yourself a score in the very good to excellent range. He did a lot of work on that wave, but they weren't moves where he was driving through the board or engaging the rail.
Yeah, I almost wonder on the third turn if he didn't, he pulled that turn so he could go down the line. I almost wonder if he would have actually pivoted right the way through that and properly finished it. Just 3 big strong turns would have been better than the other couple of bonus ones he got down the line.
Look at this thing for Alejo, already been pitted in this heat, and this wave's going to give him the opportunity to get on the attack. Got a nice flow going, did well to keep the nose out of the water after that second turn, and he finishes this wave off well. That's a bit more convincing, a bit more effort in each of those moves, a bit more power unloaded, and that should be the number of the heat, the best number so far.
100%. This thing was a beast. This was one of the biggest waves that we've seen this morning. Drives into this little section here. The wave stood up more for him, and he gets a finish. The biggest wave, I mean, we're not scoring by wave height here, but he also surfed it incredibly well. Right turns for the right sections. He had to cut back a little bit here. You can see this wave starting to stand up. It almost doubled up a bit here, and chooses the perfect turn for that section. I mean, it's got to, that's got to be easily the highest wave score of this heat, if not, you know, pushing up there for the day, I'd say. It was great.
And Alejo's had 2 waves that he hasn't had to even really think about his approach. He's just been able to treat it like you would in a free surf. He had one wave where there was no option but to get barreled. And he got the tube. It was a nice start, a 4. That wave just had such a good pace to it. It was just begging to be hit, and he hit it in all the right places.
And I love that little slow-mo wide shot. It was actually all 3 competitors looking back at that wave too. It's just the worst feeling in the world, watching your competitor get a set with 3 strong turns on it. 7.5, I mean, every day of the week. Great score there for Alejo.
And he's not done. Just draws off the bottom. Just, you know, doesn't want to appear greedy here, so he kicks out of that one. 13.5 minutes to go. And the veteran representing Brazil, Alejo Muniz, out in front with a solid heat score total already. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
What's up? We're here at Shorty's to kick off the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy and to celebrate what has been an incredible Aussie leg. Everyone's here, we've got competitors, we've got our partners here, and everyone's out trying to sing some birds. It's going to be a fun night.
Anything could happen. This guy gets all technical but can break 90.
We're
coming up here a little bit, so hopefully got a little edge.
Good times up at Shorty's Par 3 at Terry Hills, about a 15-minute drive here from North Narrabeen, and we had a lot of the competitors who put on a pretty decent performance, getting some good golf in. As we see Alejo on the outside, stuffing that backhand hit into a very cupped out wall that's just dredging on that shallow sandbar. Alejo trying to get rid of a fall with that turn. And he's really starting to push ahead here at the moment. And we have Alistair Reginato, who's sunk the winning putt in the playoff out there, having a quiet heat at the moment. But have a look at this turn. You've got to love the effort there from Alejo. He felt good about that one.
He did. My only struggle with that is watching it from the side. It's super hard to tell just how critical it was. It looked so critical from that angle. But severe angle for me right there. It's a bit of an illusion until I see it front on. And I'm yet to give a statement until I see that, because yesterday I got fooled a couple of times. I'm sure it was good because the body language from him seemed to say so, you know, that we'll see. But he's on one right now.
9.5 minutes to go. And Alejo, I think, yeah, he's just waiting on that. Are we waiting on that score to drop?
No.
Or is that it?
Yeah,
4.4. So pretty well rewarded. And it betters the barrel. It adds almost another half point to his heat score total. Pressure's on here for David Silver and Alistair Reginato. And I think probably, you know, hindsight's such a beautiful thing. As a commentator, we really love to look back on what the surfers could have done. But, yeah, David Silver, he underperformed on his wave. You know, it was a dream ride, really, by today's standards, that offered up multiple sections, and I just feel like he could have gone a bit harder on it.
Yeah, I agree. I think Flick said it beautifully. Maybe 3 turns instead of 5 could have done a better job. But 3 great turns. I mean, there were 5 good turns, don't get me wrong, but the 3 great definitely could have bumped that score up. And Alistair, that second turn, that was a score gone begging on that wave.
Yeah, I feel like Raphael, you know, he surfed his 4.67 really well to get that score, and it's got him in a pretty good position to lock down this second spot. But I don't know, I think he needs to get himself on quality waves too, because David Silver's still got a better ride than him and is poised. Alistair Reginato is the competitor that's been left behind here, and Reggie's kind of been a surprise as we see the replay of that last wave.
Yeah, I think this is a false sense of security right now for Raphael. Yeah, okay, the leaderboard's showing you're in second, and with that last wave, he's done a little bit to improve on that. But when you look at David sitting there with that 5.33, he literally needs to stand up and do 1 turn. He's going to be into that second advancing position. So I think this heat is definitely wide open. It's even wide open still for Alistair Reginato, who's sitting down there in 4th. He's got the little P next to his name. He's got priority, got the first choice of waves when that comes through. And he's only searching for 4.7.
He has been a surprise, though, hasn't he, Jess, Reggie? Because on the regional QS, he's a force. He looks so strong, cracks a lot of finals. But the 23-year-old last year, I just expected that he'd carry that form, and just felt like his surfing would be really suited to that schedule. And, yeah, the surf from the Sunshine Coast managed just 1 9th place finish and ended up 41st in his first run at it.
Yeah, it's not where you would expect to see a name like Alistair Reginato. I mean, if you're coming through Australia and you know the regional series, he is one of the best surfers that we have coming out of Australia. And when he connects, it's powerful. You know, it's one of those, he's one of those surfers who can also perform under pressure. Got North Shore Board Riders the win in the dying 10 seconds of the ABB final a few years ago down there at Newcastle, breaking the dreams of North Shelley Board Riders.
Yeah, he and his brother Jack, both great surfers. And he did come third on the regional QS last year behind Dakota Walters. And Joel Bourne, here he goes. And you can hear the Aussies cheering him on. And, I mean...
I'm clapping.
We just want to see all the competitors get opportunities right, and Alistair finally connecting with a wave. But you've just got to be so sure to clean up those finishes these days. They come under such close scrutiny from the panel. So we'll get another look at it here, Flick.
I feel that we were on the money. If two of us, are in this booth and questioning it, possibly the judges will be too.
No.
I worry about that finish and just the control.
I do agree. I worry about it too. I obviously am a proud Australian, but yeah, no, I do worry about that finish too. We've seen that not be rewarded, similar to Yolanda yesterday. Thought she rode out of hers, but just wasn't out far enough, and it was quite a similar looking turn there. So I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't rewarded, but I would be ecstatic for him if it was. But yeah, maybe a little bittersweet there for Alistair. It just felt like he maybe gave up a little bit too soon on that last turn.
Well, look at Raphael just charging down the beach. Maybe heading for car park rights.
Yeah, it definitely looks like that. He's going for broke. He's putting in the big ones, getting down the beach right now. I mean, he's dropped down into third now too, so searching for something.
There was no question marks with Reggie's last wave. 6.33.
Yeah, just trying to listen out for the onside announcer too. Usually a competitor will ask, can I kind of free range it? Can I head down that far and surf that next bank? He is a long way, probably a couple of 100 metres away from his rivals here. And I can hear the onside announcer saying something over the PA. Just not sure if they're saying, well, you've actually gone out of the designated contest zone or not. Because there's a lot of space for the panel to cover then in scoring the rides. And if competitors want to move that far from the predominant bank, generally they'll go and ask the marshal, hey, is it all right if you surf car park rights or head down that way? Might even be further down the car park rides at this point.
Yeah, I feel like he's down at Emerald Street. He's quite far down. I'm sure the Water Patrol is just yelling at those free surfers. But pretty big call, 3 minutes 40 seconds to go. I mean, he's got full reign to take whatever wave he wants down there, but that's a big decision to make. And yeah, look, he's well past car park rights. That next kind of big sand dune pathway we're looking at, that's Emerald Street. That's the entry to Emerald Street there. Okay. So he's quite far down, well past the contest side. It'll be quite hard for the judges to see down there. So
yeah, we're chasing word on whether he's going to be scored down there, but you know,
wow.
Oh, that sounds like they're asking those free surfers to push on, but let's see what Alistair Reginato can do here on the outside. He did get scored for the completion on his previous wave, 6.33, so he's already moved up in a second now. And the surfer from the sunny coast is looking to get rid of a 3.6. So it was touch and go. Surprised to see him get the nod there, but you know, the judges deeming that he rode and was in control, rode out of that final manoeuvre on his previous wave, and this one might be better than the 3.6 for him.
yeah, I loved that first turn there from Alistair. It just felt like a little bit more refreshing, like here he is, that's what he can do. And I just didn't get really the ride out, but this wave really caught my eye behind Alistair. Was looking so great from the start, but yeah, Alejo just pressing the eject button.
Couldn't see the exit. David Silver's still in it at this point. Goes for a massive alley-oop! And, oh my goodness, he can't get clear of that foam. He had it, he was in control. He stuck the landing on top of the wave and just couldn't ride out in front. So that was unfortunate for him. He's still up against it, still needing a score. 2 minutes to go here. That requirement might grow too, because Alistair Reginato still has another number on the way. Just getting word that the onside announcer is clearing the lineup down there on the rights, the southern end of the contest site. So Raphael can get scored down there as we see the replay.
Wow. Oh, that just would have been magic if he had a rode out of that. He got so much height off this air. Textbook, absolute textbook. And you know when you're watching it, you're going, please land it, please land it. And he got so close. You can see him fighting for it, but yeah. Alejo, wow. Let's get some more of that going. That was fun.
Yeah, David Silva's going to turn in just a low score, a throwaway number here. It's not going to help his chances of staying alive in this contest. Alejo still hanging on to that lead. Reginato with the score on the way.
Wow.
There's David Silva now just desperately trying to chase out a section here. Doesn't find it. Less than a minute to go. We'll power back into this lineup and pray for one more opportunity.
Interesting for Alistair Reginato right now because, I mean, as we know, Raphael's just put some serious distance between them all. Kind of looks like there might be a wave coming through that he's going to have a look at.
Oh, it does, but the requirement's grown. Reginato dropping a 4.9 on his previous wave. Raphael down the line, picks one off. It's a closeout still. Manages to let go of a pretty impressive climb over the lip. Doesn't ride out, though. Alejo having a crack. Time winding down. Where is David Silva? Well, nothing for him. Reginato, a really good turnaround for him and a huge rotation. A lofty air to finish. Didn't need a whole lot to get himself up into the lead here. A 5.58. Did he get out in front of the whitewater on that one?
There was that little second wave in front of him. I feel like he did on that first wave, but whether or not they wanted to see him come down again. Wow, that was, yeah, I don't know. That's really touch and go. Another question mark there, but I want to say yes. I don't know. Let's see. Takes to the air.
Oh, yeah. I'd say yes.
Come on. Have a look at this. Reginato busted one of these out in the regional QS a couple of years back at Cabarita, the Tweed Coast Pro. And we'd always seen him on his forehand. That's where he'd kind of always blow our minds. And he went left on a predominant right and threw one of those big airs out for a monster score. And they're going to give him the payoff here by the looks of things as the numbers start to roll through. 8.5 for the Sunshine Coaster, and he makes the jump into first to steal the lead. He had such a slow start, basically surfed a 10-minute heat here, and he's going to get himself a heat win.
Super impressive stuff from Alistair there. I was a bit concerned at the start of the heat when, yeah, it was just taking his time to get the ball rolling, but Alejo as well progressing through. But, yeah, super impressive surfing from Alistair there. And exactly what you said, Ron, surfed a 10-minute heat. That's where you fall back on all those drills you do over the years. I'm sure he's done a few of those. Okay, you got 10 minutes, time to get 2 waves, and he did just that.
Well, the winning trend started on the night before the contest kicked off when he sunk the winning putt to win the playoff up at Shorties. But he has just put together maybe one of his more solid heats as a Challenger Series surfer. And he gets cheers there from the Aussie crew. Alistair Reginato giving us a real highlight moment there with the wave of the event, the move of the event to get the jump on Alejo Munez, who was also very impressive in that one. We'll take a quick break here. We'll bring in Matt Janowski and Richie Luck for the call. And the show continues here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. By Vycobi, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia. And by Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Matt Chinosky in the booth with Richie Lovett and the kids. They're loving it. They're here as well. North Narrabeen, primary school kids on the beach, lining up, and we obviously have our Bonsoy board caddies as well. Richie Lovett, former Pro Tour competitor, no stranger to Narrabeen, and myself, a local, grew up down the road. We love the Northern Beaches. We love Narrabeen. How stoked are we to call Heat 7? We do have the local Axel Carrotta up against Jet Schilling, world junior champion. Morgan Siblick, former top 5 competitor on the championship tour. And Ryaru Ito qualified through the Asian Regional Qualification Series. And it's all on for young and old. Here we go. This is Jet opening up. Looking like a nice seaside left in San Diego. He finishes cleanly and a nice 2-turn exchange there.
Yeah, not a bad way for Jet Schilling to start things off. World junior champion. You know, he has really been coming on strong these last couple of years. Here's a quick replay here of Riatu. Just a nice tight snap. The opening maneuver. Open face slash down the line. Now he hunts for some speed. The closeout section gets the tail release. So the best maneuver of that wave was the final one. And this is Axel outside. Had a great heat yesterday. Vertical hit. Does he get the finish? No. Goes down. So a flurry of waves here. And then this was Morgan Siblick. Beautiful clean snap to start things off. Slightly smaller wave. Looking for more down the line. And Morgan just hammers it. 2-turn combination. He has had a lot of success out here before, but the biggest wave of the heat so far belongs to Jet Schilling. Flares off the top on the front side, and a nice conservative finish on that ride. But you could tell after that big blowtail first manoeuvre, he wanted to get to the finish of that wave, complete the manoeuvre, and get a decent score on the board.
Yeah, it looks quite dramatic too. A bigger wave, it really faced up with a bit of south angle in that one. Here he goes again on his second, just under priority, just cruising around the lineup. And it always feels good once you lock in a good score, Rich. You're carrying that momentum. These competitors with their heat IQ, they know when they're doing well.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's ideal. Just getting off to that good start. Putting a good number on the board sets you in good rhythm for the entire heat. And it has an adverse effect to your competitors as well when they hear a good number drop and they go, oh, he's already off to a good start. You know, or automatically that pressure just gets shifted.
And that's the pressure that Axel Carrotta, who came through yesterday with a great heat win. He was the wild card in this event, qualified through some horrible conditions. I mean, usually we use the word challenging, but it was raining, windy. It was big and washy.
Stormy.
And he really deserved that wild card almost to put yourself through that. So to get through now to the second round, a round of 64, he's up with the big guns right now, one of the biggest heats of his career. He's done well before. He's taken wins on the qualifying series, but here he goes. This is Jet again. Up and riding, nice little flary turn there. A 6-point ride. The Schilling's opener. And he off to an early start, looking very California-esque. We said this earlier, a bit of that marine layer. The sun hasn't popped here at North Narrabeen yet. We've got offshore conditions, a light sou'wester blowing with a mixture of swells and early south swell combining with that east swell that we had yesterday. And Ryaru Ito, just the 4.67 for him to kick it off. And Axel did so well in his backside yesterday. If he was able to free the nose from purling on that one, you'd have to say that'll be a pretty good score.
Yeah, Axel had a great hit yesterday. I feel like he was one of the natural footers who really took that vertical approach, really pushed it hard. He was in total rhythm with the sets yesterday. Just looking at this heat, you know, it hasn't started off as his heat did yesterday, so he's going to have to do a bit of work here to just shift a little bit of the momentum and the flow. Needs to make sure that with priority, which he has now, he is at the top of the priority order, that he picks a good ride. And, you know, you'd have to think he wants to nail a good wave up in that 7-point range. It's a really stacked heat here.
Some sets coming through. You can see between the GWM and the Bonsoy boy out the back there. It's the contest zone. And here goes Axel, pulling the trigger on this one, lining up for a big vert Rio there. And this wave, it's doubling up on the inside. It's got some end sections, so 3 turns on this one. And this one tapering the inside, and he gets the slide, but most of the damage done in the opening 3 sections. We'll talk about that contest site. They're all up there in the alley. In that previous heat, we saw Rafael Teixeira move way down past car park rights. It's pumping down there, Rich.
Yeah, there's plenty of waves up and down the stretch at the moment, that's for sure. And conditions dreamy right now. Just a really light variable, predominantly offshore wind. It's pretty much glassy on the face. Let's see this right here of Axel. Watch how vertical he goes. Bang, stabs it up there. Comes around this section. Nice carving slash. Comes around again. Books a re-entry. And just here, the back foot just slips off. And, well, if you just eliminate that slip off, that 3-turn combination in isolation, really good. And great variety between all the manoeuvres.
With some clutch surfing, Alistair Reginardo is on the glass with Laura Eneva.
Yes, Alistair, that heat wasn't really going to plan at the start, and Bottle told you so when you came in. What was he saying?
It was just like, I actually picked a good wave and just pushed a little hard on the second turn and kind of just put me on the back foot for the back end of the heat. And it was kind of nice to do that and then come away with the win. Feels nice. At Snapper, I kind of did the same thing to myself and didn't get through the heat. So didn't really learn too much from Snapper from the start, but yeah, it's good to come away with the win.
Well, you really surfed your way into that heat. You built throughout, and then you obviously ended with that excellent score, one of the best airs of the event so far. Must have felt good to stop that.
Yeah, it sure did. I saw David do like a crazy alley-oop, and I thought he made it. So I was pretty tripping after that, trying to sit on him after. And there's so many good ramps. I was staying with Joel, and we were just talking this morning about how fun the ramps are, and the wind's pretty perfect. It's quite light, but it's good into the left. So yeah, it was nice to stomp in air in a rashi.
And coming up a pretty tough result up at the Goldie, you know, what did you want to bring to this event? You know, obviously putting it on the line there and it paying off, but is that sort of the approach going into it?
Yeah, pretty much. It's I was happy with the way I was surfing at Snapper. Didn't get an excellent score at all last year, and first heat at Snapper got an excellent score, and then here again. So I'm making steps in the right direction, just not putting together the heats I want, but definitely feel like I'm surfing how I want to be surfing. So yeah, just kind of maybe a few better decisions in heats and hopefully go a lot further.
Love to see it. Good luck in the next round.
Great insight there from Alistair Reginardo, some clutch surfing, and I loved what he said. It's nice to stomp an air in a rashi because that's what the level is at the Challenger Series now, Rich. It's from the round of 80 all the way through. It's stacked, and we just saw Ito there on the inset going to town, falling on his last turn, but got some great work done on his floaters. A 5.93 pushes him out in the lead, and Axel a 4.67 despite the fall off at the end as well. So now it's Jet back in third. So this is the replay of Ito's wave.
Yeah, Riatu here just jams off the lip. The first one down the line, big projection floater, and comes unstuck on the final slash. But yeah, again, we focus on the isolation of those 2 turns. That first jam done with so much acceleration and speed, kept the board moving down the line because the wave was running off.
Similarly to Jet's 6-point ride, a bigger wave where it's showing more, well, it is harder. There's more consequence. When you fall, you're moving farther and hard. You're moving faster, you're falling out of the lip harder, and it's extravagant to watch.
Yeah, well, speed's your friend as a surfer, no doubt about that. You know, if you can enter into any maneuver with speed, it's going to be easy to execute. And when you're projecting down the line and getting to sections and performing maneuvers, it's always going to look better than if you're kind of stalling and then coming back around and just sort of staying in the pocket, yeah, but if you're projecting and always doing your maneuvers with speed, which we highlighted a couple of heats ago, that's what the judges are looking for. you know, done in the most critical parts of the wave, that's when you're really going to score highly.
And if you're manufacturing the score, if you're going out to perform those tricks, the judges can really identify towards that type of surfing, carrying the speed, the flow between the sections. And it's a catch-22 because you don't have flow if you don't have speed and power.
No, exactly. They're all connected.
And that's the evolution of competition surfing, I'd say, in the last 10 years, especially on the QS and the development of the Challenger Series. This is the second-tier tour, and you go to some of those spots on the Championship Tour, if you don't link those maneuvers, you just get left behind. Somewhere like Sunset comes to mind, Bells, Margaret River, of course, somewhere like Cloudbreak as well, linking those little speed burns in between the barrels. If you don't carry your momentum through sections, you get left behind.
Absolutely.
16 minutes remaining. And it's the wild card and the rookie Riaru looking great at the moment. A 10.6 heat total, but he'll be looking to build on that. Both surfers slipping off at the end of their rides. North Narrabeen, the home of competitive surfing on the Northern Beaches. Manly had hosted this event in the past throughout various times in the 90s and the last 3 years before last year. Morgan Siblick, a bit quiet down there in fourth position right now. He had a quarterfinal finish here last year, but he's coming off a 33rd at the Gold Coast. So he's looking to get past this round and start building some momentum so he can claw his way back onto the Championship Tour where he's done so well in the past and was a real surprise packet when he burst onto the scene in 21.
Yeah, well, in his rookie year, you know, this was one of the locations where Morgan did so well. We had that big, strong, powerful southern swell in the water, and just on the backhand, he was in attack mode. He was one of the most impressive natural footers to attack through that whole event. And yeah, well, Morgan's he's been on a bit of a slide the last couple of years, but definitely is back in form. Although the result didn't show it up on the Gold Coast, man, he was surfing just so well.
We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back shortly for the remainder of this heat. Stay tuned.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. And by Destination New South Wales, strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
There it is, North Narrabeen, the home of the Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And I tell you what, we are back for the 50th year anniversary of this event. There's been events here since 1974, Rich, and what a rich history it's been throughout all the eras.
Oh yeah, we've seen so many iterations of events here on the Northern Beaches, and definitely inspired me to pursue a career in surfing. You know, just sitting on the wall down there at Manly, just watching the Coke Classic, and then yeah, fortunate enough to be part of it. And during my career, but great to be back here at Narrabeen. It really is just such a consistent break on the northern beaches, and you know, regardless of swell angle, really, there's always contestable waves out here.
It is, and centre of surfboard evolution, the northern beaches for the southern hemisphere at the very least. The birth of power surfing here, and in the booth we have the Waxhead, my nickname, along with Richie Lovett. He's a former tour professional. He surfed here at Narrabeen in comps. He surfed at Manly as well in this Sydney Surf Pro, and we're here watching the second iteration of the Challenger Series. And these surfers vying for an opportunity to jump onto that championship tour at the end of the year. But it's the Japanese surfer, Ryaru Itzo, out in the lead from the wildcard, Axel Kuroda, who's dad to be either tuning in or down here on the beach. Have you seen Brett around anywhere?
I haven't seen Brett on the beach, but no doubt he'll be tuning in. I know a lot of the boys from Manly have come up to support both George and Axel here today, so they'll be, you know, he'll be feeling comfortable. The boys come up and surf this wave all the time, so but it'll be a false sense of security where Axel's positioned in this heat right now with just on 11 minutes. You know, Jet's got that 6.0, the single highest score. Here we go, live action of Axe.
And that one, not quite going to plan, but under priority. Just keeping busy, and yeah, just that small 3.17 in his scoreline. It's Jet. He's probably feeling the most comfortable right now with a very marginal score required at 1.84. And you'd almost say the veteran in this heat, Morgan Siblick. He's yet to really fire any shots in this heat, but he knows what he's after. He's had good feelings, hit Narrabeen in the past. His style, his compact surfing really suits the alley and car park rights, I must say, and alley rights, really. It's drawing a lot of similarities to some of the surfers that have grown up here. Nathan Hedge, small in stature as well. Think of the likes of Shane Herring from DI, did well here in 92, beating the favourite Kelly Slater. And there's the North Stain boys there. Blake the Vet there, Declan Wyden. You can name some of the fellas there, Rich.
They're a motley crew, all of them. You know, plenty of the grommets are up to watch as well. Mate, the schools are probably empty around here today.
Yeah.
Plenty of the crew just taking a day off school, taking a day off work to come and spur their man on. Here we go.
One of those random rights that does pop up. I guess they call them clubhouse rights because they're right in between the alley and sort of car parks. They sort of shift in between. It was one of those south ones that comes from the inside of the bommy. There is a reef that runs out towards Long Reef. It's on that southerly direction. When it's really big here, there is a bommy on the outside, but it's seldom checked. It's actually difficult to check because you get here and it's a big wall of whitewash, and it just looks like it's breaking all the way out to sea, and difficult to get out too, unlike some of the other bommies around.
Yeah, there's access, especially down there. Queenscliff bommy, that one's not too hard to access, and then all the bomboras out around the Long Reef headland there generally can get to them, even when it's really big.
Yeah, there's little channels, and you might have to bob out to sea a couple of kilometres, but it's easy to get out there. It's just difficult to get back in, Rich. And there we have Axel keeping really busy on the inside. His little left goes for the barrel. Pig dog stance, and he comes out of this one. He's got something on the end, a nice power carve. So Axel Kuroda looking good, and the NSB boys love it. Situated right in front of the judges there. You saw the priority board, giving the surfers the information. He'll make his way back out, and that one will feel great. It's always nice to come out of a tube in a contest.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Got a little bit of vision there, bit of tube time. Watch this here, bowls out, straight into pig dog stance. That inside arm just feeling the wall, and he comes out, gets a nice little slash down as well. So you can see here, dragging his backside in the wall there, slowing down. And it's one of the rare barrels that we've seen today. We saw someone get an incredible tube ride this morning.
Looking good there for Axel, the 20-year-old from North Stain, riding a Timmy Patterson, just signed a deal with Misfit. He's riding their apparel, a local surf brand. They do boards as well.
It'll be interesting to see where they go with this one, Matty. Whether it's they're going to really dine out on it, or well, it looks like the score's dropping now.
Yeah, we're just waiting for that to to get locked in, but it looks like a 5.53, so Axel cementing his second spot right now. Now needing a 5.08 to move into the lead. Well played there from the rookie, under priority, sneaking that one from underneath the pack. And I mean, this heat's flown by, 7 minutes remaining, and is really, Morgan Siblick has yet really firing his shots. Here he goes, right on cue, lines up that beautiful re-entry, and again a carving maneuver, and that one a little bit on the safety side, but 3-turn completion, and that's all you need to do at this point, chasing 6.27. That'll chip away at it, Rich.
Yeah, that's a smart wave there for Morgan Siblick. Just the way he executed on it, didn't push too hard on the manoeuvres. He wanted to get the completion. You know, time is ticking away, and he needed to score. Here goes live action with Axel.
Oh, sends it straight up, comes down from the lip with the convergence of whitewash and rides out of another one. He's really starting to feel it. The 6-minute mark of this heat, and not done yet. This is Jet Schilling, who started off with that 6, and we've only seen a couple of marginal scores from him. So you'd have to say the momentum is with Axel, and Morgan Siblick with a score to drop. An interesting final 6 minutes of this heat about to unfold, Rich.
Yeah, and this is a critical paddle battle as well, but let's check out Morgan's ride here. Just so tidy, bang, clicks with the lip on that first one. Sending a ton of spray, little check turn for the second, then solid closeout hit on the last one. Then Axel, just the one big turn, but it was a thumper. Critical section there, that thing stood up. Here goes live action at Jet.
Wow, and he frees the fins on his last turn, so smooth surfing, and Eli Hanneman, Cade Matson, fellow San Clemente surfers. Well, Eli obviously not, but kind of adopted by them as they travel and is in their crew. And Jed will make his way out with a bit of a vengeance. You can see a bit more urgency in his paddle as he makes his way back. He'll be keen to hear that score. You can see him just punching through with his ears, listening to the beach announcer. It's always a tricky situation in the dying moments of the heat. You're caught between paddling back. It seems sort of pausing there, waiting to hear that requirement. In some locations, it's very difficult to get that message across.
Yeah, and obviously just waiting for these scores to drop. So always good to know the situation, critical to know the situation where you are in the heat. So let's see what happened in the opening moments of this heat. So quick check turn down the line. And again, sort of a projection floater to finish off. So nothing too substantial there for Jet. 4.20 was the requirement.
And a 5.53 on that one before last of Axel, but we still get that score for that vertical re-entry on that closeout section to get locked in. So Axel needs to improve on a 4.67. We may see a slide of the rankings, and now it's Ito who may not be a safe position as Sammy Pupo makes his way out. And that brand new JS looking fresh with those flames, and Miggy Pupo, both of them co-owners of the distribution of JS over there in Brazil. A great decision for them moving into the business world, and why not? You like the boards under your feet, you want to get them out to your fellow countrymen and through South America. Very entrepreneurial of both of them. Score starting to drop for Axel. Not enough to move him into first, a 4.97. And that score from Jet now needing to be a 4.5. And here goes Ito. Oh, and it's his turn to answer back, and he rides out.
That was Morgan, mate.
Oh, Morgan. I apologise. Looking at the styles, that low centre of gravity. And Morgan, 5.87 on his last. He's only needing a mid-4. So this is going to come right down to the last few minutes. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen, because here we go. This is current heat leader, Riaru. Snaps that one into the lip. Lines up for a second turn, snaps again. Has he got anything left on this wave? And he, nice power gouge, frees the fins. He's feeling the momentum on this, going to surf this one through, and why not? And he gets a clean completion, and rapid fire, Axel Carota behind him. The nice answer back, leaving nothing to question, and he rides out cleanly as well. So the judges have their hands full, and we'll look straight back into Jet Schilling using his priority on that.
Yeah, Jet knows, you can see him powering back out the back now. He knows he's in danger here. So Morgan, this was the one-turn hit. Big closeout section, but it was a good one. just needing that mid-range 4-point, but this was before these rides here. For Riaru, slides off the top, gingerly comes off the bottom, clicks with it again, nice slashing turn, gets the tail release. Quick wobble, and then he gets to that final hit on the inside, so multiple turns. So this is Axel outside, really nice carving turn off the lip there, up and over the roof of that one, cuts back into the whitewash and gets the closeout hit, so great 4-turn combination from him. He's going to improve his score, and then this was Jet just going down. So I feel like both Riaru and Axel are in a position here where they're going to increase their scoreline, and that's going to put more pressure on Morgan and Jet.
This is so close. So
Probably,
close.
like, on paper, you would have, you know, if you had asked the crowd, who's the favourites, they would have told you it's probably Morgan Siblick, followed by Jet Schilling, you know, the unknown quantity of Axel, and then Riaru. Again, he's
Here
up
he
and
goes.
riding.
Riaru, not safe yet. Currently in first. Score still to lock in, but he's going down the line. He goes to the air. Grabs, a little grab of the rail. Unable to ride out of that. And here go Jet. Still unsure of his position. He goes to the air and he rides out. Phenomenal surfing. Excellent surfing there from Jet Schilling. A clutch moment in the final minute, chasing a score. He's feeling it. That's the passion we come here for in the San Clemente boys. And there's Eli Hanneman loving it. The judges are going to have their work cut out for them. Still scores to lock in because his last score was not enough. It was a 4.4, Rich. This is going to come right down the wire. And did Axel Kuroda improve? Did Riaru improve? 30 seconds for Morgan Siblick has answered back. This is the replay.
Okay, so this is Riaru's wave. We know that he goes for the air here, doesn't stick it. So that wave, wipe it off the slate. That's done. Here we go. Jet Schilling on the other hand gets the full rotation. 360 degrees. Crazy forehand air reverse. Really gnarly section to be doing a maneuver like that. Straight out into the flats, and that is one way that you can get it done. We're waiting on scores here. So there is a possibility that Axel, with his ride, could go to first. Well, he just did. He just locked in a score then, 5.53. So he moves up into first. Jet Schilling now needs a 4.6 to advance, but we are still waiting on a wave for Riaru as well.
And look at this, all surfers within the 10s. This is phenomenal. All these high-scoring waves happen in the last 3 minutes of this heat. Let's listen to what they've got to say.
I seen the ramp, I was like, holy shit. I was like, fuck, dude. Man, that dog in me, man.
That has to be a 10, dude. That was psycho.
Swear jar.
Dude, that was psycho, Jamie.
And feeling like he wasn't getting the scores required, but the other boys were turning it on too, so it was actually a really nice spread throughout that heat. I feel the surfing was relatively similar between Riaru and, say, Jet, and of course the backside surfing of Morgan and Axel. We did comparisons, but Axel, he's out in the front. It's going to come down to Riaru and Jet now.
No one's safe at
Well,
this
no
point.
one is. You're exactly right.
Axel's out in front, but
Morgan
it's not safe.
hasn't got one to drop.
Well, there you go. Riaru just took over the top spot. He's moved into the number one position there with that 5.93. So now Axel in danger, and there you go. There it is.
A 9.17 for the Californian. Jet Schilling moving from fourth up into first. The World Junior Champ takes the win from the Japanese surfer Riaru Itu, and unfortunately for wildcard Axel Kuroda just missing the cut, and Morgan Siblick out of that last exchange. Phenomenal ending to that heat. And Riaru, he's got to feel stoked. He may not even know the requirement yet. We're going to go to a break, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be coming back for Heat 8 up next.
I don't think he needs to ride these. Yeah. But you pulled it off. That was crazy. That was like the most clutch moment of your life. That was psycho.
One of my favourite parts of the northern beaches here in New South Wales is it's got that diversity of the landscape. You have some untouched natural beauty mixed with all the enjoyable parts of living in a city. There's amazing restaurants, great coffee culture. Every time that I'm away, I come back, something new's here. So lucky to call this place home, grow up here, and I'll keep coming back for the rest of my life.
We love it, and we're here at North Narrabeen, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Matt Chinoski in the booth, joined by Richie Lovett. Another stacked heat ahead of us. Samuel Pupo, Joel Vaughan, Dakota Walters taking on the surfer from Barbados, Josh Burke, who's on a roll as well. Rich, how are you after that last 5 minutes of the heat before?
Just need a little moment to come back down to earth. That was crazy to finish to that last heat. We saw it all, but a great aerial there from Jet Schilling, a 9.17. I think, is that the highest single scoring manoeuvre on the men's side of the event so far? And yeah, but this heat, oh my goodness, it almost seems fair that we're sending people home, but this is the case. 4 men enter, 2 men leave. So another good one on paper, and we have one of the most informed surfers in the world, not just on the Challenger Series, but in the world at the moment. Sammy Pupo, Jolie Vaughan, he's looking to really consolidate after having an incredible season on the qualifying series through Australia. Dakota Walters, who had sort of a breakout event, I guess, up on the Gold Coast there. And really started to realise his passion and thirst for success on the Challenger Series. And then, as you mentioned, Josh Burke, he's been on a bit of a heater as well.
And here goes Sammy. Nice re-entry to start things up, and after that elation of the last heat, he's just riding the highs as well, and a nice 2-turn combo. And Richie, someone else who showed the passion at the World Junior titles was Jet Schilling, and he was on fire in that last heat. He's with Jesse Starling on the glass.
Jet, a 9.17. What is going on? The dying stages of that heat, how are you going?
Damn. I was stoked. I mean, my first 6 was kind of whatever. I kind of farmed it, maybe didn't surf it that well, didn't surf it to my ability, kind of just safetied. I was really nervous, but I was like, I just got to get going, so hopefully I can get something going. And there was like a minute left, and I just looked at the air section, and I was like, all right, I've got that dog in me, so I'm going to hit it.
Your, I guess, best mate and travel buddy, Cade Matson, actually doubted you paddling into that wave. Did you ever doubt yourself at all? Were you just kind of like, I have to give this my all right now?
No, I seen the wedge coming at me. I was like, yeah, this is it right here. This is all or nothing, so I was stoked to pull it off.
And you're here at Narrabeen. You came here last year, had a pretty good couple of heats here last year, but you've kind of regrouped. You're working with some Aussie coaches, Jared Tatiri up the coast. You feel like you're more tuned in this year?
Yeah, definitely. I'm way more stronger than last year, and I'm definitely a lot more ready. And shout out to Jared. He's been doing a lot of coaching and training, just strengthening, and it's been really good working with him, so thank you. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to seeing plenty more 917s. That was epic surfing, Jet. Anything you want to say back home?
Just shout out to Pat Tenori and my family, everyone back at home. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Thanks, Jesse, and great to hear from Jet Schilling. Wow, had us on the edge of our seats, and the dying seconds of that last heat pulled out a clutch aerial manoeuvre to get the win. And here goes Josh Burke up on the lip line. A beautiful 3-turn combo. The strong regular footer out of Barbados has been an absolute heater this year. Going down at the Gold Coast to an on-fire Mikey McDonough, 3rd. And in the Challenger Series, that's a great result. And that's something that he's going to carry through, a keeper at the end of the year, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. A 3rd place is definitely a keeper. You know, on the men's side, I almost feel like a quarterfinals is acceptable as long as you're backing it up with a final appearance or a win. But consistency the key. And Josh Burke has been just surfing so well. Looks like he's riding the same board that he had on the Gold Coast. It is the CI Too Happy. And he was pretty vocal about how good it felt and how connected he was to that board up there. So, you know, that's always a real, you know, defining thing for a surfer. If they're on good equipment and you have that confidence in what you're riding, you know, you're sort of halfway there.
Yeah, for sure. And And here we have Joel Vaughan up and riding. He's on a crisp DHD, a nice purple tint there, and snapping that turn, looking lively on this one. Relaxed body language, maybe not the end section I was hoping for, but North Narrabeen really dishing up some great waves this morning. Perfect for four-man competition, super consistent. These half-an-hour heats are an absolute pleasure to sit here and watch on the beautiful northern beaches of Sydney, located in the middle of the northern beaches. And this is Sammy's replay of his first one.
Yeah, beautiful turn to start off. Gets that little drift of the tail. Nice slashing re-entry to back that up, and then the closeout hit. And then this was Josh Burke. Similar to Sammy, starts off with a beautiful re-entry, right, nice and tight in the pocket. And three-turn combination. So Sammy got a 5 for his opening ride. And then Joel comes from a little bit behind that first section. Tags the lip, but just didn't have that finish there. You saw that wave met with the wave in front, what we call a double up. Nice and tight on the lip there. Did well to pivot off that, come straight back down onto that bottom turn. And that vertical hit to slash seems to be the order of the day, certainly for the opening moments of this heat. But Joel, he is a special sort of talent.
Yeah, he's been earmarked for quite a number of years by yourself too, Richie, with the FCS crew. And I look back on the success that Axel Carrotta had in his previous heat, and he was doing well all the way through on this backside attack like we see Sammy Pupo right now. Oh, beautiful turn. He just elevates and gets some separation between the board and the base of the wave, and just making sure he rides out, and he does. But, you know, that backside attack, it's pretty hard to beat, and it takes something special like Jet Schilling's aerial to do it, but it's proven pretty well helpful for most of these regular footers throughout this event with surfing like this.
Yeah, watch this last turn. He clicks it, has that little moment where he stabilizes the board, gets the perfect balance in weight, and that allows him to land really smoothly in a treacherous section there.
The wave really dropping out from underneath him, and he's making some quick adjustments, and here goes Joel Vaughan up in the air and unable to ride out of that one. But I mean, these guys, often when you see a heat beforehand that has fireworks like that and some amazing surfing like we saw, it does amp you up, doesn't it, moving into a heat?
Absolutely. You know, as a surfer, you want to put a good heat together, but you want to put on a good show as well. And, well, that's just a tiny little taste of what this kid's capable of. Yeah, you want to come in feeling like I structured that heat well. I made good decisions. I surfed really well on all the waves that I caught, and I also entertained. You know, and more often than not, the entertainment value comes in these bigger, more explosive manoeuvres and going to the air. So, you know, you could see Jet when he came in from that last heat, he was so pumped up. The adrenaline was going. It was all happening for him. So. You know, they're the sort of feelings as a competitive surfer that you're chasing those forever.
Yeah. And we want to see it. We want to see those emotions. You know, listening to him on the beach there, he thought he was getting underscored throughout that heat. But the other surfers, the scale was very similar. We want to see that expressive surfing, and that's the way that these surfers will make their way onto the championship tour. That's the level. I think of some of the standout performances where surfers like John, Jack Robbo, Italo, Gabrielle, they leave absolutely no doubt to the judges that score's excellent, and they stomp that air or they get that tube. They do that amazing power surfing, and that's the status quo of what we're expecting on the Challenger Series as well these days, Rich.
Totally, absolutely. You know, there shouldn't be too much variation between the performances here on the Challenger Series and on the World Tour.
This is the stepping stone, stop number 2 on the Challenger Series. The surfers will make their way over to South Africa, to Ballito for stop number 3, but so much more action left in this event. It's an incredible event. We're in the 50th year of events being held, professional events being held here in Northern Beaches, and it's actually home of the first World Surfing titles there at Manly. And Sammy Pupo back up, the Brazilian. Nice turn there, ditching the fins, and just the one turn there. Sammy from a surfing family, his brother Miguel won his heat earlier in the day, and his father will be tuning in right now, and all the JS crew as well in Australia. If there was shaper rankings right now, it'd be well mixed. We've got Sharp Eye out in the water with Dakota Walters, who's yet really firing his shots, and Josh Burke on the CI, Joel the DH, and the JS of Sammy.
Yeah, it's some of the best shapers in the world, all represented in this one heat. I'm sure they're all tuning in. Big shout out.
Splitting the peak there. Oh, Josh Burke unable to ride out of that one, but the intentions were clear. And scratching into this, Joel Vaughan up on the lip line. He comes down. He tries to get around this sandy section. He goes up for a float and he rides out.
Wow.
Clean and controlled for Joel Vaughan. So under priority. He's looking strong, and we've got some breaking info there on Sammy Pupo with Jess Starling on the beach.
Yeah, guys, I have a Bond University athlete health check. Sammy Pupo obviously injured his foot over there in Margaret River. He wore a bootie over there in Snapper. I've been told it's actually his lucky bootie, and he's wearing it in this event now. His foot is healing well, and he's on his road to recovery, but just couldn't ditch the lucky bootie too soon. So see how he's going in this heat, but yeah, definitely still wearing the bootie, but foot is on track for good health.
Thanks so much, Jess, and that bootie was the result of his rock dance at Margaret River, where he put everything on the line to on the end section. He made the turn and he stepped up on that reef, and thankfully it wasn't as bad as what we could have been. Broken foot or broken leg. And in live action, this is Josh Burke. Two-turn combo and flares the fins on that last turn. Looking spicy.
Yeah, isn't he just? He's flaring up. Keen to know whether the stitches are out yet, though. We kept him in there for the whole of the Snapper event, so yeah, perhaps he's got them out between then and now. We'll have to check in on that, but yeah, great wave there for Josh Burke. Another two-turn combination, great ride. Geez, he's looking so sure-footed and confident. And here he was on this right-hander. You could see him just hit the brakes first. Oh, gets the grab, and that would have been a huge number. And this is Dakota here on the backhand. Beautiful turn. Just the one, and then hits the eject button. He's starting to get his campaign in this heat underway.
Yeah, committed single turn there for Dakota Walters, putting his whole body on the line there. 4.33. That'll get him up into second temporarily, with scores still to drop for Joel and Josh. That epic two-float combo from Joel Vaughan. And a super sketchy, sandy-looking Narrabeen left-hander. Not quite the dramatic finishes that we saw last year with Cole Hashman, but take it away, Rich.
Oh, just belts the roof of that thing, comes around this section, and then another lip gliding floater, and he kind of hops off the lip,
Yeah,
jumps onto the flats.
First thing comes to mind with that quickie sticker and that spray, Danny Wills.
Oh, yeah.
Used to have sprays on his board, and was notorious for long backside floaters. Stace Galbraith tuning in right now. He knows exactly what we're talking about. Quicksilver team manager here in Australia and looking after Joel, and a 6-point ride for Vaughan gets him up into second place temporarily. And just a halfway point of this heat, Dakota Walters starting to chip away. That one's not going to do it for him. This is starting to look like an expression session. We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break, and we'll be back shortly for the remainder of Heat 8.
name is Matt Chinosky, also known as the Waxhead. Called me that because I knew nothing else but surfing. It's all I did when I was a kid, and it's still pretty much all I do as an adult as well. Classic cars were always a part of my interest growing up, restoring them with my dad, bringing those classics back to life. One of my favourite parts of the Northern Beaches here in New South Wales is it's got that diversity of the landscape. You have some untouched natural beauty mixed with all the enjoyable parts of living in a city. Aside from surfing, there's amazing restaurants, great coffee culture. Every time that I'm away, I come back, something new's here, whether it's a wine bar, a brewery. Northern Beaches get pretty cool. So lucky to call this place home, grow up here, and I'll keep coming back for the rest of my life.
Convenience, culture, and I tell you what, we have a lot of community here on the Northern Beaches. Richie, Narrabeen, the site of the second Challenger Series event on the tour, and this is home to both of us. Great coffee, great food. What do you love about the Northern Beaches?
Oh, mate, I feel totally blessed. There's just so much to do here. You know, we are just to the north of the city, and really this is where the fun begins because we've got pristine beaches, we've got fun waves, we've got amazing communities. We've got amazing surfers here too. This is a replay of Sammy Pupo. Comes around this section. It's a little tail slide, reconnects, and he has just tied a bow around every single wave. Here's a good looking ride here for Joel Vaughan. Bit of bump on the face, but he just carves through it, connects again, vertical hit for the second. Working down the line here, more on offer. Gets a couple of little turns through this inside section and picks another one up, goes for the air rev. On the backhand, but just gets detonated. Live action now.
And Sammy, the Brazilian, teeing off there and three-turn combo. He got some work done on the outside. I'll tell you what, the Brazilian community of the Northern Beaches is down here supporting Sammy. And that was Dakota just on the inset. And this is heating up to be a fantastic ending. Dakota Waters still down into fourth, looking for the 518. It's the Brazilian out in the lead. From Joel Vaughan, Josh Burke, his wave before last is a 4.3, so that didn't factor in. Now chasing a 4.98. The surfer from Barbados, experienced competitor and an absolute heater of a roll. Keeping in mind that last heat, the last 3 minutes, we saw 6 waves ridden and it just catapulted everybody from fourth to third, first, everything dotted around. So no one's safe to the very end, Rich.
Yeah, I feel like for this heat, if your scoreline has a 4 in it, you're probably not going to make it through. It's just things are starting to lift here. Sammy Pupo's starting to build a decent scoreline. So is Joel Vaughan. Here's another replay. Front on angle, belts that tight pocket turn. So much angle off those backhand re-entries. Beautiful 3-turn combination here. So super fun conditions. And then Sammy Pupo on a slightly smaller wave, but just look at the work he is getting done here. Just so much acceleration out of every single one of these turns. Geez, he got busy on this thing. Brings it all the way through. And he is on a heat up. This is Dakota outside, goes for the air. Gets the rotation, but the landing a bit sticky and goes down.
Yeah, now his requirements pushed out to a 7-point ride. And these surfers still got all scores to lock in. You can definitely see the polish. You said put a bow on it for Sammy Pupo. The way that he's able to finish his waves, the way that he's surfing with that professionalism and that experience. You can see that he's really garnered a lot more on at his time on the championship tour. But Joel Vaughan, you know, the prodigy, 19-year-old, right through his junior career, he really didn't possess that disjointed or growing style that a lot of juniors have. He had that mature style from such a young age, and we expect big things from him. And it's the power game that really, I shouldn't say surprises us, but it's the way that he can mix it up from going to the air to that radical approach that he's got to the power game as well.
Yeah, well, the best surfers, the iconic surfers, they're the ones who have that underlying power element in their repertoire, and then everything else just sits on top of that. You know, the progressiveness, the style, everything. But if you have that power connection to a wave and that placement of the manoeuvres. If you have that as your foundation, then you're well on the way to becoming a great surfer.
And he does cite his favourite surfers as Taj, Mick Fanning and Dusty Payne, and you can see elements of all three of them in his surfing. So easy to watch video clips these days online, but back in our day, Rich, rewinding, well, your day VHSs, my day DVDs. Sure. But Joel, he's got an old head on him and currently in second place, the score still to drop. The Australian Dakota Waters, North Coast, he's got priority, getting a hefty score, and this is Joel. We're going to go Joel down on the right. He goes to the air. Oh my gosh, and a corks grab. He gets the grab and sort of corks it out. So a technical aerial maneuver there for Joel Vaughan. Waiting for scores for that one. But we did have Dakota go off to the left as well.
Yeah, well, conditions have really started to improve. Let's have a look what Dakota did here. Oh, and he goes down. So an opportunity missed there. That wave just really didn't offer too much more down the line. So perhaps the fall almost aiding in him, because he's going to get up again here.
Here he goes down the line, hunting for an air. He goes up. Oh, inverted aerial, unable to ride out. And I was saying that as he was buried in the whitewash, no doubt trying, but the surfer from North Shelley Beach on the Central Coast. Have a look at this, Rich.
Yeah, streaking down the line here. The wave starts to taper off, gets a beautiful foamy little launch pad, and gets kind of inverted and corked out. And this was Dakota. Look at the stance, widens those feet. Tries to get that real steady fighting stance.
Man, how good is this? These last two heats, well, I mean, all day, absolute fireworks. The wind offshore here, typically in May, we do get these offshores, Rich. Just light winds, perfect for performance surfing, and that's what we're seeing here from the field at the round of 64. Can you believe it? What we are seeing so far. I mean, we're 2 rounds in, Rich. This is phenomenal surfing.
Yeah, it's what we're expecting to see here on the Challenger Series. The level has been lifted, no doubt about it. And well, Sammy Pupo has got a couple of good numbers on the board, and so does Joel Vaughan now. So these guys are carrying pocket 6s. And they're really starting to create some distance between Josh and Dakota Walters.
So 6.7 from the one before last, and the 6.7 and a 6.17 there for Joel. So still in that 6 range. But that air on the forehand, super technical, smaller wave, and a random one too. They sort of just pop up out of nowhere. It's not the type of wave, I think that's what we refer to as a nugget. It's not the wave that you wait for. You just have to be in position, or in many ways out of position, and it just pops up.
Yeah, that's the randomness, excuse me, of the ocean. You know, while you can study it all day long and immerse yourself in it, a lifetime of experience, Mother Nature is still unpredictable.
This is one of those ones for Dakota. Can he make it count? Oh! Can he ride out? And he does. Clear of the whitewash there for Dakota. Just a big old layback into the convergence. And this might just be what he needs to start clawing back at that 8.34. I don't think it'll be in that excellent range, but great surfing there from Dakota, and very timely.
Oh, man. There was some velocity in that turn.
Velocity, love that.
He just, I actually thought he was going to go for the air for a sec. A beautiful little peak there. He sees this oncoming section and just hammers it. It almost looked like it buckled his legs underneath him, but was able to power through it.
You know what, Rich? When the spray goes out of screen, you know you're displacing a lot of water. Well done for Dakota to ride out of that. It's a gnarly section that he hit.
Oh, man, that thing was just coming at him with so much force. And he took it on. He would have launched about 8 foot in the air if he did take to the sky.
And Josh Burke, his turn to answer back. Nose pick there.
Nice.
And just that single turn. Now hunting an 8.14 himself. So sort of fallen asleep in this heat with a great start.
I told you pocket 4s weren't going to do it. No. And you're going to need something with a 6 or a 7 in front of it if you want to get out of this heat.
The bar's been set for those surfers coming up, and it's the judges want to see those airs. They want to see some progression. And they don't mind if it's a single turn. And here goes Joel Vaughan, and just a flyaway air, comfortably out in the lead at this point. But we saw a wild change of positions in that heat before last, and Josh Dakota still scores to lock in.
Yeah, it ain't over yet. No, Josh Burke and Dakota Walters, incredibly capable in the air.
I like how the judges have kept the lid on it a little bit, Rich, because Joel and Sammy both in the 12s, and not safe surfing by any means, but the judges are leaving that excellent range open for something we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the replay here. Josh tags it, gets that big tail high punt. It doesn't get the full rotation there, didn't want it.
Well, that wave, it's not quite car park rights or alley rights. It's right in between and sort of runs out a bit of energy.
Yeah, they do.
Just shallow bit at the bank.
They taper off really, really quickly. If you are going to get those ones, you do want the one like Dakota had with that oncoming section that does a little coat hanger corner and gives you that ramp.
Scores are in for Dakota. Not enough to get him up in a second, but with inside the NRMA 2-minute warning, he now needs a 6.31, and here goes Sammy in second place, looking to drop. Oh, 2 Rios, and he goes in a layback. He's going to try and he doesn't ride out. He's looking to drop a low of a 6.17. That one's not going to do it. And he's looking to look at his watch. It's not over yet, Sammy.
Minute.
Dakota with priority, needing a 6.31, and take us through this one, Rich.
Yeah, Sammy. Nice bottom turn. Connects that with a lip there. Just up and over, and just overextends ever so slightly. You saw the board kind of stayed flat on him. There wasn't enough angle as he went up for that second turn. Here we go, Dakota.
This is it. Last roll of the dice to Dakota. Nice read to get things started. Shouldering out, 2 turns. Convergence coming, and a bit of a foam climb to finish. He's still got more on the end, and he snaps that one back. Goes shallow pretty quickly, and Josh Burke behind him, needing an 8 to advance. Oh, and he goes to the air. And foam climbs that one as well, so great surfing on these rights coming into play to finish these heat out. Needing an 8 for that though, Rich. I'm not sure. I'm not convinced if it's there.
Well, you think about what Jet Shearling did in the last heat to get a 9, and this is just 1 point shy of that.
But what would Sammy be feeling? Second place right now, turning around, having a look at those two tee off. Look at him in the shore break.
Well, Dakota only needs a 6.31. So Josh needs the 8, and just first feelings is really nice and pretty to watch that air. I just don't know if it feels in the excellent range, but Dakota Walters on that last wave, he put some manoeuvres together there.
That was arguably one of his best waves. That single turn, a 6.37.
Okay, well, let's check out Josh's wave first. Opening section as the wave tapers, gets the air reverse. A nice tidy air rev, and I'd take it any day of the week, but in the calibre of this heat, I'm just not quite sure it is the 8-point ride. So waiting for scores. Dakota, this is the important wave from Dakota Walters.
And Sammy surfed a great heat, smart surfing, beautiful JS under his arm, looking smooth.
You feel like he didn't really put a foot wrong in that heat. You know, he got good waves, technically proficient on all of them, great manoeuvres, surfing with speed, like really hit home in all the judging criteria. But there's this kind of progressive aerial element that's just been sprinkled into these last 2 heats.
Both Dakota and Josh went to the right towards the end. They're under priority. So the judges are really going to weigh that up, but I don't know, I think Dakota's score might be right there. It started slow, but we've seen these heats really get spicy towards the end, and that's exactly what happened on that one.
Yeah, I think it's official, mate. It looks like Joel Vaughan will go away with the win here, and then Sammy Pupo, solid, will march through.
There's Joel signing some signatures on the beach, wait for those scores to come up, and he's stoked. Convincing win there for Joel, but Sammy, great surfing. There it is. 12.67, Sammy retains that second spot. And Dakota with a late charge, not enough. And we say goodbye to Josh Burke after his third place there on the Gold Coast. We're going to go to a break, bring in Felicity and Ronnie. Heat number 9 coming up.
Right, so another heat wrapping in, heat number 9.
Get on down to the northern beaches and check out this incredible stretch of coastline. Also, just behind here, amazing bushland, some beautiful national parks. The Gadigal National Park, Kurungai National Park is just a stone's throw away, and there's a lot of great bushwalks you can go on, great mountain biking in this zone. Plenty to see, but today we're focused on the surf. Ronnie Blakey with Laura Enova, Felicity Palmatier. How was that last heat? I mean, that was so heavily stacked. For me, 4 surfers that I'd love to see on the championship tour next year.
Oh, absolutely. 3 of those guys were in the top 10 going into this event. So I think maybe even top 5. So absolutely stacked heat. Did deliver. Very exciting. And yeah, we've got another couple of good ones coming on up.
Bring it on. Yeah, and always unfortunate in this round. You know, 50% of the draw is going to... Their run's going to come to an end here, but Kaylee Vast, unbelievable surfer, big, powerful unit. Already have seen him crack a CT final or semi.
Yeah.
He's such a talent, just a freak, and looking forward to seeing what he can do here. Kaylee is an exceptional talent, but it's going to be a throwaway number. How's the hustle?
A bit of argy-bargy on the table.
We love a bit of argy-bargy.
We love to see it.
But let's have a look and see what Ian Gentile can do. Just heartbreaking finish for him at stop number 5. Just fell out of the top 22, relegated back to the Challenger Series. Luel Felipe, been loving this guy's flow already here. Had to fight his way out of that opening round of 80. But Luel's just like got that real smooth line between his turns. Fun to watch.
Yeah, super fun to watch, and just really easily identifying the waves where he's going to get 2 big backhand belts. I mean, we just saw it again. He did it in that opening round. And I think that'll be, you know, if not a great backup today. I feel like that level's just that bit higher now that we're in that seeded round. But nice opener, feet in the wax, and a good way to start.
Yeah, Luel was super impressive yesterday, just picking off great waves. As we see Ian here, up into the lip, a small wave, but just getting the job done, working through, finishes off strong. That sharp eye under his feet looking good. Maybe it's a Malmo.
And this is Luel. This is this 2-turn combo. It's going to be the best wave of the heat so far. And you've got to be thinking that these guys are going to be dropping bigger scores than that. You know, this is only early days. I mean, we just want to get a couple of numbers on the board. that first number, dropping for Llewell now, and like we thought, sort of a mid-range score, 5-1-7.
Yeah, positive start for him. But yeah, Kauli Vasa really hoping he can thread together a solid campaign here. I mentioned it, cracking the final of the CT event in Tahiti year before last, and yeah, finishing second to Miguel Pupo. But just an incredible barrel rider, and also he is Tahiti bound, obviously, when he returns home, but he's going to be representing France in the Olympics, which is going to be huge for him, and he's going to have a fantastic chance of getting France a medal for sure. Might be one of the favourites to take the gold.
Yeah, absolutely. As soon as we saw Cowley, get his ticket to the Olympics, straight away went up into one of the top 5 as a, potential Olympian medalist.
Here we go. Oh, scratching, but not getting into that one. And maybe a good thing. It looked to stretch out a little bit there. Was Ian Gentile. Let's hear from Joel Vaughan, though, with Jess Starling down there on the beach. An exceptional heat on paper, Jess, and it delivered.
Yeah, Joel, that was the hardest heat on paper by far. How are you going? How was that heat? Were you nervous going into it?
Yeah, I was nervous the whole way. I even in the last 30 seconds, I didn't know if Sammy made it on that last wave, and I thought he might have been able to get the score to go above me, and then Dakota had priority over me, so I thought I did the same thing I did at Snapper and had third priority and went first to third, but I was lucky enough to stay in first, and yeah, I'm stoked to make it through that one.
Saw you watching Sammy from behind on a few waves. Is that something you typically do, keep an eye on your competitors through your heat?
Yeah, definitely. I just like to watch what they do and see what scores they get, and see if I can try to get similar waves if they get a good score, or if they don't get a good score, don't go waves like that.
And you came down here early, you worked with one of the local coaches down here, Matty Cattle. Do you reckon that has helped you now for your performance today?
Yeah, I came down a few weeks before Snapper, and Matty helped us out with some positioning and lineups, and yeah, I just moved wide under priority and got a couple of fun ones, so yeah, I'm stoked to get through by just catching waves and reading the lineup pretty well.
Awesome. Round 2's coming your way. Best of luck. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jess. Yeah, unbelievable heat. Joel Vaughan has been a superstar on the Challenger Series when it comes to collecting highlight moments, but what he really wants is big finishes in these events so he can get himself onto the CT. Had another solid run on the regional QS this year, and with a victory at Surfest, took the #1 position on those regional ranks. Getting the jump on Sammy Pupo, that's a big confidence builder. Sammy alive, staying alive in this draw, and obviously has his sights set on that #1 position with Mikey Madonna losing out earlier today.
Yeah, absolutely. I know I saw Mikey rolling around the contest site, and just he was talking about having the highest of highs and trying to not come back after that, but the way that you feel, it's almost that a bit of adrenal fatigue. You've just got the event win of your life, and just kind of a bit of a come down after that, and trying to just get out there and do his surfing, and unfortunately didn't go his way today, but yeah, Sammy Pupo is still keeping the ball rolling.
Yeah, a win is just such a massive bonus, though. It's going to take a lot, for Mikey to fall out of that top 10 picture, even probably approaching those last couple of contests of the Challenger Series. So, the pressure's going to be on to back up that result, but if you think about it, the highest high, the lowest low, if you average out the feelings, he's going to be feeling a lot better than a lot of the other competitors who leave Australia with no results.
Yeah.
So,
and he'll just have to have a bit of a nap and pick himself back up again.
Oh, for sure. I think we're all going to need one after the Aussie leg wraps up.
You guys have been on the full Aussie quaddie, so
yeah,
keeping it going. You're looking pretty good, both of you.
Hanging on by a thread, mate.
Yeah, we are. Needed just an extra half hour of sleep this morning would have been fantastic. 20 minutes to go here, and the numbers, they're not too big at the moment. Luel Felipe, just like he did in the opening round, he's gone out there and just created time for himself, surfing with a lot of speed, but sort of actually has a really just clean, stylish flow between his turns. I always like it when people can do that on a beach break. You think about the best surfers in the world, even point break bred surfers, like Joel Parkinson. Andy Irons was incredible at it. In beach break conditions, they'd maintain this rhythm and flow across a wave, and it sort of gave you the illusion that the waves were much better than what they were, and you had more time, all the time in the world, and that's what Llewellyn's been able to do so far in his road through these first couple of heats.
Yeah, he had a convincing heat win against Geordie Lawler, the local boy. Dropped a 7-point ride, and he just knows what wave he wants out there. You know, he's identifying these two-turn, you know, chunky end sections and really just throwing it into the lip, and the judges are rewarding him because, yeah, like you said, he's doing it smooth and with flow and power and looking great.
There's quite a few veteran campaigners too from that South American region, Brazil in particular, that are campaigning on this Challenger Series, and I love the fact that they're still at it, chasing this dream, because, you know, always, we'll get back to it as we see here. Vast just attacking the end section there. And he spends a lot of time in that southwest region of France, just perfecting his beach break game. He's, of course, one of the best surfers in big, heavy, barreling waves of consequence, but he's also really collected some top finishes in beach break surf as well.
Yeah, absolutely. All those French crew, especially the Tahitians, spend a lot of time in the southwest France. As we see Llewellyn, big hit over to the lip. But, you know, that's a part of, you know, being French. A lot of your events are over in southwest France.
Yeah, that's your region to qualify, right, for the challenges. Llewellyn there, you know, taking some time, felt like maybe he had to surf around.
As we look at this one, last wave from Cowley, two-turn combo, slash into that lip line. Then behind him was Llewellyn, and he's thinking that Cowley was in the way. I don't think that was intentional. I mean, he seems to think so. He's asking a little bit of a question there, but
I think it put him in a better spot. Right in the pocket of that last turn.
Could have been too wide if Cowley wasn't there.
Yeah, maybe he was thinking he could have maybe squeezed 2 turns into that section, but
Cowley's just such an unbelievable surfer, so much potential, kind of in some ways on the open face reminds me a bit of Ramsey. He's got that leverage, he's quite a big unit, a lot of power, and he can also, you know, flare up with some big airs too. So he's an exciting prospect. He's someone that you can see graduating to the CT ranks at some stage. But the point I was going to get to about these veteran campaigners is that as much praise and hype as you heap on these younger emerging stars, you know, it's such a hard field that they've got to fight through. Competitors that are battle hardened, that really know the game, especially in these 4-man heats, and yeah, getting wins off them is quite difficult.
I think the thing that a lot of people forget, and surfing is obsessed with the cult of youth. They are. So we were obsessed with this younger generation and it's exciting, there's no doubt about it. But these older guys and women have been around for a long time, and they're actually tried and tested. They have the results, they have the skills, and I feel like we just get very obsessed with that narrative because, yes, it's exciting and it's new, but these older guys and women, they've been around for a long time. They've been traveling a lot. They've got so much knowledge, experience, event wins, and I feel like, you know, even some of these older guys have had a few years on tour, and then they've dropped off and they've got back on, especially in that South American region. But I mean, I even think, why would you not want to do this if you can financially do it? Because it's one of the best jobs in the world. I mean, you just want to keep that dream alive. And we'll get back to that in a sec.
Yeah, you got to milk it.
You do.
You got to live the dream. Here we go, Luke Thompson, the South African, banging away at this one. But yeah, you want to chase it. It's a really good point. I think too, you know, the reason that hype comes for the youth is generally in those earlier years when they're developing, they're working on their, evolving their performance. So they're always pushing it in the air, and the longer you've been around, the less fixated you become on chasing clips and banking that, and you get more fixated on chasing results. So you are completely primed as a competitor. We're all seeing the clips drop of these surfers that are coming onto the Challenger Series.
Totally.
They've got something to prove. That's why it's so impressive when someone like Aaron Brooks, who's doing both, wins through.
But they also have the time to do it too. You know, when you're a Grommy, you have time to. You're not competing. You're not traveling full time, so you have the time to do it. But I definitely reckon what you were saying, Ron, is true. When you can do both, like Aaron, and back it up in a contest jersey, is super impressive.
Yeah, and there's some surfers that actually hold back from, you know, competing just because they say, I want to go and travel and surf, and you know, maybe feeling, you know, as a boy, you know, I want to get stronger and I want to grow a bit more before I jump on the challenges, because, you know, just, you know, their power and their physique, you know, they have a lot of growing to do. And it's like you look at Mikey Madonna just getting that breakthrough, and as we see, Luke Thompson.
Yeah, working this one over. He had a 3.53 in his first wave. Probably going to be a pretty comparable score there. Just milking it, just trying to get a couple of numbers on the board here. 3.5 minutes to go. We'll get some replays after we go to the break. You're watching Heat 9, the round of 64 here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. And we are going to go to a Bonsoy brew break.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by NRMA Parks and Resorts, the official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Well, if you haven't done it before, the NRMA Parks and Resorts are worth checking out, and one of the best of their locations is just over the bridge here at North Narrabeen. So close to one of the world's most famous surf breaks, beautiful lagoon to tap into. As we see a replay of Luke Thompson's last ride, this one just prior to the break. It was pretty close to his first wave. We thought that 3.7. Ian Gentile looking to get his campaign going here. Oh, solid.
Big backhand belt there, just the one turn, but really well done. And Luell, that was also so well done. So earlier today we saw Kean Martin do one like that big lip line floater on his backhand. That fetched a pretty good score.
Don't bang the board, that's a dream board.
Yeah.
Put it on ice.
Some people punch their equipment when they're frustrated, but you know.
He should be thanking it. He should be patting it.
That's a love tap. 10.5 minutes to go.
Some people are into that.
Yeah, but yeah, Luell Felipe again just looks switched on. I really love the turn from Ian Gentile as well, but just the combination of the two moves, really impressive.
Didn't realise there was one before that. Holy, okay, big foam climb, and then just straight into that lip line so late. Airdrop to finish. That thing was mental. He's on his way to a really nice score.
Yeah, like I said before, he's just in tune with what wave he wants out there, and he's finding those section, and he's feeling so comfortable getting up there late, getting up there upside down, and really knows how to manufacture an incredible score.
Love it. 6.67. Luell extends his heat score total here and puts up a pretty worthy number for his rivals to chase. Ian Gentile also dropped a good score for his one big hit, CT quality. Backhand turn there, 6 points. And he's got more to give. Ian Gentile, when he kicked off the year with a semi-final finish at the Pipe Pro, I thought, he's sweet. You know, he's going to survive. But just kind of got on a run of early round exits, and it left the door open for some surfers below the cut line to charge ahead of him when we got to that 5th stop on the tour. But yeah, it was unfortunate. He's a guy that really does perform well at that top level. Was impressive in 2022, or 2023, I should say. Climbed nicely up the CT ranks, got himself right up there, well positioned, just outside the top 10.
Yeah, it's a funny thing starting with a really good result, and that would have been his best start that he's had on tour. So, you know, he would have felt like, you know, pressure's off a little bit. Then, you know, when things start unraveling after that, then the pressure just starts hitting even harder because you're like, how is this happening? I just started with a 3rd.
Kauli is racing down the line here, has that air that he can go to, whips it around, need to do something on that ride to make something of the wave. Don't know if he'll improve on the 4.67 by too much or if at all, but we'll see.
Yeah, he got a bit hung up on that first turn, a little bit stuck there, and then it went a little bit slow in the middle. I mean, 2 good manoeuvres if they were done without being stuck here. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
So,
bit of a smaller wave as well. You know, he got up in the lip here, but just that foamy, just weird part of the wave just got to him. So he went to the air here, so he made up for it. He did all he could on that wave, but I just think the wave quality and the wave height is what let him down there.
There's been a benchmark set for quality opening manoeuvres already in this heat, and that one just, he'll know that it wasn't crisp enough, and it kind of threw him off speed-wise. Definitely did his best to make up for it. And all these competitors are definitely aware that they just want to better that 4.67, increase when you get up. Judges are, a couple of them, not minding it. And he gets a 5.5. So, you know, job done in increasing his heat score total or bettering his previously best ride, but also he climbed up into 2nd place. So, job done on that one.
Yeah, and he would have known after that first turn and kind of getting hung up, you know, the only option here to better the 4.67 is to go to the air. And so hats off to him for identifying that and also sticking it. So just really chipping away at connecting with a good wave.
I want to ask both of you your opinion on this, because you've both had a good shot at Teahupo'o and some of the heaviest waves in the world, but where does he rate for you as far as the greats out there at that location?
I mean, just being able to watch the event the last few years and being over there to commentate and being in the channel, just the way Kauli approaches a heat out there, you've never seen someone catch more waves in your life and just know the lineup and work around the lineup. That year he got 2nd, it was just unbelievable watching his approach to heats. He was just dropping multiple waves. Would start with 6, goes to 8s, and just knew exactly what waves to catch. And when especially it got smaller, he was able to identify this part of the reef that no one else could really find and just drop excellent scores.
Flick, we were seeing him take off regular-footed and come out of barrels goofy-footed.
Yeah.
Like, no joke, he was switch-footed.
I think freak of nature comes to mind when I think about him and Teahupo'o. I think that he knows every inch of that reef like the back of his hand. But then even if I just think about his surfing as a whole, I think he is really well-rounded.
Totally.
If you go to his social media and you watch through any of his clips on his Instagram, you will see big airs. You will see big backhand turns. He's not just... He is obviously a tube specialist, but I feel like he is more well-rounded than what first comes to mind. You think Kauli, you think big left heaving barrel, wave of consequence. But I think he fully has all the ingredients to make it cook and get on the CT. I really do. I think there's just something that needs to click, and you see it happen all the time. Like people click into gear, they click into, and they find that momentum, and they roll with it. I believe that he has all the skills.
Yeah. And I think you know, they've got really fun beach breaks over in Tahiti. You know, a lot of them are still over like a rocky sort of beach, but then he's literally grown up in southwest France, as we said before, Hossegor, and surfing those beaches. So he's had his fair share of grovelling. And I remember one time we were over there and there was a big swell in Tahiti, and how hard it was for him to not be in Tahiti and just be in southwest France at a contest. But, you know, those are you know, it kind of reminds you of the Hawaiians when they're over on the mainland and they know the waves are pumping or something. And yeah, it makes them well-rounded though, having to go to these other beaches and surf waves that are worse than their home.
And how was Dick Sandbar that year and the rock food? Did you have a good time?
It was pumping.
But he's going to be so fun to watch, and Freds is going to have an incredible shot at getting a medal with him obviously tackling his home break or his favourite wave on earth. But it's going to be so fun to watch those Olympics unfold, because just through that qualifications process, we saw so many amazing tube riders and former winners in the CT event earn that right to represent their countries. Gabriel Medina, who's just been a force out there over the years, he surfed his way to an opportunity to represent Brazil, getting a win at the ISA World Championships. So that's a huge bonus for Brazil.
Oh, yeah.
And they obviously have a couple more major threats, as well as we see Ian Gentile here looking to back up that 6-point ride from earlier on in third place. Only needed a 4.17 to get himself up into a qualifying position. This heat's gone quick.
Yeah, it absolutely has. I feel like it's flown by him.
Luke Thompson, though, he is actually chasing his first real decent score. He's kind of got left behind on the scoreboard. He's got the 2 lowest scoring numbers, counting numbers at the moment.
Yeah,
so he's got work to do.
I think a bit of a mistake with Luke looking for the rights. You can see him on the left of your screen there. He's focusing on the alley rights, and you can just tell today the judges want those sections and that you know, convergence of the beach breaks and just how heavy the left is. It just doesn't have that on the alley rights.
No.
It runs and it just fizzles into a smaller wave.
Yeah, Luke Thompson's like the out-of-towner surfing with the locals at the moment. That's what you have to do usually. You become the North Narrabeen. You sort of shift your focus to the waves that no one else is looking at.
And if he wants to go right, he should be trying to do something super progressive or go into the air. But, yeah, it's just...
I think if you're focusing on rights, you're way better off going down to the car park.
Yeah.
You're better off heading south, putting 100 metres between yourself and your opponents, and you get every wave. You have ultimate priority because you're not dealing with anyone there. And we saw Rafael Teixeira take a chance down there, but he kind of made that decision late in the heat when he didn't have priority and he needed some space to try and chase a score. But I still think it wouldn't be a bad tactic for someone who really has a strong forehand, especially because there's been a lot of good waves down the southern end of the contest site today.
Yeah, well, I was expecting the swell to turn a bit more east today, but it's still got that underlying south swell, which is why it's kind of a bit straight when some of these swells when the sets come through. But tomorrow, and as we go into this afternoon, the east swell fills in really quickly. I think it's going to be about a 5-foot east swell, and the south swell's dropping. So we're going to see it be a lot cleaner and better tomorrow.
It's going to be thumping on the low tide as well. We saw yesterday just how shallow this sandbar is on that low, as we see Vast. He's looking to get himself back up into the top 2 here. Acrobatic on the end section. Just patting the Tiger to try and get ahead of that whitewater there. And there's a 5.58. Probably pretty comparable to the 5.5 he had earlier on. Just will he get credit for getting a completion there at the end of that one? But Ian Gentile dropped the 5.07 on his last wave to jump ahead of the Tahitian.
Yeah, it is pretty similar to the 5.5. I think you're right, Ron. I mean, he got that one more turn. The 5.5 was just 2, but this wave's smaller in size. I feel like the air was a bit smaller in size as well as the other one. So, and then this little, getting down and patting the dog.
That's really hard to tell what the judge is going to say, whether that was a make. It's like he was definitely had made it, and then...
But then the fact that he got down and started trying to get with it. Oh, here we go,
Ian Gentile here on the right. Another big turn, but just loses control trying to ride out of it. I'm going to call that patting the dogs there. I'm going to call that the Laura Annabelle, because you've got 2 little pooches that you've been bringing down to the event site.
Oh,
Luke Thompson giving it a nudge here in the final 10 seconds. Has he done enough? He needs a big number, though. 7.37.
That was the first
And, you know, he looks frustrated because he just hadn't done enough work earlier on to really give himself a chance here. Some frustration there from him. Ian Gentile wondering if he's going to be hanging on to this second spot. He didn't complete his last effort here on the right. And we're waiting to see if Tauli Vast is going to get enough with his last ride and whether he gets credit for his finishing turn, really, to get himself up in a second spot.
Yeah, so that was Luke's first look at a left-hander for the whole heat, and he must be thinking when he comes in, damn, like that's going to come in by far his best wave of the heat, and I can't see it going 7.37, but it was amazing surfing. It's going to be like, I think up there between, between 6 and 7.
Yeah, well, a picture speaks 1,000 words.
Yeah, it does.
And the picture of Luke's head right now is just saying one word over and over and over again, and I can't say it on air.
You read between the lines.
But yeah, he's looking for a 7.37. We know it's going to be his best score for sure, but, you know, when you stack it up against what we saw from Luel Felipe, you know, it doesn't feel like it's going to get there. This guy, he's slicked back the hair. He's gearing up for a post-heat interview. He looks sharp again here.
Oh, no, he's looking good. He's just done a really good job at identifying waves that are giving him space to not look like everything's condensed. He's been able to open up. Just great wave selection, it comes down to for me.
Good wave selection, and yeah, just really surfing with a whole lot of flow at the moment. Clearly on a magic board as well. Luel Felipe gets the win. Ian Gentile hangs on for second spot and is moving on through as well. We're going to take a quick break here. You're watching the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
One of my favourite parts of the Northern Beaches here in New South Wales is it's got that diversity of the landscape. You have some untouched natural beauty mixed with all the enjoyable parts of living in a city. There's amazing restaurants, great coffee culture. Every time that I'm away, I come back, something new's here. So lucky to call this place home, grow up here, and I'll keep coming back for the rest of my life.
Loving our time here on the Northern Beaches. Plenty to check out, plenty to see. Great restaurants, great cafes. Always big events happening in the city and its surrounds. And yeah, you should definitely get down here. Also a lot of quality beaches to check out. Always a wave to be found. As we get stuck in the Heat 10 now, the round of 64, Marco Minot of France is going to be out there in the red. Joan Deroux, who's been to the CT before and wants back on, he's out there in the blue. Heitor Muller is going to be out there in the white, and the local boy, Geordie Lawler, who's had a big win on the Northern Beaches before, has surfed more heats out here at North Narrabeen than any other competitor in the draw. Of course, part of the incredibly strong North Narrabeen Board Riders Club, who's really been celebrating some massive milestones the past couple of years. Laura, they've been around for a long time.
Yeah, shout out to the North Narrabeen Board Riders Club. I know everyone's down there probably clocking off work by now and down here to cheer on Geordie Lawler and then Dill Moffat coming up later today. And everyone on the barbecue, you're doing a great job. All the Groms, Bonsoy board caddies, they've got the day off school. They're having the time of their life. So good.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Always feel really welcomed here by the North Narrabeen board riders for the event. Free surf's not so much, but no, it's great. It's such an amazing club, and they've got the big book celebrating 50 years, and man, just some of those original members, just that, you know, surfing royalty.
Yeah, I reckon we'll give you 10 more years and you can, you know, make your way out the back off the alley rights.
Yeah. Well, I'm a South End local. I grew up down at Albert Street, and yeah, but Emerald Street is kind of like the
cut-off.
Yeah, the invisible border. You're not allowed to cross it. But here we go. Marco looking to take flight. Doesn't stick that one. But yeah, loving what we're seeing from these surfers in this round of 64 today, with their willingness to take flight. We've seen some big airs laid down, some huge moves stuck on the flats. Jet Schilling, the world junior champion, stuck one of the turns of the event. I think he's got the highest number of the contest so far. Really impressive.
Yeah, 917, right in the last minute. Needed a score, and yes, spin to win. And he ended up in that first place position. Alistair Reginardo, another one that came to mind, 9-point ride as well. So yeah, we're seeing guys going to the air a lot. And I mean, if you can stick one big solid aerial manoeuvre, you're going excellent.
I will go out on a limb and say that if Geordie Lawler doesn't do an air, the coffees are on me tomorrow morning. If Geordie Lawler doesn't do an air, the coffees are on me tomorrow morning. It's official. Lock
Deal.
it in. Do you think he's going to do one?
Yeah, he's going to do an air.
No, it was a lame bet. 24 minutes to go, and let's get caught up with the winner of the last heat.
Llewell, almost 10 years experience on the QS, now here on the Challenger Series. It's looking like all that experience paid off in that last heat. It was a pretty close one.
Yeah, the waves kind of closed out a little bit, and I knew like one big turn, you get a really good score.
Coming from Snapper, it's a perfect right-hand point break. We now move to Narrabeen. It's a more traditional beach break. Have you adjusted your heat strategy a bit more to suit the waves?
Snapper is kind of like wanna wait for the good one. Out here, just need to catch waves. So sometimes the waves are close out, but sometimes you think it's a close out. It's like it's an open up wave, and then you can get like 2 or 3 big turns.
So wave selection here is way more important to you?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes you don't know, like if you have priority, it's kind of like difficult to choose your wave, but if you don't have, sometimes you just need to go.
And it's looking like you're on the same board from yesterday. Is this a bit of a magic one for you?
Yeah, I had a really good results with that board. Like I like the flow and the speed of that board is really good, and those kind of waves, when the waves kind of close out a little bit, it's good when you have speed.
And you're traveling here with a cool group of people, but I'm sure there's so many you want to say thanks to back home. Anything you want to say?
Valeu todo mundo no Brasil que tá na torcida. Quero agradecer em especial ao Mago Tonho, o cara que eu tô lá ficando lá na casa dele, tipo, me abraçou lá e me deixou bem confortável na casa dele. Todo mundo do Brasil que tá aqui comigo, me acompanhando, meu shape é Simon, meu psicólogo lá, Fernando Moreira, minha esposa que tá em casa, né, ficou em casa e tá lá torcendo por mim, meu pai, minha família, todo mundo. Valeu.
Awesome, thanks so much. Congratulations, we'll see you in the next round. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, strong again. And Llewell keeps this roll going. Moving on to that round of 32. Out there in the lineup. No big scores dropped just yet. Aitor's got the best of it, a 3.5. Priority with Geordie Lawler. And what kind of crowd is Geordie going to pull for a heat like this, Laura?
Yeah, I mean, it's Friday Arvo, just like I said before, and, you know, everyone is just absolutely rapt to have this event in town and to also have their 2 local boys in this round. And, yeah, they'll be cheering. I saw the North Narrabeen board riders tent set up on the beach, so I'm sure everyone's just going to be down there. And Geordie's having a look at this one.
Oh, here he goes. Nice looking section here. Oh, whips up into that first turn. Doesn't get it right. Still nowhere. Looks like copies are on me at this stage as we see Marco unloading on the forehand. Aitor just with a little bit of a hung up there after ditching the fins. But Geordie's had a major win in a qualifying event back in 2019. It was down at Manly But pretty much all of Narrabeen was down there to watch it unfold.
Yeah, unfortunately, just digging around there. I think he was trying to get up there for a second turn. This for Marco was epic. If you're going to go an alley right, you've got to do something like that. And unfortunately, not pulling it off that time. Yeah. And then Hayter here just up into the lip and just getting a little bit caught up on this next section.
Potentially he was on his way to the best wave of the heat just there if he would have stuck that second turn. Just super low scoring still, but can't help but think as that tide gets lower, maybe it's just getting that little bit more challenging. Just like what we saw yesterday afternoon with the women, it was a lot harder as that tide started to get a lot lower.
Jordan Lawler lining something up here, loading up, has some speed. He's going to back off though to get the air done. Didn't stick that one.
We owe you coffees.
Not yet.
What?
He's got to make it.
Oh, okay, all right.
He's got to make it. But here we go, Marco. He's looking for a ramp as well. So the more this tide drops out, the rampier these waves are going to get. I think it's going to turn into a bit of an air show this afternoon.
It really will, but unfortunately when the tide drops out, that rip comes on. So as you can see, these surfers they're going to be non-stop paddling, and there's going to be texture, lump and bump for them to deal with, and it's going to be hard for them to, Geordie knows this wave by the back of his hand, and he almost pulled that one off. That's going to hurt that he wasn't able to just ride through that, but just to identify this air section here, go up there, just unfortunately getting on his heels there, not able to project through that. But, Geordie surfs this wave every single day. When he's at home, he's one of the first ones out. He puts in so much time here at Northie. I just absolutely love watching him surf out here, and yeah, he's a great fella.
He is, yeah. He's rode the Channel Islands with them for a really long time. Had some magic performances, but just looking for a fresh feel. Recently switched over to Timmy Patterson's. Did a lot of work with Timmy over there in the States to get his boards refined. Aussie craftsman, or South African Aussie craftsman, Gunter Ron is distributing Timmy Patterson's out here. So, they found something. Geordie's surfing's looking strong. But Laura, you've had that throughout your career. You both have, where you've had something good going and a long-running relationship, but eventually you kind of need to switch things up. You need a fresh feel.
Totally. It's all about, evolution of your surfing, and sometimes it's a new chapter if things are just feeling, like you're not moving forward, or you just need to freshen something up. As you can see, Geordie having a look at one of these insiders, decides to pull back on that one. But I went through a lot of shapers through my career, and it was always, really fun to just, start to work with another shaper, make that relationship, get a couple of boards, and then, really roll from there. And I think it is a way to just spice up your whole, your surfing and your relationship with the waves.
It must be so hard to have an amicable breakup too, because it's difficult, because these are the companies that support you. I know Mel from Onboard here has supported Geordie big time through his, earlier years as an amateur, and Channel Islands given him fantastic support. And I don't think it ends just that encouragement and love, but it is difficult.
Oh, it's so difficult. I used to ride for Channel Islands, and then I made the switch over to Mayhem and riding Lost surfboards. And I remember when Brent Power was living in Australia still, and he was, in charge of all the boards and team manager here. It was like a breakup. I remember going in there, and I was like, okay, you got to hold it together, Flicky. And I remember telling him, and my voice was getting like, and he's like, it's okay, it's okay.
I did the exact same with Chile. I walked over when I was going from Chile to DHD, and took a six-pack.
Only a six-pack?
No, it was a case.
Oh, no wonder Chile doesn't talk to you.
It was a case. No, it was a case. Maybe 2 cases.
Maybe
and
a
one.
pallet.
And I walked in, and just started crying. Yeah.
You started crying. Yeah, but it's big, isn't it?
That's really good for you, and just it was very great. The build-up sucked.
Yeah.
It's like
you guys are going through breakups, and I'm single. I'll look at the mingle in the board department. But no, it's difficult. But ultimately, I think, it's not lost on the surfers, the support they get from their shapers, different shapers as they move through their careers. But the Timmy Pattersons, he's working with a number of surfers. It feels like he's getting more boards under the feet of some of these campaigners these days. which is great to see. But you look at the people who've been on his boards over the years. One of my favourites, Matt Archibald, one of the originals. But Italo, you know, Italo might not have ever gotten that world title, but it wasn't for Timmy Patterson's shapes. It really did help him in a big way. 16 minutes remaining here. And, you know, we've seen some heats with a lot of highlight moments, but this one's been starved so far. No one's really taken the bull by the horns here. No one's stomped a big move. No one's put together a solid combo. It's anyone's at this stage of the game. And with that in mind, let's take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back in a moment. Heat 10 will continue right after this. Loving our time here in Sydney, and the Northern Beaches is delivering today. We've had quality conditions throughout. We know it's going to get a little trickier on this low tide, but it could turn things into a bit of an air show. Spectacular as we get down to the final 13 minutes in Heat 10. No waves being ridden at the moment. Let's check in with Jess Starling. We'll get to her in just a moment, but let's give you the update on the situation. We had a 4.33 for Aitor Mueller, who's out in front. Geordie Lawler is just dropped a 5.67 for this wave during the break, Laura.
Yeah, two nice
love
hits.
that.
Smaller wave, but just really clean sections. So nothing, you know, too massive for what we know Geordie can do, but just the way he was able to ditch the fins and put power to power in that last section, I think is where all the points went.
He kind of reeled it in, didn't he? And kept the air up his sleeve and went to some nice power turns, some great flow there as we see Marco too getting into the heat. So the numbers are starting to come onto the board, and this heat's starting to intensify.
Oh, this is going to get interesting in the end here. I mean, everyone knows there hasn't been a big score on the board yet. Everyone knows it's going to come down to these last couple of exchanges, and I think Geordie did a really good job on that last wave. He surfed it up. It was a smaller wave. It was a C-grade wave, and he surfed it up for a good score. Let's have a look here at Marco on the backhand. Carves through that first section, times that second belt, and gets up there for a little foam climb. Just a little bit of an awkward finish there. He's patting those dogs again.
Yeah. I mean, for Marco, he had a massive finish here last year. A third place, went down to Jacob Wilcox, and had, you know, that was his best result in the challenges. So he would be, you know, coming back to Narrabeen going, let's go, good memories here. You know, he finished 4th on the rankings last year, 14th, sorry, on the rankings, so just missed out on the qualification. I'm sure he's hungry to try to replicate what he could do last year.
Oh, yeah, ravenous. Just over 11 minutes to go. Let's go now to Jess Starling.
Guys, I'm here with the Bonsoy Locals Report, and I'm basically here with the family that raised me, North Narrabeen Border Riders, and my good mate, Daz Dross. Daz, you're down here watching Geordie Lawler. How's it all going?
It's a tough heat. The waves have been really slow, but it's good to come down and watch him. All the Northie boys are here supporting him because it's such a family down here, and he's going right. He's in second, but he needs a backup.
How great is it to see WSL and I guess all these international surfers come down and relish over our amazing break?
Yeah, actually, even though we're locals and we don't like anyone else coming here, we actually really love this event. We love all the pros and everyone that's with them. They're really respectful. We really enjoy them when they come to town. I think they also enjoy this area.
And all of us commentators in the booth and I guess everyone else around have been saying how fun the waves have been looking the last few days. You guys haven't had too much swell the last couple months, so this is pretty good timing.
Yeah, it's still not really good Narrabeen. Hopefully, I think if you look at the forecast in the next couple of days, it should be really good. So they might get lucky. They always seem to get lucky there every time they have a comp here. So hopefully they get some really good waves towards the end of the week.
Well, I think we can both agree. Go Geordie, go Dill, go Narrabeen. Thanks, guys.
That's the Bonsoy local take there from Jess Starling, and it doesn't get much more local than Big Daz. And here we go, Geordie. Already dropped a solid score. He's got a good little flow happening on this wave. Love his style.
Oh, wow, yeah. He'd get about 15 of those a day, a surf, maybe more.
Oh. You know those tandem rides you see people take where you do a cut back and weave in between each other. I've had a couple of waves like that with Daz out here. Yeah.
But you didn't get to go in front ever.
No.
Love this from Geordie here, up into the lip there. The way he was able to pull his nose around and not dig, just the transition between his front foot and back foot, just such a fun surfer to watch.
He is, and you know what's cooler about Geordie is he has so many different turns that he can go to.
Absolutely.
So he never looks like he's kind of in the straitjacket and going to one turn. He never looks restricted when he's on a wave. He just flows really nicely because when he comes off the bottom, if the section lays down, he can go to a really sweet wrap and release the fins. He's already had a number of different looking turns and still hasn't done the air. So
yeah, still on board track for some coffees, Laura.
Here we go. This is the replay of Aitor from earlier on. Good looking cupped out face. And he's pretty happy that he stayed on his feet here, but it just felt like it didn't really all come together for him.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking that he didn't ride out of this last turn. I think if we look back at some of the airs that have been pulled today, he landed on his feet here, he had control, but he didn't ride out of this whitewash.
These surfers want to attack those critical bowling sections, but that wave was really asking to just be pulled into. It was barreling beautifully across the sandbar. But we've already seen today a couple of okay barrels that haven't really scored that high. Just think the size of the surf kind of holds you back on the scale. But Geordie has added to his heat score total here. 5.57 out in front now. It's not a super healthy heat score total though, so he wouldn't feel too safe just yet, but right where he needs to be at the moment, with Aitor chasing a 6.9, Marco's after a 3 to get up into the top 2. Juan Daru's been really quiet. The veteran just hasn't found anything out here in this heat.
Yeah, unfortunately for Joanne, it just, it feels like it's that time of day, the tide. You can see these guys constantly paddling north, that rip just running through the lineup, and it's just really causing havoc at the moment. Not enough clean face for the sets to really roll in and hit the proper northy left. So these guys just unable to find really what they're looking for out there this afternoon.
Juan Daru just stays fresh in our minds with strong performances on the Challenger Series, but in particular what he's done as a wildcard over in Portugal the last few years. He's been really impressive. There's something about this guy and the thumping wave over there at Super Tubos, and he's just always, just primed to have a run through a CT event with those big turns.
Yeah, it's interesting because I sort of draw a few similarities between Paniche and here. And that is where he had like this big finish at the beginning of this year as a wild card. So I mean, it's interesting right now. I mean, he needs 2 scores, but it's still wide open. He can still do it in one wave. I mean, he only needs a 5.87, and
he's in the perfect position right now, because usually if you have 2 2s with 6 minutes to go, you'd be like, oh gosh, I'm going to need something big. But he only needs a 5.87, so he's not looking for anything massive.
Oh, I'm sweet.
We owe you a coffee.
Yeah, well, the good thing is they're free in the VIP area.
Well,
so
I never really agreed to that, because I always knew he was going to do
you
an
were
air.
still trying to work out what I was proposing.
I needed it in writing. It wasn't registering in my head.
But Geordie Lawler, you can kind of count on him for that move. It's a move that's helped him win some big heats before. You know, it's just interesting. He went to the air maybe a little early in this heat and didn't execute, and then he went back to more traditional turns and got his 2 keeper numbers. But how's that? Almost twisted his head off riding out of that turn. Those fins just grabbed so quickly.
Yeah, they did. No, it's impressive. I like how he's been able to be adaptive in his approach, as we see Haytor just going for that big backhand belt. But this heat is still so wide open. It's very low scoring. You see Geordie there with a couple of 5s, mid-range 5s. But, I mean, Marco and Joanna, it's still very open. It's one score. It's one big turn, essentially, as well. We've seen it happen already so many times today. 6-8-3s, 7s for 1 manoeuvre waves.
Yeah,
it's totally open.
A lot of buzzer beaters today. It looks like Joanne's having a look here down the beach.
Has some speed. And as strong as this guy is with his rail turns, he's also very crafty above the lip as well. And he gets a completion there on a tricky section, and he had no business projecting out the way he did. He was so late to the section.
Yeah. No,
He's not after a massive number, but the thing that Juan Daru will want to do there is really chip away right at that requirement.
I think that's obviously going to be his highest number, but he's Captain Obvious over here, Flicky. But let's have another look. Obviously just registering, there's only one section here. Let's go. Little fin reverse, air reverse there, rides out. And this is Marco just
just that little bit too late to the party.
Holy. But yeah, I think Joanne doing a good job. He's obviously out the back now. He's going to know he needs probably one more number. So it's within reach. It's just right now for him trying to find some space from these other competitors, knowing he doesn't have priority.
You know, all he needs to do right now is think, if I've got a mid-range 4, what am I going to be after? Just, probably another 3 or something.
Yeah,
so
same again.
He's just got to keep busy right now, and Marco only still needs a 3.83. So this is so wide open. I'm sure Haytor is scratching his head thinking how is, he pulled in a 4.33 for his last wave, so he betted that 3.77. But I'm sure he'd be scratching his head still thinking, probably feeling like he rode out of that wave before, but the judge is deeming that incomplete.
Yeah, he's treading water at the moment, just has his head above the surface. Marco and Juan Daru, they're pulling on his feet. They're trying to get above him, and they're pretty close to making that move. Marco, as you said, only needs a 3.83. Juan Daru's about to chip away at this requirement.
I mean, Haytor is in first priority, so you can see him paddling towards someone up there. I couldn't tell if he was paddling towards Joanne or...
Yeah, well, Juan Daru wanted to know what he's chasing. He got a 4.47, so he needs another 4 to get himself ahead of Haytor here. And he's way down the beach. Have a look at that as we take a trip on the Phil News Sydney flight cam. Juan Daru has powered his way down to the southern end of the contest site here. There he is on screen. So he wants free range. He wants to get a couple of cracks at this number. 4.19 is what he's after. Jordan Lawler holding on to the lead still.
Felt like Haytor didn't know who to follow, and he's following no one.
Here we go. He's spotted something. He's seen a corner on this one. Paddling hard to get into it. He gets a nice entry. Oh, but he's going to go down. Couldn't set the rail on that heel side. And he's got to get back out there. He's got a minute and 45, but his board's tombstoning at the moment. Quickly gets it back under body. So he's got to find a corner out there. That wave was stretched out pretty quickly. It would have been hard to get the board up into the pocket.
Looks like there's some more lines coming, so...
This one to the south does look a little more peaky too. But it maybe isn't big enough here. Joan Daru taking a chance on something else, rolling through in the final 70 seconds here. Meanwhile, right up in the corner here at North Narrabeen, we've got our three competitors fighting for position. Jordan Lawler looking pretty solid at the moment.
I would have expected Haytor to be right on top of Marco needing a 3.83, but he's kind of just letting him do his thing.
Yeah, I mean, he's not even on Marco either, so that's quite interesting that he's just let him go.
Marco looking for a section, needs to take flight, you'd think. Chasing it down, there's nothing there to launch off, and on the southern end of the contest side, Joan Daru finds a pocket to work with. Nice little hit to get started, finds the section, put a bit into it, needs a 4.19, there's 25 seconds to go here.
Mate, I reckon he wouldn't even be able to feel his legs right now. That was nervous moments, but the way he was able to find a two-turn wave down the beach there, you've got to say that has to be close to being it, or...
I think it's close.
I think it is.
His previous ride was a 4.47, and that was really just juiced out of nothing on a, you know, waist high, maybe not even, air reverse. It was a low-scoring heat. There wasn't a whole lot in the first turn, but he really leans into that oncoming section.
Yeah, you could tell the first turn was kind of safety. Second turn also, he just knew he needed to get it done, you know, so it's going to be the judges feeling like, did he push enough into that, or was he just gifted the perfect wave? And you got to say it has to be right there.
Waiting on the number to drop. Let's see the reaction. I'd expect a pretty cool one from Joan Daru. He surfed a lot of heats, been in this situation many times before. Haytor Mueller, wonder if he's going to hang on here.
It was interesting for me because he wasn't even sitting on Mark. I mean, it was hard for him because both surfers needed those scores, right?
Yeah, but you think you'd have to choose one and go for
exactly. I agree.
So what happened? What happened down the beach then?
Problemo, possibly.
Local surfer Geordie Lawler.
So Geordie making his way in. Should be pretty sweet.
Yeah, Geordie's all good.
Really having a look at this wave.
Just
a 4.19.
Still a resting heart rate for Geordie, hey, like not really looking too stressed at all throughout that heat.
Just doing what needed to be done, really, and smart surfing. You can just tell he manufactured those scores, found the waves under priority, and surfed a really smart heat.
Yeah, well, Marco, we know that his number's in, not enough for him. Joan Daru, he got the number he needed, a 4.7. And it is a pretty casual celebration for him, making that jump up into second place and staying alive here in the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We're going to take a quick break here, and we're going to bring in Matt Janoski and Richie Lovett for the call. The local boy survives the round of 64.
GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. By Vycobi, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia. And by Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back. We're straight into Heat 11. Things are really starting to heat up down here at North Narrabeen Beach for stop number 2 in the Challenger Series. This is the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. I'm Matt Chinoski, joined by tour veteran Richie Lovett for the call. And Richie, some amazing heats already, but things just getting started for the afternoon.
Yeah, I feel like in the last 2 hours, things have really lifted. The surf's cooperated. We've seen a bunch of surfers take to the air, and we're starting to get that progressive element that we thought was going to come into play here at Narrabeen. So some great heats already today. There's more action to come, so strap in.
Yeah, when the set waves, you've got to capitalise, and this was Levi.
Oh, wow, just a 2-hit combination there. Levi Slauson. And another performer up on the Gold Coast, that was turning some heads. And this heat really stacked.
Callum Robson from Australia back on the Challenger Series. Jackson Bunch, runner-up in the World Junior titles earlier in the year. Lucas Silveira. And this is Levi on his second wave. And Levi had a terrific run through the North America qualifying series. Didn't do too well on those the opportunities on the challenges in the past, but he's here to make a vengeance, and he's looking strong with his coach Matt Myers. Those two have really turned some heads, as you said earlier, Richie, and here he goes.
Yeah, you can see that wider stance, took to the air. Gosh, he was so close to making that one. But I love the intention. I love the fact that he's just really going for it in the opening stages of this heat. High risk, but still plenty of time on the clock. It's kind of, you know, if you convert on those big moves early on in the heat, put a big number down, geez, it just slingshots you into the remainder of the heat.
California now to an early lead with the 617 on his opener from Encinitas down south, and he resides in Cardiff. Everyone tuning in back home, prime time television for those surfers that have just finished work or school. They're tuning in right now. His friends and family, his girlfriend, all watching right now. And local spots, Seaside Reef, and that's a predominant left. So this is going to be feeling very comfortable, just like home. Ramping up down the line. He hits the air, full rotation. And under priority, he's just going to be putting together a movie. And if he can ride out of something like that, Rich, we can expect some good scores.
Yeah, he's going to drop an absolute hammer. And, well, it's 2 and zip at the moment. Here we go, Lucas Silveira.
So, yeah, the veteran here, nice, strong power surfing from the big fella from Brazil. Nice 3-turn combo there. Big fan of spray. And as we're talking about aerial surfing and some progression, some can go out there on a set wave and really bury rail and draw some creative lines. The judges will reward accordingly.
And this is the replay of Levi streaking down the line, gets the pop out of the lip. With just that disconnection with the board. And outside, Lucas. And some better surfing here, sticking to the face and getting the maneuvers done. 2-turn combination with a little finisher. So Lucas, lovely guy, and well, he's been at it for a while, hasn't he, Matty?
He has, yeah. He's a bigger frame surfer. I mean, you definitely could see him on something like the World Tour. See a little chip shot way up the point. This is a classic North Narrabeen left here for Cal Robson, and just a fan of spray deck. Pokes the nose a bit, and that one a bit more power, but the Bonsoy team rider just falling off the back of that wave. And, I mean, coming back off the CT. There's been some positive results from surfers that have made their way, I guess you could say, down the tours. This is the 2nd tier tour, and Cal Robson's used to the championship tour, and here he goes in this one.
Yeah, good looking left here for Cal. Just caught that little edge there, and I think that might have disrupted his flow on that wave for the 2nd turn. Just got hung up a little bit, but and it only takes that little catch of an edge, a little stall, hitting a little bump. you know, an interruption to that line that you're intending to take. And it can, at this level, it can definitely upset your rhythm on the wave.
The 23-year-old's come a long way. He's from relatively no name on the world tour to forging himself with the world's best. The surf from Evans Head, humble, sleepy coastal town. And here goes somebody with not so humble approach to the wave, Jackson Bunch. Runner-up to the World Junior titles. Saw current reigning champion tee off earlier really well, Jet Schilling. And here goes Levi. Oh my God! Man. And he pulls it off. The surfer from Encinitas, Levi Slauson, who had a great start at the Gold Coast, but fell down earlier than he would have liked in the draw. Looking super strong out here this morning, and his intentions, they've been set. And behind him, Silvera opening up with a 4.5. It's the second wave of the exchange. Nice power attack. He lines up for a nice, smooth two-turn combo and hammers that end section shut. A lot of flow, a lot of speed. Stylish surfing from Lucas Silvera, but really waiting on that score from Levi.
Yeah, there's a great exchange here, but let's check out what happened with Jackson. Gets the grab rail, does not get the rotation though. And outside, Levi Slauson, beautiful slashing turn, gets up for the second. Closeout maneuver, critical. Drops out of the sky. And then behind him, Lucas Silvera. A clean backhand snap. And a beautiful lip line floater to finish that wave off.
Looking forward to seeing that that exchange, and early signs for Levi's wave coming in excellent across the board. One more score to drop. 21 minutes remaining. He's going to rocket to the lead with an 8-point ride. He's just heard that a little splash to the water. That one felt good for Levi. And this is how he climbed to the top of the regional rankings. He really dominated most of his events and went to major maneuvers on his first turns. Often it was an event up there at Morro Bay. It was the 3000, the QS 3000. That event was tricky. We had everything from 1 foot up to, actually it was about 20 feet one day. We had to have a lay day, a proper 20 feet. It was crazy.
Wow.
And it bounced back to the finals day at about 6 foot, and he just threw everything at it. Rights, lefts, his backside specifically he's really proficient on. So he'll be really reveling in these conditions throughout this event. North Narrabeen, one of the stalwarts and one of the most important locations when we talk about competitive surfing. But not just that, it's the culture, it's the people that have come out of here, it's that fierce localism that's portrayed out in the lineup. But a result of that is some of the world's best surfers, and Levi right now is understanding why surfers like Dylan Moffat, Laura Enever, why surfers like Geordie Lawler, and literally dozens of others have forged their reputations here at North Narrabeen. And having a look at this down the line, you see under priority, Jackson Bunch, and this is Lucas. Yeah, a lot of different waves. We have that south swell underneath an east swell. Northern Beaches open to a lot of winds and swell combos. Narrabeen in particular prefers a more easterly direction, but we can definitely take a south or a straight north, and we've got the combo of both. We're going to go down and speak to a local, Geordie Lawler, on his clutch performance. He's with Jesse Starling.
Yeah, Geordie, you're the local legend, the hometown hero. You're getting the job done in that heat. Well done.
Yeah, it was a real battle, that's for sure. But yeah, scrappy one. Stoked to scrape through.
Looking around where we are right now, there's so many people down here supporting you. I even got to sit with the Northie Board Riders team. Are you really feeling the love right now?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's really cool competing at my home beach, and yeah, loving seeing my family and friends down here. It's great.
It's great for the community too to have an event like this come down.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's really good for our community. I feel like there's not much happens around here, so it's good to have something going on. So.
And George, we all believe you belong on the Challenger Series. You got a spot into this event. Is this revving you up to try and get into a couple more?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's kind of, it was pretty heavy when I didn't make it this year. So, yeah, looking to sort of put my foot down this event and, get a result and hopefully get in the rest of them or something.
Well, we'd love to see you back there as well. Congratulations on another heat. We'll see you in the next round.
Cheers, Jess.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks both of you locals. Jesse growing up here and getting the interview with Geordie Lawler, and a really relaxed, pensive Geordie. He's said not a lot happens around here in terms of that competition surfing, so as we've heard from some of the locals, these guys are relishing in that opportunity, the contest jersey. And here goes Jackson. Oh, the single turn just projecting into the flats there. Super hard to do and hard on the body. And Geordie, he trains down at the Surfers Gym with Matty Granger and Felipe Denari. They've got a great program down there and getting these surfers primed for these events, and everything from the average Joe up to the seasoned pro. But to do stuff like that, project out the Hawaiian Jackson Bunch. I mean, Kaipo's at home tuning in like this. He's one of Kaipo's favourite surfers as well, and a goofy footer. He's springy, he's fast. We saw him in San Diego at that World Junior titles, and he went down. He came second to Jet Schilling. It was a goofy footer affair. And Levi Slawson, he actually lost to event winner Jet as well. So these guys really went through the QS, a lot of the NSSA events and that pathway that we don't necessarily have in Australia. We do have our Surfing Australia junior titles, but it's not as forged as that high school surfing that the US has.
No, it's, you know, I feel like our club system is probably the strongest in the world, and I feel that's where a lot of the sort of grassroots ability of Australian surfers is developed. And we have a very strong junior series as well. But most of our juniors, I feel like they just leapfrog and they go straight onto the qualifying tour. So,
and that's probably a testament to our board rider clubs, and that's something that the US and Hawaii are catching up with. Obviously, smaller, more localized places in the islands, and Australia, North Narrabeen, one of the fiercest, most competitive board rider clubs in the world. And that's, I mean, Geordie comes down here and he's not always a shoe-in to win. You have many heats of surfers that could take you out at any given day, and sort of, it can almost act as a deterrent as well, because you're losing to local legends, and that doesn't always feel good when you go and compete against other people if you can't even get the win at your local board riders. It's the same at Long Reef, where I'm from. Some of the sponsored kids down there don't always take the win every single time. There's tradies, there's local dads, there's grandpas that are put on the rashie and they can string together a few turns, and that, I think that sums up the working class Australian surfer.
Totally, yeah, absolutely.
Like Cal Robson out there right now, Bailey Ladders team rider, Bonsoy team rider from Evans Head, a fishing town, quaint surfing village and fishing village up there on the north coast. It's nestled in between Angourie and the north coast points of Lennox and Byron Bay. And here he is competing at the world stage, and this is the epitome of that board rider club work ethic. And on that, we're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break and come back with more action as we get to work in the final 15 minutes of heat number 11.
For me, coming home, spending time with the family and getting away and seeing Australia, for me, that's what it's all about.
Staying at NRMA Parks and Resorts, it's always fun. The facilities are second to none, from basic camping into the cabins, or glamping might be your thing. There's just so much to do. We can go for a surf, we can go for a bike ride, we could even go for a skate. Perfect opportunity to disconnect from those things that hold you at home. That's the stuff that memories are made of.
You know, it's no coincidence that some of Australia's best holiday destinations coincide with some of the best surf destinations. You're up there on the Central Coast in that cliff, and this is Narrabeen, where we have that beautiful caravan park with rainwater. It's not pollution, and the beautiful caravan parks up and down the whole coast. They're a sight to be seen.
Yeah, there's so many amazing places to explore in New South Wales. This is just the tip of the northern part of Sydney, stretches all the way up, you know, the other side of Pittwater, start of the Central Coast, and then, you know, the mid-north coast, far north coast, all the way up to the base of Jaramba, where we finish off before we get into the jump the border over into Queensland. But so many places to explore along the coastline here in New South Wales. And this is a beautiful vision here of NRMA Park at Narrabeen.
And here we have Cal Robson. Wow! And a nice long extended float there in the tail end of this heat. And that's so stoked to call this action this afternoon. The GWM Sydney Surf Pro. This is stop 2 on the Challenger Series. And in the break, we had some action from Jackson Bunch.
Yeah, Jackson, beautiful slash off the top. Nice bit of release, stay nice and loose. And again, and then he goes for the little air rev. Doesn't quite ride out of that one, unfortunately. But this is Cal. A bit more power in that opening turn. Just hammer time on the second. So you can see here a distinct difference between the power output of these two waves. And Callum just really destroying it. And then on the backhand here, Jackson, lightning fast. Really reminds me of a marriage of Rob Machado and Kalani Rob, really similar styles. And then Cal with the big, long projection floater. The tide's starting to run out. And you can see that these the bottom of these waves are just dropping out. Really steep sections.
Cal chasing a 3.86 down into third. Jackson Bunch, the Maui surfer. He needs a 6.5. We saw him at Pipe earlier in the year. He got that wild card. And he put on a great performance, and we know he's no slouch in the tube. And here he goes. Let's see how he goes in the air. He shoots up, grabs the rail, and unfortunately just goes down. The Quicksilver team rider, we know he's a well-rounded surfer. He's not just dedicated to the tube or big waves. We saw him in his small wave attack in San Diego at the beginning of the year. He surfed the Challenger Series last year. He won the regional qualifiers through 02 and 03. I should say 2022 and 23. And he's going to have to get work in the final 10 minutes. What happened here, Rich?
Yeah, so Jackson just streaking down the line. You could see he just had eyes on this section. Gets the rotation, but unfortunately where the wave came down, it just exploded under his board. Oh, Levi Slawson, just a little backside rotator. And this guy, he had a couple of buzzer beater moments up on the Gold Coast, just pulling himself out of trouble right at the last moment. And he's looking good in this one, way out in front at the moment with that 8-point ride.
Just the 2.97 for that last one of the exchange, but he's still way out in the front, as you said. And Lucas yet to really find any of those extreme critical sections, but surfing smooth, surfing strong and powerful. Brazilian surfer, he's safely into second. Bit of a journeyman throughout his career. We've seen him on the Challenger, we've seen him on the QS. And so I think in his 11th year competing on the professional tours right now. And 28-year-old was Rio de Janeiro home, and so beach breaks, I like it, just an extension of home. We do find that with a lot of the Brazilian surfers on the northern beaches. In fact, DY has been relabeled at times DY de Janeiro. And I've walked through the supermarket with some professional surfers and the Brazilians, and I don't know anyone, but they do.
Yeah, no, it's a popular place. Lots of Brazilians along the whole of the northern beaches, actually. And why wouldn't you? It is just a magical place to be. Live action.
strong, right on cue. Power surfing there from Lucas. Oh, great transition. I mean, that's just textbook quality surfing there. And Cow behind him. Wow, another one. Fan of spray, almost mirroring Lucas's wave, but a bit more ferocity in that last section, but he goes down. So Silvera getting the best of that exchange, looking to drop a 4.5. Cow, though, only hitting a 3.86. That was a pretty sharp first turn.
Really, really sharp first turn. So Luca just gets a beautiful slash to start things off, and then the wave goes a little sleepy, but he sticks with it. That final turn, he gets it done. So the two hit combination, looking to replace the 4.5. It's Callum Blast, big cleaner on his turn, and the final section offered up so many more points, but unfortunately Cal couldn't convert on that one. Jackson Bunch fades to get to that section. Beautiful flare off the top. This guy is just so agile and fast. Big fan of this guy's surfing, and he has got a huge future ahead of him.
Yeah, if you were to combine Clarny Robb and Ryan Callanan, you'd come up with Jackson Bunch. And electric surfing, fast and fluid on the forehand. And on the backhand, just as deadly. He's searching for a 6.5, and he's well on his way to chipping away at that score. Surfing North Narrabeen Alley here. 50 years of professional surfing contest going down at this beach, and it is the home of power surfing. We had the, and I say that, let's dive into a bit of history, because Jeff McCoy has passed away, and he actually was shaping twin fins for a lot of the local surfers here from 1970 onwards, but it started off here with the single fin longboards and the V-bottoms, courtesy of Bob McTavish and the Keogh team down there. Denny Keogh, he got a lot of those guys onto eggs, early V-bottoms and eggs. Guys like Cole Smith, and a young Simon Anderson, Terry Fitz, those guys jumping on Shane surfboards. And then obviously Simon Anderson, Terry Fitzgerald need no introduction. And if they do, look them up. Those guys are the ones that founded the way. Terry Fitzgerald, those beautiful winged pintails and airbrushes, and Marty Worthington. And of course, Simon Anderson went from single fin extraordinaire to shaping some of the first thrusters in the world. And here he goes, Jackson Bunch, currently in fourth, searching for that 6.87 score. Hasn't dropped yet. That one's not going to do it. But where Jeff McCoy comes in is, as the Keogh team got a bit older and they didn't adapt to the shortboard revolution in the later 60s, Jeff McCoy came over from the eastern beaches, and he adopted a lot of the surfers. We talk about Cole Smith. There was Terry Fitz jumping on the McCoys. I think Simon was on him at one point. There was also Dapper Oliver. Mark Warren went from Keogh's over to McCoy's, and rest in peace, Jeff McCoy, who passed away recently, and just a little in and out there. And so they had those little twin fins, little upright twin fins. Neil Purchase, Senior as well. A lot of names there in that history. Lucas Silvera. Nice single power hack there. You can hear the Brazilians, the local Brazilians going wild. Currently in second, looking to drop a 4.87.
Yeah, well, Lucas, he certainly liked it. Big single hit there. And we'll see if this one actually drops into the scoreline. This is live action of Callum Robson. Beautiful snap to start things off. Drives around this section. Hits it again. He's going to get a third turn. And turbulent whitewash behind it.
And rides out clear of the...
but we'll call that a make.
The Bonsoy froth on the inside. Looking like a little cappuccino on the inside, but we'll call that one a make for sure in this replay of Lucas.
So Lucas, just the single turn. It was a nice re-entry on the backhand. And then Callum explodes off the lip on that one. Quick check turn, gets to this final moment here, hits that oncoming section, and then gets in an arm wrestle with the whitewash, but shows to the judges that he completed the ride.
Yeah, this is just the tale of the day, Richie, as we see these surfers dueling in the closing 5 minutes. We've seen, I mean, Levi's pretty safe out the front, but in every heat that we've called today, it's come down to the dying minutes. Priority not playing a major factor up until this point. And here he goes, Jackson Bunch, still down into fourth. A 5.2 on his last, searching for the 5.46. He looks back up to the judges. So much rapid fire action. These scores take a little while to get logged in, so these surfers just rolling the dice, trying to stay busy. We saw Jet Schilling, Geordie Lawler with clutch performances. And yesterday as well on the women's side, Yolanda Hopkins, and another one that comes to mind was Kira Pinkerton. Pretty much dotting around from 4th to 1st.
Yeah, Jackson Bunch, beautiful tail slide, snap to start things off, and then the closeout re-entry gets to that final finishing manoeuvre. But yeah, you mentioned Jeff McCoy. It'd be remiss not to talk about Shane Horan.
Oh, well,
and you know, the influence and the partnership that those guys had together, and the design change that really you know, helped spearhead the whole shortboard revolution, I should say, or the modern day shortboard revolution.
Yeah, from 1966 through to 1981, we went from 9'6" single fins down to 4-foot twin fins in the very early 70s, back up to mid-7 single fins, to twin fins, to thrusters, to 5'10" thrusters for competition. So in that short period of time, in 15 years, it all happened here on the Northern Beaches too, Rich. Hawaii, massive influence, of course. Yep. The likes of Dick Brewer, but predominantly it was the Australian influence, both competitively and design. And Narrabeen had a huge part of that, and the Northern Beaches, Brookvale shaping industry. And here we have Jackson Bunch still down in 4th, searching for a 5.88. The Hawaiian goes up, goes to the air, hits a lip line, and lays back into that, is unable to ride out and regain control. But the final minute, he knows he's going to need something special. Scores still to drop.
Well, I tell you who was biting his nails was Callum Robson, because he was watching that entire manoeuvre, and he would have seen Jackson Bunch flying through the air and just hoping.
So he's in 3rd priority. Callum's moved up into 2nd. He's got a 5.2 in his last wave. This is a replay of that air.
Flying down the line, hits the section, big straight air with the grab. And wow, that would have been the number if he had landed that.
Cal looking on intensely. Nervous moments because Lucas Silveira, I mean, he did better in his last exchange of 5.43, but he's needing another mid-5 to go back up into the placings. Levi comfortably out the front, the Californian. And it's going to come down this final minute. 2nd in priority. The winner, the leader, has got the P next to his name, Levi Slawson. This is the gamesmanship. You can see to the right of the screen, Jackson Bunch making some distance, and red and white sitting on top of each other. There's Levi just ready to pounce on the closing wave of this heat. 30 seconds remaining, tense times. This is an early loss. Nobody wants to walk home losing in this round of 64. Callum's appealing for a use of priority there. He had a look at it for Silveira, but not quite. This is Slawson in the final 10 seconds. A nice fan of spray. He's looking to drop a 6.17. And that one's just going to be a victory lap as he makes his way in. A couple of seconds left. Is anyone else turning? There's no action, so an anti-climax there in the final minute. We've been used to these scores going up and down, but it's Levi Slawson from Encinitas, California, taking the win from Callum Robson, who lives to fight another day. And relief from Levi. He came bursting out of the gates, Rich.
Yeah, he did. He took control of that heat right from the opening moments. Dropped that excellent 8-point ride and consolidated, backed it up. And then it was a hustle for 2nd place. And, well, Callum Robson, he won that battle.
He did. And Lucas Silveira, great surfing, didn't put a foot wrong, but just not radical enough to capitalise on that end section. We're going to go to a break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to stacked heat for Heat 12 coming up shortly.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. And by Destination New South Wales, strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to the beautiful North Narrabeen, Northern Beaches of Sydney, Australia. Stop 2 of the Challenger Series. We are at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Joined in the booth, Matt Chinosky and Richie Lovett to call this. And we have Eli Hanneman, the Hawaiian, back on the CS. Maxime Husinot from France. Al Cleveland, the Mexican. Carlos Muniz. So an international affair, Rich, which is what we come to expect. But crucial points on offer to get through this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's pretty cutthroat. 4 surfers enter the water and only 2 will progress through the heat. And here's the opening ride here for Eli Hanneman, an exciting surfer who has just been relegated back to the Challenger Series. Just tags it and falls out of the sky on that final maneuver here. And Eli, we're used to this guy taking to the air, and as easy as you like, he will make these all day long. Perhaps just getting caught up a little tiny bit there. He tried to sell it.
He did.
But they ain't going to buy that one.
7-3-3 locked in for Eli, and a 1-3-3 on a backup score. And that's what we saw for the US Open victory that he took last year, his maiden CS victory over there in Huntington Beach. A big corked out backside air. And sort of against the grain. It was a bit of a sleepy heat, and he pulled that one from nowhere. And that's the status quo for the Challenger Series these days. It'll win you finals, but it'll get you through heats too. A high standard of surfing, a super high performance wave Narrabeen when it's like this right now. We've seen so many faces of it on the Challenger Series and the Championship Tour. This is pretty fun right now, and Carlos in the full suit, he's ready to go. Carving around this section, he goes vert as well. Pretty electric finishing maneuver there for the Costa Rican surfer, and passing the baton to Maxime. He's no stranger from Narrabeen as well. Brand new Channel Island surfboard, looking fresh under his feet. He loves the Northern Beaches. He's stoked to be back, and a journeyman across the QS. He's been on the CT as well. Well-travelled surfer, but talk us through Carlos's way, Rick.
Yeah, Carlos, quick check snap to start off. This finishing maneuver, that was the money turn. Big finish, gets it right up vertical. This is Maxime Husinot. Quick snap and up and over the roof for the final maneuver on his wave. So great exchange there, and a busy start to this heat. But Eli Hanneman dropping a nugget. 7.33. This is Al Cleveland. Oh, up and under the lip and just getting detonated.
Wow, that was a gnarly wipe out there from Al, but if he could pull it off, they're the ones that are getting those excellent scores and a little bit of drama and some separation between the board. And if you can come down with an airdrop, judges are really liking that. That a commitment to the critical sections other than just coming down softly and banking a nice clean completion. If you can obviously ride out cleanly, that's important. But if it's on a gnarly section like this, you'll go big.
Well, beautiful drifting snap, and just didn't have any room to get up and over the and top of the lip line there. He was just under it the whole time, and it just swatted him down. That would have stung a little bit.
Yeah, pretty shallow there on the inside. We've got a receding tide, and here he goes, Al Cleveland up again. And goes vert, slides the fins a little bit there, so that's not the start that he wanted, but 30-minute heats allows for plenty of time to reset. We've said it time and time again. We've seen some of the best scores logged in the final moments, but also in the case of previous heats, getting off to an early start and showing the judges that you mean business has really proven to be a deadly start. We see Eli Hanneman with 7.33 in the opening minutes of the heat.
Yeah, great start for Eli. 7.33. He's an electric surfer. Really loves to take to the air. You'd have to say that speed and his aerial attack, they're the 2 weapons that he likes to put on display.
The quarterfinal finish here last year, and Narrabeen's been pretty good to him over the years. moving forward. The US Open obviously was a terrific victory for him. It's skyrocketed him up the rankings, where he finished 5th in 2023. He had some great performances in the Championship Tour, but up against stiff competition, which is always the battle when the seedings work out like that. You make your way onto the tour and you're up against the likes of Jack Robbo, John, pointy end of the rankings. Taking a look at this wave. Costa Rican, Carlos looking spicy. Oh, catches the rail on the bottom turn before, and this one makes up for it. Air drops, and he gets through the doggy door. So a 4.67 on his opener, just looking for a mere 1 point ride. That'll be it. That board, perhaps a composite material board, but not always the case with the black board. It's just a lot of simple black sprays these days, Rich.
Yeah, exactly. Keep us guessing. There are a lot of carbon technologies and versions of getting around there at the moment. But beautiful looking wave at this point. You could see just something happened as he tried to come off the bottom there. It didn't really project him up high into the wave. Almost like he just hit a little speed bump, slowed him down, and but he got to the second turn off, and then the wave just ran down on the sandbar and closed out. So just the two-turn combination.
The Costa Rican's been competing for a long time. In 14 years, he's been having a crack. 31 years of age, super experienced. And why wouldn't you change up your equipment with that much experience? Anything to give you that edge or some excitement on your quiver to go out and match it with the rookies and the new surfers on the tour, like Al Cleveland. He's been on the CS before, back in 2022, and he's back here in 04. He'll be competing for Mexico in the Olympics coming up. And Chopu, and he's going to be one to watch. He's, I don't know, we just mentioned him. I don't know if he's a dark horse, but there's some big names in it. But someone like that, take off on a bomb, have the courage. If it's pumping, grab your rail, and we know how good Al Cleveland can charge as well.
Oh, absolutely. These guys are really capable. We've seen some of the CT surfers starting to head over there and do some work over at Chopu while there's some swell in the water. Okay, Bansi preparing for his next heat.
Thank you.
There's something about Cade around the event site. There's a lot of respect for everybody. The workers, the surfers, the fans. There's a lot to be said for that. When you're in that contest zone, a lot of surfers just rock up, headphones on, obviously respecting their privacy and their motivations, but different personalities interact. And when you're on tour, Rich, anyone who sticks out?
As a friendly face around the competitive area, mate, all the Aussies were pretty friendly. We were having a good time, and we'd get on with anyone.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely a lot of the Americans too were super cool. Timmy Curran, Rob Machado, guys like that. They're always super mellow and up for a chat.
We know Kelly's always up for a chat, usually post-heat.
Yeah, the Malloy brothers, really nice guys.
Now just chipping away at the requirements. He got a 4.17 on his the opener, where he had that beautiful fan of spray and went down in the second one. So a building block for him at this point in the heat. Still another 2/3 to go, and here goes Carlos, currently in second spot. He goes to the air and nearly rides out, but not quite. This is Eli. He's been a bit quiet since that opening 7.33. Sets up with a nice re-entry and a carving maneuver back to the whitewash. Banks it off the top. In the pocket, just milking this one through. It keeps giving. He finishes that with a little foam climb, and that one will feel good to back up the 7.33, Rich.
Yeah, that's going to be a great backup score for Eli. It will not go as high as the 7. We can confidently say that. Here goes Al. Tags that first turn. It's a nice projection snap down the line. He gets the finishing foam hit.
Needing a 4.18. It's going to be right there, and this is Carlos's extravagant air.
Yeah, so Carlos hits the section, gets the spin, and just gets exploded as that wave crunches down behind him. And then here's Eli. A nice snap to open up, cut back into the whitewash, waiting for the wave to go again. See how he's staying right in this tight part of the wave, right in the power pocket. Really focusing on those critical sections, but a well-constructed wave And at this point in the heat, smart just to get it done, put another decent number on the board and really put some pressure on. Eli has the luxury of having that high scoring wave, the 7.33, almost 3 points or 2 points ahead of his closest competitor there. And that man, Maxime Husseneau, sitting on a pretty decent score, that 5.67. So he's been patient now.
Now Cleveland, a 4.83 puts him up in the lead temporarily. His score still to drop, but while we're waiting, let's go catch up with Levi Slawson, who's down the beach with Jess Starling.
Levi, to get an 8 in any heat is amazing, but to do one in a heat that was as stacked as that last one has to feel pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's my first excellent score in the Challenger, so it feels really good. I knew that heat was pretty hard, but kind of realized over the last couple of years of watching it all last year, not being on it, and then I did have a full year on the Challenger before when I was 18, and I was pretty starstruck by a lot of the names that I was coming up against, and now I kind of realize, like, if you just believe in yourself and you think you have the level to beat those guys, you might as well just go out and have a crack at it. So yeah, I'm just stoked to get a couple fun waves, and of course, yeah, Callum just coming off the tour, and then one of my close buddies, Jackson Bunch, I've been competing against him my whole life, and then Lucas Silveira is really good too. So yeah, it was just a pleasure to share the water with those guys.
Let's talk about that year off. Spending that time watching all of your mates compete all around the world, did you take anything out of that? Has that revved you up more for this year?
Yeah, for sure. I had a lot of the guys that I was competing against my whole life actually qualify last year, so for me to watch that happen, and yeah, for them to kind of show the way for the rest of us. And then I just got some close friends that are really good surfers, and they believe in me and give me some good input, and yeah, I got a good team around me, and yeah, I took the year to kind of just focus on my surfing. I feel like if you have the time off, you just need to take that opportunity to just get better. I felt like I did that well, and yeah, I learned a lot in the process, and I'm just stoked to be back.
Yeah, well, we definitely think you've come back stronger this year, and I've got to ask, we spoke about it yesterday, this is an Australian Sharp Eye, am I right in saying? Is this the same magic board as yesterday?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a great board. It's just funny, I've never had boards from over here before, and I only rode the board one time before my first heat. So yeah, I think I'll probably end up saving this board for the whole year. It seems like it's a good board, so just hopefully not break it at this contest.
Well, it might be time to go board shopping in Australia again. Best of luck in the rest of the competition. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Great feedback there. We love talking about the equipment, and he has said that in a few post heats that he loves his Aussie Sharp Eyes, but in the break.
Wow, Maxime just taxis twice to very, very strong turns. And that is going to be a great number, and it is 8.0. Rockets him straight up into first place. So being a little bit selective, it has worked out perfectly for Maxime Husseneau.
The French, surfing with the French flag from Reunion Island, the veteran. He's been on all tours. His first event, 2008, his first professional event. So he's been at it a long time, super experienced. And he would have been, he's a friendly face as well. He communicates a lot of people, always a smile around the contest side. He's been here, he's been watching, he's been observing what the judges are looking for and just getting the recipe right in that moment. An 8-point ride rockets him up. So now it's Al Cleland needing a 6-1-1. He's taking a look at this, but giving way to the priority surfer. No, this is him now, up and white. Carving maneuver to start in the pocket. Comes around this one. Hammers that end section. And that one with a lot of power.
Strong.
Just a ferocious finish. Rapid fire action from Eli. His second place is going to be in doubt, but maybe not now. Looking to drop a low of 3.6. That's long gone.
Yeah, that's out the door, and he's going to replace that with a good score. Tough to separate those waves of Eli and Alan. Let's have a look what happens here. Get straight on that bottom turn. Beautiful cut off the top, and then hammers the closeout. So again, two really strong turns, kind of similar to Maxime Husseneau. Let's see what happens with Eli. Eli, more drifting turn off the top, and a little bit later to that final section, perhaps with not as much energy and power. So I feel like Al may get the nod out of that exchange between the two, and that might see this battle flip on its head. But Eli does have that 7.33, so he has a really strong foundation to his scoreline.
And yeah, this is just rapid fire. This is a tremendous day of competition down here at North Narrabeen. Stop number 2 on the Challenger Series. Can you believe this is a round of 64? We're seeing these guys put together almost video edit sections. But don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break and come back more for round 2 of the video sections.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. It's a beautiful afternoon down here at North Narrabeen, and I'm here with an Oakberry surf conditions update. We've got 3 to 4 foot faces this afternoon, light east-northeast winds, which are pretty dreamy for down here. We're seeing our competitors still opting for the alley lefts, which are having heaps of potential. Plenty of fun little rip bowls. There's a few little alley rights on contention as well. But if I was a competitor today, I definitely would be sticking to the lefts. Yeah, I'm excited for the afternoon. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jess, for the swell update. You know what? The competitors can keep the alley left to themselves, Rich. I'm going to go down to car park rights.
Yeah, there's a couple little nuggets down there for sure.
Yeah.
Free surfers having a field day.
Backside airs is certainly not my forte, but look at those little ramps out there for these surfers. Al Cleland back down into third because Eli Hanneman just got a 6.27 to go with that 7.33. And he's up again under priority, which is a dangerous slot. Oh, no way! Can he ride out? Oh, no! I think they might give it to him. We'll have to wait and see. He's claiming it. He loves it. He's stoked. That one would have felt insane.
Wow. Wow. Wow, wow. This is huge. So, well, the judges, they'll be having a little debate about this one, but let's just check out the replay. Just pops so high out of the lip with so much rotation, no problem getting the full spin. I love how we're slowing it down here. He actually hit a little bit of backwash and it slingshotted him even higher.
Yeah.
Right at this point. He is so solid on his feet. He's out in front of the whitewash there, so there was nothing more he could have do. He was a victim of how far he projected out into the flats.
Like, he rode out smooth, but then it caught up with him with the convergence. We'll have to wait and see where that went. He's still in second place, though. Mate, this is seriously a video. I actually said to Eli and Cade when they got down here, I said, go put on a video section because it's cooking. And the surfers are delivering. Maxime Hussenot, amazing surfing. Eli, Al Cleland just ripping the thing to shreds. Yeah. Carlos putting on a show as well. Scary thing is Carlos, still 8 minutes 50. Enjoy the show. Everywhere around the world tuning in right now. And then the break. This is Maxime.
Maxime tags the lip. Just, you can see how proficient this guy is. Just the maneuver placement, it is pinpoint accurate every time. Solid as a rock, and that is why he is out front.
Score drop for Eli. It wasn't a make, a 1.57.
Well, they make it crystal clear that if it's a make or not, and if that is in fact the wave. I hate to bring it up, but I will. you know, I instantly thought of the wave that Italo got, where he did the rotation. Exactly the same thing happened. He landed out onto the flats and actually kind of outran the wave for a minute, and then when the whitewash sort of caught up with him, he wasn't able to ride clean.
He's bang on there, Rick, and here goes Carlos. That lost dark arts looking great under his feet. Oh no, and disconnects with his equipment. You know,
he was on his way.
The flex profile of those boards gives you that spice, and it's a unique approach. But here go, we'll talk us through this.
Yeah, let's check it out again. So, I mean, it's one of the most dynamic airs you'll see a backhand surfer do out here at on the Narrabeen lefts. And Eli felt like he made it. And, you know, he landed on his board. He did everything right. But the one missing element was that the judges want to see you ride with the push of the wave, with the energy of the wave, with the momentum of the swell line, whether it's whitewash or not whitewash. They want to see you standing on your feet, getting projected forward.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how good the maneuver is. That's the status quo. You got to ride out of it. Thinking back to Italo there versus Connor Coffin, same scenario. Epic air, heat-winning air, but you got to ride out. We saw it at Margaret River as well. We said in Hawaii, tube ride. You get spat out, you fall off. It's not a make.
And I feel like the judges, there's sort of no grey area. They're just going, it is or it isn't, you know. And it's there'll be some debate, but mate, what an incredible air, nonetheless.
We're here for it. The debate. Everyone's got opinions. We're all surfers, and we are enjoying the show here.
Well, the good news for Eli is that he is in second place right now, and it's a fairly big requirement for our Cleland, hitting the 7.73, and his last ride at 5.67, 5.87, somewhere around there. It's I actually thought that was a little bit low, if I've got to say.
Yeah, he hammered that end section a lot, and perhaps it did shrink a little bit towards the end of the wave, so it wasn't as much.
It was definitely bigger than Eli's, though, and Eli scored more. So comparing those two, I felt like Al had the better wave. But here we go, live action here of Carlos. So he had an opportunity on the wave before that one. He was on his way. 4.27, and you got the feeling that if he'd made that final turn, it could have been up in the sixes. That would have put him right back in striking zone. But as it stands now, sitting on pocket fours, and that is not going to do it.
No. I mean, he rides out of that, he's going to go good to excellent every single time. That's where he's just rolling the dice. He's close. He's so close to pulling it. And what went through, what happened on this wave, Rick?
Well, it hits the lip, gets the rotation, gets the grab, but it was almost like he was a little bit flat, didn't have quite enough speed. Didn't really get much height.
But he's staying activated, which I like. He's moving away from the pack. See him off to the right of the screen. We've seen that so many times. The surfers just sneaking away, able to capitalise on a wave that stretches away from the pack. And here he goes again. Rolling the dice on this one, tying it up. There's the rodeo clown on that. He's just going to keep rolling all by himself. Why not? 5 minutes to go. The tail end of this heat. He does need the 8.93, but it's still enough time to chip away at the score, although the body language is telling us slightly defeated. We've seen so many success stories today, the dying minutes of each heat. And the story is sitting there with Al Cleland, our surfer in white, representing Mexico. Out of Colima, the second year on his second full year on the Challenger Series, chasing this dream of getting on the championship tour. And you have to say the maturity, the power, the experience in heavy waves. That name, Alan Cleland, won't be a stranger from the CT for much longer, but it all starts here at the Challenge Series, Rich. He's got to build some momentum, and this is a great test, the 7.73. 4 minutes remaining. And Eli put together a great heat, and Maxime is, I mean, looking at this, you'd have to say maybe not the favourite coming into this, but he's just put in a great performance. That 8 came out of nowhere. He got the completion, and it is that easy. For someone like Carlos, they can ride out. They've got the skill, they've got the manoeuvres, they have the experience. It's just being able to connect and find that right wave to tee off on and the right choice of manoeuvres. The skill level is certainly not the debate they've got here through their regional qualifying tours, which are stacked. You know, North America for Carlos, he's got the wild card. Al Cleland, he's in the North America Tour too, where he got a third to qualify through here. Eli, he's competing with the Hawaiians, Lahaina Maui, and Maxime, he's got the Euro Tour to battle up against. So seasoned veterans, and there's the Sydney Flight Camp showing the contest site. We're over to the right-hand side there at Narrabeen, so North Narrabeen Surf Club. You can see the Bonsoy tents there, BioGlan, the activations, all there on the beach. It's packed, chockers. It's going to be busy tomorrow too on the weekend. Here goes Carlos. Oh, shivers. That one didn't look too friendly. Hopefully his equipment's all right. It kind of bounced and refracted. He's checking it over right now. Maybe it is a break.
Oh no.
2 minutes 20 remaining.
Well, that's going to make it very, very difficult for Carlos Munoz. And even though these boards are made of carbon, they're not indestructible. The force of the surfer coupled with the force of these waves, and then the amount of torque that goes from surfer through to surfboard, and the positions they get themselves in, amazing. But working with Matt Biolis there, and Carlos, he won't give up.
No need to put the leash on either. Just get back out there, one more wave. And that's actually a pretty good mentality. Don't fall.
Well, he's actually got the leash still strapped to his ankle. He just took it off the string connected to the board. So I think he'll just paddle out quickly. Well, he may have time, but that was a clean break right in front of the fins. That is the typical spot where most boards do break. Obviously, that is the spot in between your back foot and your front foot. So much leverage, so much pressure gets put on that part of the surfboard.
Didn't he put it to test in this heat?
Sure did.
Absolutely hammering it. Current heat leader, Maxime. He was in second priority, so just taking a wave perhaps off Eli. So we can jump in the lead. He's needing a 6.35 to eclipse Maxime's lead. Coming into the final minute, will there be anything for the Mexican surfer? Chasing a hefty 7.73. He's put together a pretty good heat. His last two waves, he's built steadily. 5.87 being his best. Just panning over there. You see that next heat lining up, ready to go. Little Narrabeen, Tarameta in the background. Another little cove. Sydney's got so many of them. 21 beaches on the north side of the Harbour Bridge, and we're here at North Narrabeen, the infamous North Narrabeen. These surfers have the lineup to themselves. Super fun peaks today, but will one come in time? Maxime again, keep really busy, doesn't need a score at this point. He's smiling, he's stoked. Quick look at the watch there for Al as he moves over to the north. See him out there in the white. Pole position, 10 seconds. Doesn't look like there's going to be a wave coming in. Final 5. Countdown. You can hear the beach announcer right now. So unfortunately for Al Cleland, the priority can't capitalize another wave, but it's the Frenchman, Maxime Hussenot, who takes the win. He'll be elated, no doubt, from an on-fire Eli Hanneman, who came out of the gates absolutely roaring with confidence. These guys make their way in. They have a phenomenal heat coming up next. We'll see the Frenchman in the surf from Maui, Eli, moving through the round of 32. Don't go anywhere. We have Laura, Flick, and Ronnie coming back in for heat 13. This day is just going to get better. See you soon.
Welcome back to the show. Taking a trip on the flight cam. And what a view it is. The beautiful North Narrabeen Ocean Pool there. Looking north all the way up to the Central Coast. A beautiful day. A little bit grey, but all is forgiven because we've got waves on offer, and as a result, we're seeing some great performances. And exactly what we predicted would happen has come to fruition. We knew that low tide was going to take away some of the opportunities for big combinations, and now we're seeing big airs laid down, and there's been some great attempts and some great airs stuck already. We're going to see more?
Oh, absolutely. Cannot wait for this Arvo to unfold. And the wind, I feel like, has backed off. It's looking glassy out there. It's looking fun. Yeah, we're getting some... We've got some great heats on the way.
This is going to be a good one too, because we've got a few surfers that are looking to turn around a pretty average start to the campaign on the Challenger Series this year. Cade Matson's out there in the red. Mia Manabre of Tahiti, who's had some solid results here on the Northern Beaches. He'll be out there in the blue. Luca Marcinez from Peru in the white. Hiroto Ohara of Japan will be in the green. Hiroto looks so good on the Gold Coast fleet. One of the best.
He was one of the best, and consistently dropping 7-point rides every heat. Right now, this is Mihimana up and riding on the forehand.
Oh, looking spicy. You know, I love the way he took off on that, and just sort of knew it was going to be a short wave, but just really put it into those first two turns, and especially that second turn, flaring the fins a bit.
And this was Luca Marcinez from early on too, getting into the mix.
So he's finding a bit of space out here, a bit of room to move, but this wave just sort of tapering off. A couple little hits there on the backhand, but probably a smaller score, I'd say, for sure. That first hit, really well timed, but he probably was looking for a bit of a bigger finish.
And Luca qualified via those North American regional QS events, so you know, not an easy field to stack up against. He's done really well to make the grade there.
Yeah, love that second turn from Mihimana then.
Yeah, re-watching that, wow, he just did that so quickly. I mean, there was such a short, little condensed wave, and he did really well to fit those two turns in there.
You kind of felt like that was his plan, to get out there, sit a bit wider and inside, and just try to do that exact surfing. Just one quick turn, set up into a big sort of close-out turn, throw the fins, and you know, he's going to end up with a nice mid-range score to set him up for the heat. Lucas's wave was a bit deeper, but just sort of fizzled out a bit. And you know, I think today, if you want to be getting the big scores, you have to have a big end section.
Yeah, 100%. You just absolutely nailed it. And this is Cade getting his count open here on the backhand. One nice slice and cracks it there for a second turn. So that's a great two-turn combo.
Yeah, really strong surfing. This wave didn't really have a lot, but just really felt like he just over-surfed it, you know, just made something out of nothing. And really this end turn, the way he was able to kick the fins out, just adding that bit of pizzazz and looking so strong.
Yeah, this heat is absolutely stacked, really, when you look at this on paper. I mean, all surfers really, really good. A couple of surfers that have been on the tour. Mihimana obviously got a wildcard berth into in Tahiti at home there, and he's done well there as well. And then Hiroto had big wins in his career. But yeah, super stacked. And I think, Ron, just to go back to your point before, Hiroto was on fire on the Gold Coast. He was dropping big heat totals. He was in the post show multiple times. He just looked like his surfing was very on point there. So it's going to be interesting to see how he adapts to this beach break.
Yeah, you got a weekly dose of BioGlam moments from Hiroto up there. 23.5 minutes to go here. And we take that view in once again. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat. The guys had some big moments here at North Narrabeen over the years, Jessie.
Maxime, looking just as comfortable out there as you were the year you won your World Junior title. How's that heat?
Yeah, I think it was the year before I won, the left was going really good like that, and I think I was 16. I got all the way to the quarters. No one knew me, and I beat guys like Dusty Payne and Owen Wright and guys like that. So I was kind of tripping, and I feel like, I don't know, this beach brings me luck, and I've been in a rhythm with this beach, and hopefully I can go doing a really good event this year again.
And you came up in a heat against two guys who usually take to the air, in Al and Eli. But you managed to get through the heat with beautiful traditional surfing. Is that kind of what you're going to bring to the rest of the event?
Yeah, well, the backhand is definitely my strength, coming from Reunion Island with one of the best left in the world, Saint-Leu, and it's one of my strengths. So I work really hard on having the foundation of surfing really good. So my base with the bottom turn of the top are really good. So I know I can use it anywhere, and I still have air games, but sometime in a 20 minutes, 30 minutes hit, it's not always easy to put it together with the air. So I prefer to stick to my reg game because today was really good and really nice wall, but I can bring some air games as well. So I'm just going to adapt to the condition, whatever comes to me. But that was a really hard hit, and I'm happy I make it. Yeah.
And you look super comfortable out there. You've spent a lot of time here in the past before. Is there anyone in your corner from around here that's helping you out?
Yeah, the first, the year I won, I rode the Warner for my first time, Warner surfboards, and they've always been my friends since that. Shannon and Brett has been really nice guys and looking after me, and then my dad always come over, he's my coach since ever, so it's been really nice to travel with the family and having someone on my side all the time, so we can just like talk and laugh. Like, he's a really funny guy. But yeah, I'm missing my wife and my little kid. He's 4 months now, a little boy. So hopefully we can be together someday and maybe here. Why not?
And feel free to send them a message if you want.
Yeah, bonjour tout le monde à la maison et gros bisous surtout à ma femme et mon petit et à tout le monde. Je pense à vous, à ma grand-mère, ma maman, ma sœur et tout le monde. Allez, bisous et à la prochaine.
Awesome. Congratulations. See you in the next round. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, Maxine, and a big shout out to Maxine's family. I didn't know that. He's got a new barb. That's awesome. And like a lot of the competitors who are away from their families for extended periods now, they really are focused on, you know, making that time away from home count. It's a huge sacrifice to make.
Yeah, absolutely massive sacrifice. And I was speaking to Miguel earlier. You know, he's got all of his daughters back at home. He's been on the road since Bells. So it's just a long time away from family, but it is the sacrifice you make to live this dream and keep it alive.
Yeah. Amazing support they've got. Well, we've got a chance here. We definitely want to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the country on which we gather today, and also the waters here. By these words, we show our respect to all Aboriginal people. We acknowledge elders past, present and emerging, and the spirits and ancestors of clans that lived in this area. And there was quite a few of them, from Manly all the way up to Palm Beach, and obviously Ku-ring-gai National Park and the Gadigal National Park. Beautiful areas. Often take my kids out to Ku-ring-gai National Park, and if you're ever in the area, it's a good national park to visit, because there's one point where you only have to walk about 600 metres and you can check out some hand paintings there around 2,000 years old. Unbelievable. You know, you can sort of pick up on the energy of that when you set eyes on those prints. Amazing history in this zone, and from all known history, they were really welcoming people as well up in that zone. So, you know, that's a nice thing to think about when you visit the area. But have a look at these waves now from Luca Marcinez. Looking pretty sharp out here at the moment.
Yeah, Luca got the end of this ride. Looked like Cade was deeper, and Luca a bit further down the bank, got 3 turns in. So this bank coming to life this afternoon as we see that east swell fill in. It's going to make those rides longer down the North Narrabeen bank. We're going to lose that sort of south energy coming in. That's been making it a bit straight today. So can't wait to see more, you know, big sections.
Here's Hiroto. Yeah. Seen just how unbelievable that forehand was up at Snapper. We'll get a look at the backhand here.
Yeah, so far, that was just a quick wave in and out. I mean, hopefully he's going to replace the 2 scores he's got right now. They're really small, but I mean, Kay got a bit of work done before Lucas Marcinez as well. Just that one big backhand reverse and made it. But yeah, Luca absolutely going to town. Big score for him, just dropped. So straight catapulted him out into the lead.
18 minutes to go here. Still plenty of time, but that is a healthy number, 7.83. And reflecting on what we've seen so far in this contest over these opening days of competition, and can't recall anyone failing to progress through with a number that big. So Lucas set himself up pretty well here.
Yeah, he's definitely set himself up well for sure. I mean, you go back through all the heat totals today, all the scores. I mean, there's been a couple of nines for those big air moments. I mean, Alistair Reginato, Jet Schilling had a moment in the last minute of his heat. But yeah, I think a 7.83, super healthy number. It's definitely going to be his top two. He's just going to want to work on improving on that 4. And
even just taking a look at his positioning, he's paddled right back down, further down the peak, where he got that wave before, taking off on this one and getting a couple of jams in. So he's backing up that 7.83.
Under priority too.
Under priority, yeah. He's just found the sweet spot out there at North Narrabeen.
So he's done incredibly well.
He's been at the CT before, Luca, and he wants back on. And with surfing like that, he's definitely given himself a great chance at getting through this round.
Just so smart.
His competitors are going to be going, what? How? What?
Oh, you can see Kate right now just turning around having a goosey gander, like, oh, whoops.
1, 2, 3, 4. There's so much water just blitzing out of the pocket of the wave.
Oh, wow. That second turn, he just really jammed it as well. Not a big section, but he just out-surfed this wave, and he's going to back up that. He's going to better his 4 for sure, back up to 7.83.
Yeah, just the best move under priority. It feels so good when you convert like that. I mean, it's always great when you get a good score and you've been waiting with priority, but I think it feels even better when you do it under priority.
Totally. Well, he's been on the last 2 waves surfed in this heat, and they were both probably the 2 of the best.
Yeah.
He's going to have another good score on the way here. And we're looking forward to seeing how some of those surfers that fell out of the mix early up at stop number 1 rebound. Cade Matson is one of them. And we'll see. He's hanging on to that second spot at the moment. Big, powerful unit. Just got knocked off the CT after that 5th stop. On the outside, we've got Hiroto lining one up here. Slick turn to get down the line. Second move, a bit more committed. Needs to lay into these last couple of hits. So much spark out of the pocket there. That wave's so shallow there on the inside.
Is that a make? I don't know. It was such a...
Yeah, he just needed to push through it, because unfortunately it felt like that last turn was where he put all of his energy into. The 3 turns before that felt a bit down the line to me. Kind of just tapped off that down the line, waiting for that one. Up into the lip there, more vertical. And then just got to finish this, but had that weird double up section. I don't know if the judges will say that he rode through that.
To me, it seemed like he just needed to get a bit more of his chest over his front knee. Kind of, I feel like he could have done it too. It sort of seemed like he was like, no, I've made this because I rode down that first little wave.
Yeah.
But I feel like in the judges' mind, it's a bit of a question mark. I mean, we're questioning it. I'm assuming a couple of them will be too.
Yeah, I think so. With what we've seen today, the judges really want to see the surfers riding out in front of the energy of the wave and the whitewash.
Just on 14.5 minutes to go, waiting on the numbers to come through. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
are at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy, and I've walked into the BioGland activation tent, and I'm excited because these guys have all the good stuff to make you as healthy as you can be. Now let's face it, we're not all as healthy. We play up a little bit, but this stuff will get you back in line. Tracy, we surf all day long. We're out in the elements. The muscles get a little bit sore. What's the best thing for muscle recovery?
Oh, I think one of the best things you can't go past is magnesium. It's crucial for muscle repair and recovery, and it's really good for heart health too.
Anything else that we should be taking on a day-to-day basis, or say if we're travelling?
SB is perfect for that. If you suffer from like joint aches and pains and that kind of thing, I think a really good addition would be some curcumin too.
Come down to the BioGland tent, check it out. They've got all the medicine for you.
And Richie Lovett would know. He's basically a BioGland ambassador. We call him the chemist. He's it's unbelievable. He travels with the full vitamin quiver and anything you need. Muscle recovery. Need a bit of that red krill. Just hit up Rick and he's got you sorted. Got you covered, but they are the official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia. Great to have them involved. And that activation tent's been getting smashed by many of the competitors too, looking to get on top of their health. Right now, we've got just over 11 minutes remaining, and Luca Bacinez is hanging on to that #1 position. And he's got a stranglehold on this heat. 7.83, the best number. Second best number also belongs to Luca at the moment, 5.87. But Hiroto had this one during the break. So fast.
Yeah.
Well, this is just before the break, wasn't it?
This is just before, and this wave's locked in, and a 5.5. Well, here we go. This is Mihimana. Little layback jam in the pocket there. Opting for the boardies option, so he's obviously thinking that it's not that cold out there.
And that awkward back foot slip off there. But he looks okay. He's back out there. But yeah, 5.5 for Hiroto. So we're kind of guessing that he probably didn't get the payoff that final move. Not that there was a whole lot in it. And in fact, that wave was sort of reeling off so quickly. He never really truly got that deep bottom turn that he possesses happening. So mid-range score for him, but still enough to keep him in second place at the moment.
Yeah, I think even if he did make that, though, it would have been another half a point, maybe a 6. And would have definitely helped his situation because, I mean, Cade's a lot, you know, Cade right now has got a 5.17. He would have pushed him up a little bit further. Anyway, I think right now this heat's still super open. I mean, only 9.5 minutes left on the clock, and I mean, Cade and Mihimana are only searching for small scores to jump up into an advancing position.
So the 4.43 was the wave that was deemed incomplete at the end. This wave came through at a 5.5, just one turn.
Wow,
Okay.
that makes sense.
Yeah. No, that definitely makes sense. Right, so that was the 5.5.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
And he must have got that under priority as well, maybe a bit further down the beach. So a good two-wave play by Hiroto to find those two and jump up into second position. Cade's been sitting with priority for what feels like a long time now. He had the 5.17, 4.5, only needs a 4.77. So this, yeah, like you said, Flick, wide open this heat. Feels like, you know, most heats last, you know, most of the day. It's just been battle of that second place. Someone runs away and gets that excellent score, and there's, you know, the rest of the heat's pretty wide open, so it's making it exciting. But Hiroto finding another wave under priority.
So these waves are cupping out so much right now on that low tide, just making he was under for a while too. It just keeps you under there when it gets so low. A lot of water moving, a lot of sand being churned up.
Yeah, and I think, you know, as we see this east swell fill in, you know, Hiroto's catching those waves that are further in, a bit wider, but they have size to them. Like, this looks like it could be a set, but it's just pushed wide and inside, and that's what Northie does. There's the out the back bank, and then, yeah, there's these absolute gems that come wide inside. That's where I usually sit because can't be bothered to hassle out the back.
Yeah, well, that's where everyone's going to be sitting from now on, Laura. That's the spot.
Wide and inside, everyone.
Yeah. Bit of a local insight there. Hiroto's pouncing on it at the moment. And that was a bit of a missed opportunity to probably drop the 4.33. get those big clean sections. If you can execute, we've already seen him do it, you can easily break into the 5s and even more. Here goes Kate Matson. He's had a few runs at it in this heat. There's some real commitment to that turn, and he knows that's going to score well just based on how it felt, that final manoeuvre. Powered to release. He didn't just set those fins free, push through the turn.
Yeah, love the way he's ditching those fins, and you know, that was his first wave, the 517. He's not going the bigger waves, but he's just making the most of these end sections, and the judges would just reward that, ditching the fins like that, just showing something different, and just pushing through, like you said, Ronnie. So much power from Cade.
That, for me, that's just a different level of progression. I think it's CT surfing. That's what that is. It's just, for me, I look at that and it's a cut above the rest. It really is. It was two really well-timed turns.
And the thing for Cade is as well, he's such a big kid that, you know, even though that was, you know, a small set, it looks like a small wave. But so he kind of has to do more in the small waves because, you know, he makes them look smaller than they are. But he did that on that wave and he out-surfed that, and I think he'll get the score.
Yeah, he's like a Great Dane puppy, isn't he? He's like got the big paws. You know he's going to fill out even more over the years. He's already a big physical unit, and he's about to put a really solid score up.
Great Dane puppy.
Just over 6 minutes to go here. And Cade just really coming to life here. He was in 3rd spot. He's easily going to get the 4.77. It's going to be interesting to see how high the number goes. Just thinking back to what we saw from Luca, the 7.83, probably a slightly bigger wave for Luca. But yeah, it'll be interesting. Miyamana, he's just fallen a little off the pace here, but he'll look to come back on this one. Off the bottom, just a little setup whip. He's got some airs that he can go to. Gets that tail nice and high. Gets the rotation. Nice completion there.
Yeah, Mihimana is a fighter, and he's gonna really, I feel like you're gonna see him just do everything he can at the end of this heat to make it work. I loved watching him in Tahiti last year. You know, small wave here, questioning his wave choice. He had 2nd priority, but once it went frothy, he knew he had to do something big at the end here to make this worthwhile. And you know, I'm not sure if it's going to be the 5.4 that he needs, but he's chipping away as we see Cade.
Oh, he's already made his... Oh, gosh, that looked bad. He's already made his move up into 2nd place.
Does he have a nose?
Oh, he's just checking his board, but he got absolutely pounded there. And even though it's not a big day, we've seen some pretty hectic wipeouts. These guys are putting it on the line. 6.93 for his last wave. Saw him jump up in a 2nd, and he was really looking to drop another impressive number there had he stuck that move. But instead, he just got pounded.
It's so shallow on that inside sandbar, and wow, you could just see just how throaty that thing was. And it seemed like one of those wipeouts that looks really bad, but he's just escaped. But
well, he had one of those at the very beginning of the year at a backdoor. Was it pipes? It was backdoor. Oh my!
But
yeah, he had a terrible one at the beginning of the year, first event of the year, and it was absolutely crazy. And I remember he posted a clip to social being like, guys, I'm just letting everyone know I am okay.
Checking out the board right now to see any damage.
Wow.
Might have a bit of a bent nose, but not feeling it.
Wow.
Jeez, that was ugly.
Yeah, it was.
I love that was his introduction to the World Tour. Just him jumping over the falls on an 8-foot backdoor bomb.
Yeah, that thing was nuts.
Let's have a look at it.
Slow-mo replay.
Oh, no.
Now that we know he's fine, let's see. Oh, Steve, maybe there was a connect there, but...
His face definitely connected with the board. He seems to be all right. The Great Dane puppy looks okay.
Oh, yeah. Just fell down the stairs.
Oh, no.
He's all right. Had a good look at his equipment, so obviously came into contact with it pretty hard. But he's sweet, and he's still holding on to that 2nd spot. But, I mean, if you're going to drop or get rid of a 5.17, you kind of do have to throw it up there on those chunky ones. It's funny, though, there's no transition coming off that lip. It's almost like the water is draining out off the sandbar. So you're almost landing on an uphill transition as opposed to a downhill, which is where, you know, you're trying to take the impact out of that landing.
On a treadmill, basically, like a spinning treadmill.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's like.
Oh.
So 2.5 minutes to go. He's in a pretty good spot here. Hiroto needs a 6.61, 7.6 required for Mihimana. And Lucas, as we said, really took control early, and as a result is the most patient surfer in this heat, holding onto that priority. Probably not going to look sideways at anything that looks like it's got less points in it than the 587. But he'll be wary of just keeping his rivals at bay here, limiting their opportunities. That's what he'll do with that priority to control the remainder of this heat.
Yeah, well, you look back at Cade's 693, that was just the two-turn combo, but the second turn he really ditched the fins, and Luca's wave was the 783, which was 3 turns on kind of a bigger wide set. So both these guys in second and third, 7.6 for Mihimana and a 6.6 for Hiroto, so maybe a 2-turner and a 3-turn wave. Still in it, but with a minute and a half to go, it's looking hardest there in second and third priority.
Just feel like from what you've seen of Hiroto and knowing his style and looking at this Challenger Series schedule, that he'd be a great shot at cracking the Championship Tour ranks. Just hasn't really worked out for him. His last big major victory was the US Open. That was a long time ago now.
That was a while ago. Just remember that famous quote of him just wanting to go buy some cars with all that money.
Oh, iconic. An iconic speech for sure.
But yeah, there is some people that once you start to have a think about how they surf and you do look at the schedule, you kind of think, how has it not happened?
Yeah,
How have you not got there? But it's difficult, you know, and we haven't really had anyone born and bred from Japan graduate to the Championship Tour ranks. So Mura Suzuki on the women's side, she missed out by a spot, almost had a place locked in. That was with Carissa considering a sabbatical year before COVID. And yeah, she ultimately got the rest that she needed and came back and won the world title, which meant that we didn't get to see Mura Suzuki get a full schedule that 2021 season. But it would be fantastic to see it. I mean, they do have Connor O'Leary and Kanoe Igarashi representing Japan so beautifully on the CT already. But Japan would love to have someone who, you know, grew up in the country on the tour representing at each of the Championship Tour spots, that's for sure. Luca Marcinez, what a performance from the Peruvian. He is getting a comfortable victory and moving on through to the next round, and a good bounce back from Cade Matson, who'll be picking fiberglass and foam out of his teeth tonight after having a hectic wipeout in this heat, but he won't mind because a second place finish is going to keep his dreams alive in this contest. Some impressive turns laid down in that heat, some great backhand surfing, and the Grom's already swarming these Challenger Series competitors on the shoreline at North Narrabeen. Stay with us, you're watching the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. The next heat is a big one, P14, you don't want to miss it.
I'm down here at the spectators area, and I don't know if you guys have heard, but there's an Oakberry van here, and I've just got really excited and really hungry all at once, so let's go and make one. What would be your go-to favourites for any toppings?
Vegan granola, coconut flakes, banana, strawberry, and peanut butter, definitely.
Let's do it.
Got me breaking rules, I don't wanna fight it, baby, I like it. Trouble, 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 man, I know that you can give it as good as I'm gonna give it, and I know that you'll do trouble, trouble, trouble. Hey, you.
Awesome to have Oakberry involved in this Australian leg of the tour, and it's been a number of years now. Trying to think of just how many I've had. I just polished off, I reckon, getting into the hundreds. But I just had one this afternoon. Great little pick-me-up, a fantastic afternoon snack. Well, here's the lineup for this next heat. Heat 14, Michael Rodriguez in the red, Cody Young. He's going to be in the green. Michael Dunphy of the USA out there in the white. Nat Young is in the blue, and what a start. Already a couple of good waves ridden. Cody's doing well to stay on his feet there. But this is an exceptional heat on paper. Let's hope we see a lot of waves for these competitors, all of them capable of some very big turns.
You're still not over the fact I didn't get peanut butter on your Oakberry, though.
Well, you put the chia seeds in, I don't mind it, but for a commentary gig, the chia seeds, they get lodged in your teeth. It's not a good look on camera.
All right, I'll know for your order tomorrow. Peanut butter, couple bananas.
But banana, granola, you know the deal. And then just the purple gold.
Maybe you can go get mine tomorrow.
Yeah, that's fair. He gets Michael Rodriguez a replay of that first turn. Oh, so quick up into that bowl.
Unfortunately, not holding on for that second turn, but Cody Young here getting a bowly little jam and getting up late, pushing through the lip there, and that is a perfect example of coming out and riding through the whitewash with that projection and speed and control. And then Emrod up again. Two-turn combo. Jams that second one. Wow, that was a quick start.
Looks like he's going to have another look again. Oh.
Yeah.
So you can see the swell pushing in already. We're going to see that throughout the Arvo. I get a broken record talking about it. I just can't wait for it to be pumping tomorrow.
It looks pretty fun out there at the moment. Here goes Nat Young. Strong first turn. A guy that has done a long stint on the championship tour before, 6 years, and has been battling to get back there. Did the first half of the season last year and had some moments.
Wow.
Michael Rodriguez stays busy in that lineup.
That was like that little spot that Hiroto got stuck on last heat, went down and couldn't ride out of, but Emrod just like hopped down it.
Here we go. This is Nat just absolutely powering his way through that first turn. Backs it up with a second. A little fin release there.
Always so good to see Nat surfing on his forehand. You know what he can do on his backhand. And then Emrod here just getting busy. This is his fourth wave already.
They've got a wave a minute.
Yeah.
And this is Michael Dunphy. His opening ride here. Oh, nice little float to finish there from Dump. But Michael Rodriguez, let's talk about his performance on the Gold Coast. Quarterfinal there. And, there was Sammy Pupo. Then it was probably Michael Rodriguez just below him performance-wise.
For sure, I agree with that. He was just so on point. This is Dunphy's replay. Here we go, carving through that section. And just projects out over this. He's down to pat the dog ever so slightly. Make sure that he rides out of that. But yeah, back to that conversation, honestly. Emrod looks incredible on the Gold Coast. He surfs with a different sort of speed and sort of sharpness, and I feel like we could just see it then actually translate onto his backhand as well. He was incredible. He blew me away. He was in so many of the post shows, getting high scores, high heat totals. For me, I think Mikey did a great job of peaking on finals day and obviously getting the win over Sammy in the final, but Sammy and Emrod were the informed surfers.
When you think of his surfing, like you said, it's speed, it's precision, it's control, and it's like every turn that he's doing is just really perfectly placed, and he throws buckets of spray. Cody Young here getting it back up to his first ride, which came in as a 7-point ride.
Finding some room to move and doing so well with the floats at the moment.
Stop it.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a really solid start to the heat. Cody's going to put himself up into the lead here, you'd think, in a moment.
Yeah, this wave here, beautiful back up to the 7. Straight up there for that big carve manoeuvre, and he's got that on lock.
It's
He
like that
really
wave
does.
this wave just got better as it went on, you know, kind of a bit of a flat first section, and then it bowled up when it hit the bank here. And just the way he's able to get on top of that lip and come down, he's got it absolutely dialed.
Yeah, impressive stuff. 23 minutes to go, and we are waiting for some numbers to roll in. But we've been very lucky with the wind today. It's held off pretty nicely, and as a result, we're still seeing these surfers just draw off the bottom with plenty of freedom, attack the cupped out faces. And Luca Messinas did it better than anyone in that last heat, and he's with Jesse Starling.
Luca, you're surfing your way through the rounds here today. It looks so fun out there. We're just talking about how fun the waves actually are, but you said it was a little difficult to know which ones are the best ones to go.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of waves, and I feel like you have to choose like the set waves, you know, so you can do 2 big turns and get a big score. There's a couple medium waves that are super fun to surf too, so yeah, happy to make that hit. I got one of the waves from the set, and then my backup was like a medium-sized wave, so everything worked out, so super happy.
Going into that heat, it's yourself and Cade Matson both have CT experience. Do you find that time you spent on the tour has really given you an edge back here on the Challenger Series?
I think just in general, competing for so many years, you start learning, and it's all about that. I think doing it for so many years, you learn about mistakes that you do in hits and experience, and also knowing the waves and everything. So it's not only the CT, it's just the fact that you compete every year in the Challenger Series, and you learn something new every year, so that's a good thing.
And as you progress further into the draw and the rounds keep getting harder and harder, how do you change your mindset? Is there different tactics you bring into your heats?
No, I think it's just the same. It just depends on how the hit is doing. You know, like if you're needing a big score, you might just go for something huge, you know, or something like that. But if you're doing good turns and you're like leading the hit, just the same stuff, like same tactics, same surfing, and just going hard.
Amazing. Is there anything you want to say to anyone back home?
Sí, quiero saludar a toda la gente de Perú que me está viendo, a mi familia, amigos, a toda la gente de Perú. Vamos con todo y seguimos dándole.
Awesome. Congratulations. See you in the next round. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. Well surfed, Luca Messinas. Very strong. And we'll see. He's Tokyo bound this year. He's going to have a big year.
Wow.
Putting together a huge Challenger Series campaign, obviously, but also chasing Olympic glory at Chiyopa later on in the year.
How exciting.
Super exciting. I mean, what a treat getting to go there. It's one of the most beautiful places in the world. One of my
I
favorites.
think even just everything that comes around it, like the opening ceremony, getting your like team country outfit, uniform.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. Still waiting on some scores to drop here. A bit of shuffling happening on the board, but you look at those opening numbers from the first exchange, and Cody Young smashed the field. Michael Rodriguez has been busy, looking super sharp, just waiting for him to find some room to really open up, get some more committed hits in.
Stop it.
Just did really well to even get on top of that tricky section there, but unable to maintain control. Just under 20 minutes to go. Decent score coming through for Cody Young. Should see him up into the lead in a moment.
Yeah, I think with Emrod right now, let's have a look at this wave, but a lot of these waves that he's choosing have got a lot of whitewash on the face. I mean, I just think that was so impressive. He just covered a lot of ground with that second floater.
Yeah, that was a missed opportunity falling on the end there, because, you know, his first two waves have been 2-turn waves, and this wave didn't really look like it had much on it to give, but he just made something out of nothing here. The way he jumped up on there and...
Oh, he wrote that for an eternity. It's like a transitional move.
Fully, and yeah, if he was able to get on his, front toes on these, would have been a keeper score for sure, but unfortunately going down.
Yeah, it's amazing. Speed is such an awesome attribute to have, because instantly you're drawn to it. It puts you to the edge of your seat.
Yeah.
But at the moment, the speed's not really being used to let go of any big turns. He's still working through some great transition moves, but it's it's the blinding speed comparable to his rivals, which kind of gets your attention,
Totally,
but he's
yep.
not actually doing anything just yet.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at his scoreline right now, 3.5 and a 4.33, and you're so, like you said, drawn to watching him when he's on the wave, but he's just doing downline turns and hasn't really completed anything, really big yet. So excited for him to get a clean face and go off the bottom and really connect with the lip.
When he was on the Gold Coast, it was the speed and the moves that saw him turning in great numbers. I mean, he was so explosive in the pocket on that forehand that you just couldn't deny him great scores. But he'll have to dig in a bit harder to some of those backhand hits to match what Cody Young surfed up so far.
Oh, definitely. I think it's what we were saying is he needs to find a clean face wave. I feel like, here we go, he went right here, got a bit of work done on that first section, comes around, but these rights today, like you said, Laura, they're just really not going anywhere. And if you're going to take off on a right, you want to be doing something really big. Nat going big on the first turn there, but just...
Fortunately, didn't really get the fin release he was after, and so it kind of just put him in an awkward position coming down. Emrod again, he's got a pocket here.
Oh, that's a bit more like it. Big hook there, straight up into the pocket again. And you just knew if he found a wave that didn't force him to go racing down the line, that he would square up. Yeah. And that was super explosive, that first move, and he was running out of room to get a second in, but quickly jammed the board back into the pocket. This is going to be a good score. Easily Michael Rodriguez's best, already sitting in second spot. Unlikely he'll jump up into the lead, but it's going to chip away at the requirement.
Yeah, the judges are going to love the way he connects with that first turn. It went flat after that second one, but that was his sixth ride. He's been sharking around the lineup, and he caught this one deeper under the path. And, yeah, he's finally going to really turn sort of nothing into something here.
You're doing him a disservice by watching that first turn in slow motion.
Yeah, I agree.
It kind of looks in slow motion like a stock hit in the pocket, but it was executed with 50% more speed than some of the backhand hits we saw Cody put together earlier.
Yeah, it's the speed that is it's the positive thing here. It's his trump card. It's what he has over everyone right now. Definitely agree with that. I still want to see him, though, on one of those waves that we've seen Cody on. Yeah. I still feel like there's excellence there if he's able to find one.
Yeah, he surfed that wave up. I mean, it was already kind of reeling off, so he tapped into the end of the ride, really, and still was quick enough to get two decent hits in for a 5.97. Honestly, wouldn't have been surprised if it went a bit higher. One of the judges threw a 6.5 at it. But, of course, with 5 judges on the panel, the highest score, the lowest score, they're throwing out, and the three in between create the average.
Gosh, I feel like it would be so nerve-wracking competing against Emrod, just watching him paddle up and down the bank and then just hearing score after score drop, and then him just eventually clicking and just getting waves under priority and surfing his own heat. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's his hair set like a mouse trap at the moment. He's just so ready to just snap into any of these waves. He hasn't been on a high quality wave yet. He's already surfed his way up into second. So let's see how the rest of this heat plays off. But Cody's been rock solid with his finishes on those sucky sections. That's what's helped him get the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And Emrod almost feels like a bit of a Gabby Medina approach, knowing that you're so confident in the way you're surfing right now and who you're coming up against, that you don't actually have to be on the best waves of the heat. So he's like, I'm just going to stay busy. Yeah. And like you said, just surf into that second place. And if he, eventually builds his foundation and sits and waits for a set, he'll just be...
Yeah, excellence is on the way.
In a great spot. But, yeah, Cody Young, he's done the opposite thing. He's waited for 2 bombs and 7.0 and a 6.17 to be sitting pretty comfortably on top right now.
14 minutes to go here. Still a lot of time for Michael Dunphy and Nat Young to turn this one around as we go to a quick break. Stay with us. welcome back to the show. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside two of the best big wave surfers in the world. These two have had some amazing sessions together on the North Shore of Oahu in particular, more recently. We see Cody Young finishing off another solid ride here. Doesn't go into his top two, but a 5.23. Michael Rodriguez just bounding down the line here. So much speed, ready to go. Whips it up there. Looking to get rid of 4.33 to consolidate second position at the moment. But yes, you two are impressive. Flick, how's your foot going, recovering from a broken foot?
Yeah, broken hoof. It's going all right. I surfed for the first time about 3 weeks ago, and I'm progressing well. So be back out there with Laura soon.
And Laura, congrats on your recent trip down to Ship's Turns. The footage was incredible.
Oh, thank you. Mum was a bit concerned.
Oh, mate, she would be. I feel sorry for your mum.
Oh.
Here goes Michael Rodriguez on the replay here. Trying to better that 4.33, still taking chances on some of these smaller waves. I really want to see him, just selfishly want to see him get to the top end of the priority order.
Exactly.
Because I feel like he's ready to drop a 9 on us and his opponents.
My thoughts exactly. I feel like, okay, yeah, I understand he's trying to improve on a 4.33. It's a low score, but stop catching these small waves. I just want to see you on a bigger wave, cleaner face. He's surfing in fine form. He's going to be dropping a good number if he's able to find that.
Yeah, I think, you know, he's already got 7 waves and his other competitors have got about 2 to 4. So I feel like it's his time in the heat to probably just sit and wait for something of quality to really be able to unleash and put the pressure on. Because right now for Nat and Dunphy, it's wide open. Well, Nat Young, it's a bit harder right now because I feel like his first wave, they didn't deem his last turn complete. 3.07, he got 2 turns, and I'm feeling like that last one wasn't called a make. So he's actually just looking, I feel like, to get to new scores at this point, which is pretty tough.
He's in second priority, so he'll get a shot at it. Nat Young. Michael Dunphy also well within reach of that second position at the moment. Until Michael Rodriguez really connects with a solid wave, it's going to be hard for him to improve on that 5.97. You think about that one being a pretty short, tapered wall, and just how well he surfed that for that score. You know, anything less than that's just going to keep fetching him those save numbers. So it is time to kind of lock in and get yourself one of those bigger ones.
You think with so much experience that he has, you think he's going to know this now, right? We'd hope he's going to click into gear and, okay, it looks like to me he's actually trying to get more space. It looks like he's moving more towards the north, actually. So, I don't know. I mean, he could prove us all wrong and take off on a ride and do something crazy. And
who are we talking about?
Emrod.
Laura, while we've got an opportunity here, we talk about all the fun waves in this region. Obviously, so many fun little point setups along the northern beaches, but also a lot of big waves. And let's touch on that. Let's touch on some of the big wave destinations that you've tackled
the big
here.
wave Dave destinations. Well, first and foremost, Narrabeen bombing. That was probably the first big wave I ever surfed.
Here goes Rodriguez, goes to the air, doesn't stick that one, but yeah, Narrabeen bombing.
Yeah, so basically it breaks out a couple of, sort of like 100 metres further out past the car park, right? So further down, looks like Emerald's going to need a board change.
Oh.
So, yeah, for that.
Just feel a door opening up here for Michael Dunphy and Nat Young. Even though he's surfing so well, he's had that kind of a busy approach and kind of on smaller waves. And that's always going to leave you vulnerable.
Yeah, it makes me slightly concerned.
Just a bummer because that board looks so good under his feet.
Oh, not the
wet shoes.
Nah, that's what you there's sacrifices left, right and centre on this tour. Shoes are one of them.
Some bigger than others.
So we can get eyes on this board and see what happens.
Cara, fica pouco pra dentro. Mas eles estão meio que seguindo. Não veio nenhuma pra dentro? Nada. Mas eles estão te seguindo, tá bom. Tá bom.
The Mayhems always look so sharp under his feet. Working on a special little tweet model there with the swallowtail.
Crease straight down the middle.
right down the guts.
Yep, straight in the
But
guts.
while we've got a chance, finish off your point. Yeah, first big waves that you tackled, Northy Bommy.
Northy Bommy, and so that's like car park rights, 100 metres out, just sort of breaks on a big south swell, and you'll see it feathering a bit further out, and it gets pretty big out there, and it's super fun. My first sort of taste of big waves, and then you go around to the back of Long Reef, and then there's some bommies out there, and also Queenscliff Bommy as well, and Deadman's as well down at Manly. And
oh yeah, German Banks. There's been some amazing big wave surfers from the north side though, hasn't there? And some underground core chargers from Narrabeen as well.
Absolutely. I mean, Tommy Carroll, Ross Clark-Jones, Matty Granger, the list goes on, and Matty Waxhead, he's always out there chasing every swell. Here goes Nat to the air.
Little frontside air there from Nat Young. Just trying to elevate his position, or at least his scoreline, to give himself a shot in the last 5 minutes here. Nice little straight air there. Gets a little grab on it. But Nat's got some work to do at the moment.
He needs 2 scores, like you said, Laura. And I'm not sure where the judge is going to go with that air. Got a bit of height, but...
Yeah, maybe like a mid to good range score, I feel like. Anything to chip away that 7-2-3, I think that's his thoughts right now, to not go into the final 5 minutes needing a 7. Even if it's a 6, it takes that little bit of pressure off. It's more attainable, it's 2 turns. So there we go. Last score of Nat, back in it.
Yeah, 5.37, and the requirement now of 4.94.
And it's got 5 minutes. I feel like this is achievable.
Yeah,
this
that
is
was
so doable.
Well played by Nat Young.
Well, Michael Rodriguez back out there and relying on his forehand to chase down a score. His tactics have been a little questionable in this heat. Considering he's surfing so well, you kind of feel like he should almost be leaving Nat and Michael Dunphy chasing a little more than they are at this stage. But that's the danger with taking those average waves.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing for me. I mean, he's obviously got some sort of strategy, or maybe this is the way he likes to surf a beach break. But on the left, Cody just getting some more work done. That just looks like he can do that.
Thank you, man.
Yeah. He can do that in his sleep. That was really, really good surfing again. So I'm sure Nat Young wouldn't mind one of those.
Yeah, Cody is just in rhythm with those 2-turn sets, just absolutely putting this to bed right now, this heat. Emerald on this alley right, and that's the hard thing about the alley rights. When that rip's running out, it's almost like a stationary wave. You got to get a lot of speed on it, and sometimes it just doesn't really feel like you're going anywhere, and you need a big section. So I feel like for Emerald, he needs to get over on those lefts and try to get a couple of big sections. He could get a 6 with his eyes shut, and yeah, he just needs to probably switch it up right now.
I mean, we say it a lot, you say, oh, this person's been in great form, they're surfing really well, but Michael Rodriguez is in exceptional form, like he's doing some of the best surfing we've seen him do with the jersey on. So you need to capitalise and get the results when you're in that kind of touch, because you're not always feeling it like the way he is at the moment, Law?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, he'd be nervous right now. Nat Young only needing a 4.94, so door is wide open. You'd think he'd want to try to get down there, and with 3 minutes to go, just put a bit of pressure on. Be right there.
Give him something to think about. I mean, he should have improved on his 4.33 by now. He's had so many opportunities. He should have, I'm being critical, but I feel like he should have just waited to get to the top of that priority rotation, improve on the 4.33, because it's so open for Nat and Michael.
He's seeing something on the rights, and he's had a few cracks at it now and hasn't turned in a score. So let's see how this pans out. 2.5 minutes to go. Everyone's still in it at this point in time. Rodriguez has a little brief look at that one. Lets it roll out. Michael Dunphy down the line. Goes to work. Couple of nice hits here. Good sequence of turns.
Wow.
And he's not after a whole lot. Nat Young getting in on the mix as well, but just the one carve.
Wow, it feels like Dunphy might be close to his score. I mean, you could see Emerald turned around. He was a bit deeper on the peak and thought, this is a great left for me, but had to give way to Dunphy, who had priority over the top of him. Dunphy excited to see this replay. It felt like the first 2 turns were maybe a little safer down the line. Let's have a look at it. Oh, up in the pocket, jams that first one. Sort of connect down the line, but love the way he was able to jam that 3rd turn. So nothing majorly critical, but just 3 really nice turns.
I mean, Nat right now, I mean, he's spewing that he wasn't on, he couldn't get that first wave. I feel like, you know, Dumpy's score, it's gonna be close.
And look, that was his 2nd ride of the whole heat. So he got his first wave, I think, in the first 5 minutes, and he's waited another 25 to get his next.
They'll be making some comparisons to the 5.97 from Michael Rodriguez, which definitely had one way more high impact quality turn on it, but Dumphy had the benefit of some space for extra moves. So I think you're right, Flick. I think it's right there. It doesn't even have to be as good as Michael Rodriguez's ride. So 5.48 required. And Michael Rodriguez would be dying to know if he needs a score here. This is one of those situations where you don't want the judges to rush it. You want them to get that score spot on and right, but you want to know the update from the onside announcer.
Yeah, I think he's just got to keep surfing.
Cody Young did the work early in this heat. His first 2 rides are the highest scoring numbers of this heat. And he's just been sitting back, watching the others fight for 2nd position. And this score's still not in. And Michael Rodriguez has to now be thinking that he needs a score. It's the only way to play the remainder of this heat.
Definitely. I mean, this wave's coming through and he's looking pretty interested, and he's going to want to keep Dumpy off it.
Scratching to get into it. Can he get to his feet in time? He will. Michael Rodriguez loading up down the line, up into the pocket. Whip sharp turn there. Throws it up over the foam. Pumps his fist. He was trying to better a 4.33.
It actually felt like that was the first time that Emrod had priority that whole heat, and it was with 4 seconds to go.
Yeah, spot on.
Oh, he's celebrating, but it's not a done deal yet. We have to wait for these numbers to drop.
Yeah, this wave cupped out, and he just went wham up into the pocket. Got up there again. The 2nd turn was more of a foam climb, so all the points will be coming from that first jam in the pocket. You know, the way he connected with it, the judges are going to absolutely love it. I feel like that is what was lacking on Michael Dumphy's wave. You know, he just didn't really get that connection with the first.
No, I think you're right. I think the comparisons were made really to what Michael Rodriguez did on his 5.97. It was sharp work, and we're still waiting on a second or a score to come through for him, but Michael Dumphy's number's already in, and it's not enough. It was a 5.23.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, looking a little frustrated there, but I think the proof is in the rides. You'll probably see it in the review. And here come the numbers for that last wave for Rodriguez. He needed a 7.2 to get to the lead. It's not going to get there, but it is going to be 2nd best number, 4.57.
5.7, and looks like unofficially green and red. Counting down.
He's going to stay alive in the mix here and move on through to that next round. An impressive performance from Cody Young. 2 good numbers from him to kick the heat off. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, Matt Jadowski and Richie Lovett will step in to the booth for the call.
Now we're into heat number 15.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. And by Destination New South Wales, strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to a beautiful afternoon of waves here at North Narrabeen, the northern beaches of Sydney. This is the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. I'm Matt Chinosky, also known as the Waxhead. Richie Lovett, former tour surfer in the booth and fellow local. We love the northern beaches. We be sitting here watching the event anyway. We're so stoked to bring it live to your screens. Out in the water right now, we have Mateus Hurdy from Brazil, Nolan Raposa from Long Beach, California, and Gadian De La Haye, the French Caribbean, and Dylan Moffat, the local boy. Rich, great day of surfing, but it's just warming up. Another stacked heat in the round of 64.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an incredible day of competition so far. This is Mateus Hurdy on his opening ride here. Just slams it shut twice in a row. And stands tall, always an indication that the surfer is pleased with their own performance on the wave, and just shows the judges too, yep, I'm into this.
Yeah, starting strong, 5-point ride to kick off his campaign here. In the round of 64, crucial points on offer, a campaign that he wants to get started pretty early. We've expected big things out of Mateus, the 23-year-old, for a lot of years. He's done so well across the juniors. He's done really well across the QS. He's had a few CT appearances through wildcards, but hasn't cracked the big leagues just yet. From Florianopolis in Brazil, he'll be lapping up these beach breaks, and he's no stranger to the northern beaches as well. Up on his third wave, rapid fire. JS looking quick and fast, twitchy under his feet. And three-turn combo, wow. Looking fast and spicy on that one, Rich.
Wow, connected beautifully on those three turns. Just you can see when you watch the replay, just note there is no loss of speed between any of these turns. And Mateus just placing them perfectly, really accelerating, carving off the lip. He's not just tapping it, not just putting it there, really carving through it. That's an indication of power in that turn.
Now, we'd love to see those quick, fast transitions. We've seen scores come from the majority of the bigger scores that come from airs and really dramatic end section maneuvers, or sometimes even single major maneuvers. This is a nice sequence of turns.
Yeah, gets speed up quickly, slams that first turn. Beautiful fan of spray on the second and the third. So the angles, he brought the board all the way around. He's up again, and talk about an air game. Like, you put this guy right in the same conversation as Eli Hanneman and those guys, that their make rate is just through the roof.
Incredible, absolutely. It has to be at this level, and I'm sort of waiting for him to knock on the door of the CT, and this could be his year. This is the second tier Challenger Series, and up and riding. This is Gadian. Nice backside turn himself. Oh, and the lip line, he comes down. So the Frenchman looking strong, and that is a great way to start off your heat. 25 minutes remaining. That one's got to feel good, Rick.
Yeah, that's a great completion there. Here we go, Dylan.
Dylan, the local boy, coming off the bottom. Nice, long bottom turn. Oh, flies the fins and just losing some momentum, bit of control out of that one, and on his tippy toes, pushing out that tail pad. Let's see what happened on the replay of Mateus's wave.
Mateus just going for a little backhand alley-oop, kind of rail grab combo here. But this is the big Frenchman. Great extension off the top, up and through the roof, extends out, gets to the finish. So Gatian just getting his heat underway here. And Dylan, unfortunately, just overextending on his one. His opening maneuver of his ride. But this is live action. This is Nolan Raposa.
Yeah, the absolute firecrack out of Long Beach. And he goes up. Oh, goes down heavily. All the crew will be watching from Seal Beach board riders. It's a prime time for them. They'll be sipping on some beers right now. And he's a local along that stretch from Huntington all the way up to Long Beach. And we're going to catch up with Cody Young, who's on the glass with Jesse Starling.
Yeah, Cody, that heat on paper was outrageous. It was so hard. Were you nervous going into it? You're feeling pretty good?
Yeah, I felt pretty good going into it, you know, for sure. All those guys I've competed against before, and they all surf incredibly well. I mean, everybody in this contest can win, so yeah, I guess there's a bit of nerves, but just trying to stay present and just enjoy the moment.
And we just had a cool little catch up before. I was having a look. You weren't in the draw at Snapper. Tell us the story about how you got here.
Yeah, you know, I signed up for these events. I was the first replacement for the Hawaii surfers, and yeah, just ended up getting in. You know, a couple less people were in this event. You know, I don't think, you know, there's Slater or Joao, they're in Snapper, and they're not here, so I happened to get one of those spots and got the last minute call up.
And you were coaching or judging a little contest at home?
Yeah, so Ian Walsh puts on the Menehune Mayhem, just like a super fun Grom contest I grew up doing. You know, it's been around for I think like 25 years now, close to it at least. And yeah, so I was there just with my friends judging, and then got the call, and I just booked a flight and was on the plane the next day.
So sick, so cool to see how dedicated you are to getting here. I'm sure you have a crew of people who you want to say hi to back home.
Yeah, I want to say hi to my mom, my dad, my brother Levi, my girlfriend and her family, and yeah, just everybody in Maui and in Canada watching.
Awesome, congratulations. We look forward to seeing you in the next round. Best of luck. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. Thanks, Cody. Big shout out to Ian there, putting on those comps, giving back to the surf community that so many of us grew up fond of, and it's those, as we said earlier, local board riders that nurture it. And here's one guy that's nurtured from North Narrabeen board riders.
Yeah, this is Dylan. Great turn here, just connects with that really treacherous closeout section. And you can hear the crowd support. This is Mateus. You can see him widening the stance, goes for the big elongated floater.
A little awkward.
And a little tricky fall there.
But Dylan's about to lock in a healthy number, but Mateus Hurdy starting off strong with the 5 and the 5.57. And Dylan's moved up into second with a 6.57 for his efforts. And a nice completion there. Gadion, the 6.10 for a bit of energy that he brought in his opener, but Nolan yet to really fire any shots so far. And he's a guy, you leave Nolan 2 minutes to go, he'll get 2 waves, rapid fire. He loves these conditions. He would have been licking his lips all day, just getting ready for this opportunity. You know, he's a real skate influence surfer. You can see the way he attacks. And when I watch Nolan surf, I think of Aussie Wright.
Yeah, absolutely. He's you know, got this, I guess, a underlying punk element to the way he approaches the wave. And, you know, a lot of these surfers, they're incredible skaters as well, but a real exciting surfer, Nolan Raposa. Did well up on the Gold Coast last year. This time last year was coming off a pretty decent result there, full of confidence. But didn't quite back it up with a series of good results throughout the year, but he's back to do it all again.
4th year on the Challenger Series, 18th last year. He had a good showing at the US Open as well. Close to home with all these local board riders, Seal Beach board riders down there support him. And here goes Mateus, hunting down the line, the Brazilian, eyeing off this section, not giving it to him. So priority shifts back to Gadion, and he'll have the opportunity to extend or build upon his 6.10 that he's got at the moment. The local boy Dylan, he had his primary school students that his teacher brought down some kids to watch him surf, and how cool. Local boy works at the Rip Curl store just down the road. And team rider for Lost, sells the Lost boards. He's got a cool quiver of some unique coloured 3.0 drivers. They're looking fantastic under his feet as well. And he's just got a really balanced style. I'd say what Mateus did in his first wave of 5 is pretty similar to what Dylan's got in his arsenal as well. Just quick, rapid fire, clean transitions. He's a power surfer who's got a radical air game as well. And live action here, Mateus sends it up vertical under priority. And that one, nice completion again. So he looks up at the judges. He's stoked. Maybe he feels like he deserves a little more, and he scores.
Yeah, there was something going on there with that stand tall claim. It was sending the message for sure. Quick reaction here as he goes a beautiful figure 8 motion off the top, off the bottom, and off the top again. And that pathway that you can draw on the backhand, it is super tight. You can, the angles in comparison to your forehand, where you do tend to elongate the turn a little bit more, get more rail in the water,
carve a little bit more. There's an emphasis on the power carve on the forehand, but on the backhand, you can really wind it up, get that leverage off the back foot.
Yeah, a lot tighter of an arc there. Mateus just really bottom turning and turning within his own arc up in the pocket, coming down, fitting 3 manoeuvres. And is it easier on your backside to fit more manoeuvres in and get a bit tighter?
Yeah, I think so. I always preferred my backhand surfing. I just felt like I could just get a little bit more vertical in the attack, and I think that's you know, the order of the day for the natural footers out here is that, you know, that vertical hit and then mix it up with a bit of a tail slide. You've got to be able to show variety on your backhand though. Definitely variety comes easier when you're on your forehand.
All these surfers have definitely got some variety in their arsenal of tricks. A 5.93, so it does increase slightly upon that 5 that he kicked off the heat with. So Dylan needing a 4.93 to move into first. Nolan really hasn't teed off in this heat. Dangerous signs because he's the only one with a score under the 5s.
Interesting move here from Mateus. We saw him just trudging up the beach, waist deep water, and he was walking the sandbank all the way up to the north, and he's just come out right at the top of Valley Rights there, and now he's positioned himself smack bang on the peak of the alley left. So he does have 4th priority, so the other surfers can take a wave off him, but he's going to try and get a little sneaker inside up. It's like he's paddling for one now.
Yeah, he's fired up, full of energy. And we see that Oakberry Asai banner come up on the screen. Perfect time because he is just absolutely bouncing and he's full of bravado. And here goes our surfer, Gadian, the French Caribbean from Guadeloupe, and 2 excellent hooks. And a 3rd for good measure too. So the Frenchman looking strong here on the Narrabeen lefts.
I think he surprised himself then. He thought that was a 2-turn combo, and then he was like, oh, hang on. There's another little turn here to be had. But picking 2 really good waves to suit his style. Beautiful closeout maneuver here, and then he goes, hang on, wait, there's one more in it. Gets the little foam rebound, but that opening 2-turn combination really pivoting hard off the top.
Mateus fired up, nice re-entry, get things started. Multiple turns on this, and he hits the lip, goes the air, and he doesn't quite ride out with control, but a cool approach to that wave and a nice ending. Just couldn't stick the landing. Incredibly difficult to do, Rick.
Wow, just a beautiful snap to start off. Quick off the bottom, off the top. To get to that section, he had it. He had the full rotation, landed, and just could not quite ride out of it. That was a massive number.
And just moments after we talked about variety, those 2 5-point rides coming from the turns. And he goes to the air, and perhaps that's the gap in the scoring.
You could see it a mile off his intention. He was always going to try and get a couple of quick numbers on the board. Here we go, Dylan.
Off at the local boy. 2nd slice. Lines up this 3rd section, and he has a nice tempo on this wave, a smart wave, as you said, Richie. At this point in the heat, just needing a 4.93 to go back into the lead. We'll wait for that score to lock in. Catch up with Jess Starling, who's out and about in the field.
Guys, I found myself at the Bailey Ladders leaderboard. I found Kaipo's special ladder, his precious ladder. I've been told I'm not allowed to go up it, so I can't show you how it looks to be on a Bailey's ladder, but what I can show you is this amazing women's round of 32. It's set for competition. A couple heats I'm looking at. Heat 4, Erin Brooks taking on Kika Vaselko, Kira Pinkerton and Eve Wong. We've got the snapper champion, Kika, she is a World Junior champ. Kira Pinkerton has won a World Junior champ in the ISAs as well, so really stacked heat there. And then coming down to heat number 7, we've got 3 Aussies taking on Kiala, Tamata Barrett, with Sierra Kerr now being the reigning World Junior champ. Ellie Harrison got some pretty good damage done over there at Bells, and India Robertson just coming off the tour, revved up to get back onto it. We're looking stacked in the women's side of the draw, and I can't wait to see the ladies back out there.
Hey, Jess, I know why you couldn't climb the ladder. You don't have your hard hat on. That's why, and your high vis vest.
No, they're all Kaipo's specials, high vis and hard hat. Well, I can't touch it. I could never do that to him.
Great job down there, and some stacked heats on the women's side of the draw. Casting our attention back to this heat, we have Gadian Delahaye, who's gone out in the lead with a 7-point ride. A great combination of manoeuvres, and Dill Still waiting for a score for the local boy.
Yeah, this one's really starting to take shape, isn't it? And Gatien has put himself way out in front here with that 7-point ride. And you get the feeling Matthias Hurdy, he's building to something big. But Dylan, he's dropped a good number here, 6.57. He's got the 5.4 back up, so that's a healthy heat total as well. But I just get the feeling, the performance level has really gone through the roof today.
Here he is, heat leader so far. Nice slice to get things started. Put some power into that one. A full spin. Nice reverse spin there for Gatien, and dissect that. That wind's really dying right now. The conditions, not that they even got on shore, but glassing off here, the Sabo. What happened on this replay of Dill?
Yeah, let's have a look at Dylan. Clicks with that first turn. Nice pivot off the tail. Sort of squares up on that final turn and a carve in between. So mixing it up.
Yeah.
And this is Gatien's wave. Really ripping the top off that first turn. Comes through, does the big sort of shove it reverse. And real sort of tall or lanky competitor. This is the beach just north of us, actually. Little Narrabeen, as it's affectionately known.
Now I wait for those scores to be locked in. We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break. Don't go anywhere. The rest of this heat coming up just after.
One of my favourite parts of the northern beaches here in New South Wales is it's got that diversity of the landscape. You have some untouched natural beauty mixed with all the enjoyable parts of living in a city. There's amazing restaurants, great coffee culture. Every time that I'm away, I come back, something new's here. So lucky to call this place home, grow up here, and I'll keep coming back for the rest of my life.
Yeah, you know, Richie, driving those classic cars along the northern beaches, it's such a flat coastline. You've got valleys just behind, which create all these little lagoons, which just pumps out perfect amount of sand for us to have epic beach breaks, heaps of little coves, little points, reefs, the whole lot. And some epic food to boot for a post-surf feed. What's your favourite part?
Oh, mate, it's hard to pick one, actually. We've got so many unique little headlands and beaches around on the stretch here. And, the hinterland, we've got, bushland just literally not too far away. National Park just out to the west. The Pittwater up behind Palm Beach there. And, of course, down towards Manly, there's a bit of, get into the hustle and bustle, all the restaurants. But, Manly, that zone that I grew up in, it's got to be my favourite place on the northern beaches. It's not the quietest,
no,
but it's my favourite.
Well, I mean, there's... I just read some statistics earlier about how many people are living here in the northern beaches and the type of demographic, but did you know that DY, just 5 minutes down the road, has the highest population for Brazilian-born people in each state, and DY is the capital of Brazilians in Australia.
Wow.
And California, where Nolan's from, I spent a lot of time around Long Beach area, and Huntington, Manly, pretty similar. They have a pier, but we have a big headland, different waves, and Of course, when you talk about France, not so much Guadeloupe, haven't been there, but Hossegor, that Corso, where you walk out to Le Gravier, very similar to Manly Corso when you walk down the beach. So heaps of comparisons to be drawn, and that's a surface. That's what we do, right? Compare surf spots and locations. That's what we know.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, a lot of variety here in waves on the northern beaches.
With 8 minutes remaining, the local boy Dylan did get the score on that last exchange. A 5.4 was enough to just sneak him into the lead from Matthias Hurdy, who fell on that air attempt. And he was looking well poised. The 3.6 for that. If you could ride out, you'd have to say that one would be nudging the excellent range with the variety. So Matthias starting with a bang. He wants to show more variety. You can tell that. He's fired up, looking up at the judges after he scored. Nice body posture. I love the energy he's been carrying. And if he can continue, I don't think Dylan's going to be safe with that 5.4. But it's a Frenchman, Gadian, who's looking fantastic out there in the lead. Nolan, third in priority. Rolled the dice a few times, but nothing's clicked for him yet. It's going to come down to a really exciting 7 minutes remaining. You see these storm clouds starting to make their way over Sydney now, and we have some amazing waves for the weekend planned. I'm interesting to see what happens tomorrow. We're going to start, no doubt, early in the morning, but we'll be here in the morning ready to kick off action. And there's the rain on the outside. Typical weather systems. We've got the valleys behind us of Narrabeen, Eleanor Heights, Oxford Falls behind. And typically a lot of these weather systems are localized to the northern beaches. It'll often skip the northern beaches, hit the central coast. Hail or lightning might be on the western suburbs, but it misses the northern beaches. It's a bit more localized here, which is fantastic for the surfers. And here goes Nolan. He's looking for the air. He goes up for the air, gets the grab and spins to win on that one. Gets a completion and a nice float to finish with that trademark steez to put an exclamation mark on that wave. Richie, great time for him to start his campaign in this heat.
Yeah, well, he could have paddled out at the 7 minute mark, and well, he's got to get things going quickly, and he's done that on that wave. Smaller inside up, but it ran down the line. Perfect little moment here. Gets to the grab, brings it through to the inside. A nice little rock and roll floater. But let's have a look at this air. Gets the grab, throws the back arm in the air, spins it around. Just a quick readjustment of the feet position, and then gets this little sort of two-stage rock and roll floater on the end section. And this was with priority. This Matthias blasts that first turn off the top. So a bigger, cleaner wave, but a bit more bowl. Now it starts to lay down. So the Brazilian looking for a 6.5, a 6.05, excuse me. And then Dill up behind him, so great set here. Whoa, Dylan hanging on by his tippy toes. And comes unstuck on that final manoeuvre, so that won't go into his top two.
Wow, a lot of action here in the last 5 minutes. It's really going to come down to where these scores can be locked in. These surfers will be listening intently and surfing whatever's on offer. This has just been the story of the day. So much action. You could pretty much just tune out to this heat and just joining us right now. Nolan Raposa from Long Beach, California. He's got a 4.97. He's back in the game, now ending a 7. Matthias Hurdy will score to drop, chasing at 6.05. He makes his way back out, a seasoned campaigner. Expected big things from him, a child prodigy, you could say, with some big support from some major sponsors over the years. 23-year-old from Florianopolis, Brazil. Spends most of his time on the road, traveling, competing and chasing waves. 4th year on the Challenger Series, hoping to make it his last year so he can cement his spot on that championship tour. This is stop number 2. First stop, the Gold Coast, some amazing waves, and backed it up with some beautiful high-performance ramps for the surfers on the second day of competition. And it's the Frenchman from Guadeloupe, the French Caribbean, Gadian Delahaye, who's looking super strong, powerful. That big frame of his, leveraging a lot of, moving a lot of water, leveraging his body, and just that maturity. A 7 and a 6.10. The judge is really receptive to that type of surfing. And that's the type of stuff we're used to seeing on CTC. Matt Myers on the shore there, holding up that yellow cap, the coach, and signifying to his student, Nolan Raposa. Matthias Hurdy goes in the air! Oh my gosh! Hopefully he didn't snap that board. I've already
my
seen
gosh.
multiple snaps, but if he lands that, that's close to double digit. Gadian, heat leader. That one's not going to be it. Dylan on his answer back. Second priority, takes that nice Fanta spray to start off. Another Rio, hits the lip line, 3-turn combo. Thank you very much. He'll cash that check, a 5.4 as his low. I think that one's going to be eclipsing that score. That was seamless transitions. Carried a lot of flow between those maneuvers.
Just good solid surfing there from Dylan Moffat right at the critical time. Let's have a look what happened here. This was a gigantic score. If he landed this thing, oh my God, almost looked like his knee just connected with his jaw. But look at the rotation there.
Oh my.
Complete 360-degree rotation before he'd even landed, and just got bounced down on the flats. And then behind him, Dylan. Smooth re-entry to start things off. And again, quick snap on the second.
Yeah.
And then a nice pivoting hit.
A bread and butter North Narrabeen left that one.
So a really nice wave, and that's going to put Dylan firmly in second place in this heat. He's actually moved up into first because he's just dropped a 7.5. And that's going to make things really hard for the Brazilians.
Yeah, that was a good-looking wave. 3 super clean turns, no downtime, fast transitions, speed, power, and flow. You have that would match with the right wave. You're going to get the scores.
I like that Dill has just stuck to his guns. He hasn't, you know, got caught up in this whole air movement. He's just gone, you know what, I'm just going to pick the really good waves, give them my brand of surfing. Dill has an incredible air game himself, but just sticking to the plan. I like it. It's paid off for him here. Gatien, he's put himself on the 2 best waves of the heat, and he's converted as well. So smart surfing from Dylan and Gatien.
And interesting heat scenarios for both of these guys, because the best waves of the heat haven't always equated to wins. A lot of these surfers going to clutch. You think of Jet Schilling, for example, going from 4th to 1st. Here goes Nolan. This could be his last roll of dice. 45 seconds, needs an 8.13. Oh, and that one's closing out. Oh, you can feel his frustration. Amped up, racing that wave, and this will be a heat that he won't forget. And currently in second place, Gadian. He goes to the aeroverse, gets forward in momentum, and he rides out. But Mateus Hurdy, a 7.17 required, 25 seconds remaining. The Brazilian, he's had 11 waves in this heat. He's only really had 2 or 3 makes. So he's been very busy, and that's paid off for a lot of surfers today. 10 seconds remaining, and it's not looking like he's going to have the opportunity to get out of the round of 64.
Might have all come down to that one wave where he did those 2 turns and then came off on that air rotation.
Yep.
If he had made that, perhaps it could have been anyone's ball game. Damien Harbin there, world champ, multiple world champion, here to spur on, well, his employee.
Yes, exactly. The Damien Harbin Rip Curl store just up the road. And a great heat there, a dynamic heat. A couple of different styles, but it was Dylan Moffat who got the win. 14.07 heat total from the Frenchman. Gatien, Delahaye, they'll move forward. We say goodbye to Mateus Hurdy, Nolan Raposa, giving us that action. Don't go anywhere, because we have the final heat of the day coming up next, and it's a beauty. See you soon. Final heat of the day. The round of 64 is going to be coming to a close in 30 minutes' time. We're here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. In the booth, Matt Chinosky, also known as the Waxer, joined by Richie Lovett. Rainbow over Long Reef. A stacked heat. Kyle Belly, Justin Picret, Tiago Karik, and Taro Watanabe. An amazing heat ahead of us. The Rainbows just welcoming us.
Yeah, just beautiful scenes here, and nature really starting to turn it on a Friday afternoon. Plenty of people starting to flock down here to North Narrabeen to get eyes on this last heat. Lots of the kids have finished up school. A lot of the people taking an early mark on a Friday and enjoying everything that has to offer down here at North Narrabeen. But we're not done yet. We've still got to get 2 more surfers into the next round. And this is Taro Watanabe, and just comes unstuck. Been watching this guy's progression and really enjoying some of the performance he's bringing to us. Justin Bacrete here just hits his final section. And I feel like he actually just hit the eject button right as he was coming down. And this is Tiago picking it out here. So unlike the heat prior, these guys just struggling to find a number on their first exchange.
Well, you know, we are kind of coaches, but we are coaches. And if you were to say to somebody early in the day, what's the game plan? Go out there and put on a show. Surf as explosive, put on a video section. But after that last heat, there was a little bit more of a form than function heat. And here we go. Oh, and just dissecting that end turn and riding clear of the whitewash was Tiago Karik, because a lot of these major scores today coming from 1 or 2 turn combos. And here goes Kaio, the experienced veteran, the 30-year-old, Sao Paulo via the Gold Coast, looking strong on this. 3 power turns and a 4th one just for good measure. He'll give us a 5th little spin. And the Brazilians on the beach, they're stacked, they're packed, they're here, ready to support their fellow countryman Kaio, who we saw at Margaret River. Unfortunately didn't make that mid-season cut from Margaret River, but he's here back on the Challenger Series to make amends and get back where he belongs.
Yeah, Kaio looked really good on that opening ride there, and really gets the advantage of the opening exchange. This is Tiago, quick snap here, oncoming section, jams it. And takes a little while to ride out, but he does. It's a make, but look at the difference in wave quality here. And Kaio blasts these 2 turns on the backhand. Look at this tight pivot off the lip, but he's still throwing a ton of spray. And he does some tidy work on a messy little section through the inside.
The waves opening up, allowing a few combos. That tide just after the dead low. We usually see a bit more tide on it. The waves will open up, but looking great for some combos out there. And here goes Tiago. He goes to the goes to the air, points that nose directly down to the shallow sandbank here at alley lefts. And some of these wipeouts can sting. It's so shallow, and that sand, hard, compact, courtesy of the lagoon that runs out. And it's a different type of sand that's deposited from the lagoon. This soft sand that moves a lot, and that hard packed sand that the alley breaks on. Here we have Justin Picret there. Oh, the 3rd turn, a smaller wave, but rapid fire action from the Frenchman from Signos. Just down the way in Biarritz, this is Tiago in the replay.
Just didn't quite get the rotation, and you can see there the board really wasn't connected. You need to stay on top of that board, centered, or you got to get the grab and hold it there.
I was chatting to one of the lifeguards, Alex Lakeman, a DY local, who's one of the Northern Beaches lifeguards here and part of the water patrol. He was saying when he's patrolling the ski, you see some amazing surfing, but it's very difficult from the water angle to see who rides out of the waves. And if you're a competitor, I saw Kaio looking over the top, you think your competitor made the last turn. You see Justin in that replay finishing off. You know, you see him go to the air, you're not sure if they pull it or if they fall off the whitewater.
Yeah.
You saw Kaio looking over his shoulder, and if you see somebody go to the air at this level, you're assuming they're going to pull it.
Yeah, more often than not, they probably will too. This is the best surfers in the world not on the championship tour.
4.33 for Kaio, locks in. Taro, 5.5 to go with a 2. So he's got the lead. Californian out to that early lead. Justin Becret, the Frenchman, currently in second place. 2 people will advance through to that next round. We've got some great waves on the way. The Surfline forecast looking fantastic for tomorrow as well. And today that wind was forecast to go onshore. It stayed off. That the sun never really popped. And that's normally not necessarily well, it's definitely not necessarily a sign here that the sun doesn't always have a lot to do with it. Typically, something like California or over in Europe, when that sun pops, generally that onshore comes up. But today, light winds all day. I think the whole northern beaches would have been pumping, including your local spot as well.
Yeah, it would have been fun waves up and down the coast, no doubt. Plenty of good sandbars on offer. And a lot of the surfers exploring different beaches here, not just sticking to North Narrabeen in the warm-up. But each beach has its a different feel, a different energy, different way that the waves break. But North Narrabeen definitely the most consistent.
Outside, we do have a reef to the right-hand side of the screen, which goes way out, about 1 kilometre offshore, and it funnels waves in on a different angle, which is where car park rights is on the inside of that bommy. It only really roars to life, 12-second plus period, which we only get a couple of times per year. That's the point on the top of the screen there, and Little Narrabeen to the other side. But this is primarily a river mouth break. This is a dominant left with a right that runs into the river, and what we call it a lagoon here in Australia, and then down the beach car park rights, which is a shifty sand bottom right-hand barrel, which is on its day can rival somewhere like Off the Wall. Doesn't often allow a clean exit. You've got to sort of escape through the doggy door. But some of the world's best barrel riders have come from there. I think of even just an underground hero, guys like Ben Short, really shred that place to pieces.
Yeah,
Bannister
absolutely.
brothers.
Yeah, packs a mean punch, that wave. No
It's
doubt about
rare
it.
when it's on. It's a sight to be seen, but you have to put up with a stiff local crew. 20 minutes remaining in this one. And Ocean gone a little sleepy. That change of the tide. We're going to see some more sets, no doubt, very soon. And it's the heat leader, Taro, springing into this turn. Nice technique. Second turn, beautiful. Replicating that first, a nice 2-turn combo. That'll go nicely and eclipse that 2-point ride that he opened up with. He's here in Sydney, working with Takesh, surf flow movement therapy, keeping his body connected, keeping his nervous system under control. He's a 10-year veteran of the wave key practice, courtesy of Brad Gerlach, the stylish surfer himself. And this is Tiago. He goes to the air and unfortunately pokes the nose, falls off. Gerlach's had some success here at Narrabeen over the years. You would have come on a tour just at tail end, perhaps, of Brad's career.
Yeah, as I was sort of coming through the junior ranks, and I signed on with O'Neill Wetsuits, actually, and Brad was part of that team, along with Robbie Page and Luke Egan, and then I started training because we were both working with Greg Day at the time. We were all working with Greg Day at the time, who was running O'Neill, and yeah, that was where I first met Brad, and then watched him win the Coke Classic out here.
93?
I believe it was 93, yeah. Riding a really nice Xanadu, but yeah, Brad was, you know, he's a character, but dedicated to the art of surfing in all its form.
Formerly riding Xanadu boards is Kyle Belly in this heat, and when I think of Xanadu, I think of Nathan Webster, a team rider for Xanadu for many years. He loved those boards, and just remember some of his best performances on the Xanadu boards. You search on YouTube, 7 Days, 7 Slaves. You can see some of the best surfing from some surfers. Nathan Webster featuring in that film, one of my favorites of all time, the Waves magazine.
Yeah, it was cool.
It was a real unique soundtrack, I think, that captivated me on that. And 18 minutes remaining on this. That Ocean getting very sleepy at the moment. The tide change. Tiago moving his way down the beach a little bit to the bottom of the screen. You can see the 3 surfers grouped together. Taro, 5.17, extending his lead. So he'll be feeling comfortable. The 2 Frenchmen not far behind. Justin played it smart, but he's got a pretty low, both surfers got a pretty low 3 in their scoreline. It's Kaio sitting there with priority, the experienced veteran out of Sao Paulo. He was relishing with that chance to regain his position on the championship tour, or keep his position on the CT, I should say, over there in Margaret River. Loving the pressure, but just fell one heat short, unfortunately. Rusty team rider, it was his pet event, and he's had great luck over there at Margaret River. We love to see Kai. He's pulled up clutch performances over the years at Margaret's. He's had some great barrels at Pipe and over in Brazil as well in the CT. He's had perfect 10-point ride over there. He's had a decorated career, now living on the Gold Coast. He was living in Dana Point before that, in San Diego. A well-traveled surfer, and just so comfortable in these situations. I guess you could say one of the older statesmen on the tour, but it wouldn't take long for him to get back on the championship tour.
No, you get the feeling that Kaio has unfinished business. You see a little wind change here. He's coming up from the south. In the final moments of our closing heat.
Tiago wrapping that one around down the beach, gets away from priority there. He goes to the air, and a bit foamy, a bit of Bonsoy froth on that wave.
A little southerly airflow, a little front has come through here, along with some of these rain squalls. Change is upon us, so let's see what this does to the lineup in the next 20 minutes. So the replay of Tiago here, big swoopy cutback, sets it up for this inside section. A little frothy lip to try and launch off, but he just doesn't get any height or projection.
Yeah, Tiago is just going to try and chip away the change of conditions, which we haven't seen today. That wind, that rain squall we saw just moments ago in that previous heat, and that rainbow indicating a bit of a weather system moving through right now. So Taro, quick thinking, smart thinking, building his heat total. I mean, that hasn't paid off for a lot of surfers in this event so far. A lot of the surfers throughout this event who have chipped away at their score lines have actually ended up needing scores towards the end, because someone like Jet Schilling getting an excellent range score in the dying moments of the heat has been the story of the day, and yesterday as well. Single turns being rewarded very heavily, as long as you're hitting that lip line. Controlled, critical maneuvers in those dramatic sections. The judges are really eating up those scores, and you could often say that, oh, here we go, look at that onshore, sweeping through here, just catching a rail there for Carrick, the Frenchman. Those Frenchmen, they're used to wild weather systems too. Big tides, onshore winds. The moment you get an offshore breeze over there in Hossegor in France, it starts pumping almost instantaneously. Yeah. The tide drops, you can just sit there and watch it improve as the time goes on. And we have an elated Dylan Moffat waiting on standby as we watch Green paddling for this. This is Taro getting to work on this right. This wave, goes to the air reverse. Can he ride out of it? This wave diminishing in size, but he gets a completion. Bit of variety there. But I'm feeling around the mid-range mark again, Rich. Yeah, I think so. It'll stay somewhat low or conservative. But you can see the intent. Taro's just trying to work on that 517. Watch the replay here. Quick snap. Now he starts driving for speed. Sees the oncoming section, gets the rotation. Didn't get too much sort of pop and height, but definitely still a lot of skill involved to even perform a little air reverse on the front side like that. Let's go catch up with Jess, who's got the local boy Dylan, and see what the conditions are doing down there on the glass with the post-heat interview.
Still, vibes are high. Life's good with a heat win at home.
Yeah, it's nice, like, to do it in front of all my friends and family and, like, all of Northie board riders right here. Like, it feels pretty special to make heats in front of a crowd like this, and have the support that I feel I have down here is pretty special.
Yeah, the weather's getting a bit grim now, but it's kind of all sunshine and rainbows being Dylan Moff. How was it in that heat out there? Was it a hard heat?
Yeah, of course. Like, far out, you've see the quality of surfing, and I've been watching the heats all day and seen some like really good surfers go down. These 4-man heats are absolutely like terrifying. So to make it through one, I'm like super duper stoked.
And how was your Duma debrief, your Damien Harvard debrief? Was it working out well?
Yeah, it's going good. You know, Damien's like the best sounding board you can have in the world, and it always pick his brains when I'm at the shop. So being able to pick his brains down here on the beach feels even better.
Well, let's go get warm because it's starting to get a little bit rainy and cold down here, but well done, Dill. We're so excited to see you progress through again.
Yeah, thanks heaps, Jesse. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, as The surfers start getting busy out there. We've got changing conditions. We had a few waves in that post-heat interview, and this was Justin, Rich.
Yeah, so Justin just tagging it down the line. He's picked up a gem here, offering 3 killer sections, and he's murdered him. So as we see out the back, so Kaio looking for a backup ride here. Quick turn off the top, hits that closeout section. Not a problem for the ex-World Championship Tour surfer.
Rich, conditions are changing.
No,
you know what? I'm going to go grab a coffee. We're going to get a Bonsoy brew break. Don't go anywhere, though. We're going to be back very soon for the final 10 minutes of the day.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGland, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by NRMA Parks and Resorts, the official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Cole Houshman, Rio Wider, Leonardo Fivaranti, Kolohe Andino, Jesse Mendez, Gabriel Medina, Taj Barrow, Kelly Slater, Shane Herring, Brad Gerlach, Todd Holland. The list goes on of the champions here at the Sydney Surf Pro. This is Heat 16, the final heat of the day. And it's Richie Lovett on the call with Matt Chinoski. I'll tell you what, Rich, order of the day. It's been the most psycho 5 minutes, I think, out of every single heat I've ever seen. Beach breaks, guys, off to an early start. You see Taro started off with a pair of 5s. He's now needing a 5.34 to go into lead, but he had this in the replay.
No, just a slash to start things off. Gets caught a little bit, but tidies it up on the second turn. So another 2-hit combination. I don't know if it's going to eclipse that 5.17 that he needs to put a little bit more space between him and Justin and Tiago. But just trying to guard second place here.
Round of 64. This is just a stacked heat right now. I listed some of the previous winners, and it goes all the way back down to 1974. We had some of the most important, pivotal, and I mean glorified professional surfers compete here at Narrabeen over the years. A crucial place on the contest calendar in Australia and Sydney's Northern Beaches. It's formed many champions. Surfboard design has been honed here. The birth of power surfing began here at Narrabeen. I think of the names of Cole Smith. I think of Mark Warren. I think of the heavyweights. I think of Simon Anderson, Terry Fitzgerald, Nathan Hedge, Chris Davidson, and in recent years, guys like Dylan Moffat. Of course, big wave surfer Laura Enever, the Guinness World Record holder for the biggest paddled wave by a woman, all coming from North Narrabeen, and these surfers are relishing in the conditions. It's onshore, but it's still cooking. Waves on the way, and it's the two Frenchmen that need scores down into third and fourth, and Tiago taking his priority on this, eyeing off this section as the rain starts to fall. Nice wrapping turn. He frees the fins and unfortunately gets caught behind the foam there, and that's not going to be the score, needing a 7.07, and he'll make his way back out. And a drainy alley left converges on the top of Tiago. No strain. Oh, how's this triple up? Heavy. It's only 3 foot, but packing a punch. And you know if these professionals are struggling to get out, it's pretty heavy.
Yeah, a little sandy rinse there for for our competitor as he paddles back out. But he'll wash it off. These guys are more than capable of duck diving, you know, pretty heavy waves. But yeah, we're not too far off the low tide. Some of these double upsets just breaking with a lot of power on the bank.
For the first time of the event window, some rain starting to hit the northern beaches. Just before the event started, we had so much rain in the 3 days leading up to this event, hence the watercolor. But cleaning up now, these Frenchmen, they're used to these wild weather systems down there in the Atlantic Ocean. Justin signaling before for an update of scores. He's needing a 4.77 because Caio Avelli, just before the break, a 6.5 was logged in. 2 waves. He's been very, very picky with his waves, and it's worked out for him. And a great power surfing combo to earn him the highest single wave score of the heat so far. The veteran looking good, holding priority when it counts towards the pointy end of this heat. And the rain starts to fall. The tension starts to rise. Surfers, they've been in this position for these guys. They know, but their fans, it doesn't get any easier for them as time goes on. And at this point in the heat, what are you looking for, Rich? What's Justin need? A 4.77. What type of wave is he eyeing off?
He just needs something that's going to give him that big open face. You think of the way he surfs, and you know, I feel like his strength is going to be in the face work. You know, these connected big turns. So really, he needs to make sure he uses second priority well.
And Tiago, he's got a really fast, swivelly style. He hasn't had anything of substance, needing a hefty 7 to get through right now. He had to start off with a nice fin flare just before, but fell behind the 8 ball on that wave, lost a bit of momentum in the final 5 minutes of this heat. I feel like he's got an air game, but he still has time to break that score down into 2.
Justin's had a number of opportunities. He's tried to go to the air a bunch of times. It's not working. So I'd like to see him just really lock into some power surfing. And in these final moments, if he gets another opportunity here, he only needs that 4.77. It's not a big score.
I'm just conserving my energy because I know this next 4 minutes is going to be a roller coaster. And that's what I've been expecting this whole event. Been on the edge of my seat. As the heat goes on, we get closer and closer to the TV screen, like the fans at home or sitting in their office. Here he goes, Justin, using his priority. Snapping first turn. Second one lines up the end section too, so nice pace on that wave. First thing comes to mind, a little bit smaller though, Rich, but good surfing.
Yeah, some good surfing, really connected. Just smooth flow, and well, Justin, he'll definitely replace that 3.27, but I just don't know if it's going to be the 4.77.
Some urgency in the paddle back out there for Justin. And Caio, here he goes, third wave of the exchange. 4 minutes remaining, nice first turn. Some body talk into that second one, lines it up for a nice finishing series of maneuvers there, and that one's got to feel good. And behind him, Taro, wow, the technician, just up for that single turn. He'll pin drop out of there and make his way on the outside. We could see a paddle battle ensue. Looking forward to dissecting these replays, but Taro's looking for a 5.34 to move up into the lead. Let's dissect Justin's wave.
Yeah, so Justin, smaller inside wave. Little tail slide re-entry to start things off in a second. Gets through to the inside. But really, that wave was tapering really hard right from the get-go. In contrast, Caio's got a better looking wave outside. You could see that speed traveling from one turn to the next. Just dissecting these sections. Some good surfing. And outside, Taro, just the one turn, but geez, he sizzles off the top, doesn't he? It's just so great to watch.
So good. His technique is phenomenal. You can watch more of it in Zipper, Chippy Wilson's new film. You can check it out on Stab Mag. And he's got a And amongst a field of aerialists in that film, he's got a really great section. He does go to the air, but he sticks his rail game right in there with the best of the aerialists. And it looks like Caio, one of the Brazilian power surfers on the tour, he's going to improve on his situation and drop that 4.33. Some great surfing from Caio, leading the charge in this heat.
Yeah, just wave choice from Caio has been on point. He's just been patient enough to find those good scoring opportunities, those waves with a bit more open face, staying tall down the line. And Caio, he is looking fresh, reinvigorated.
Just approaching NRMA, Parks and Resorts. 2-minute warning. Caio's just hearing that he's gone back, well, regained that lead, a 5.43 for that backup score. Taro, a series of 4s. He hasn't improved on those earlier 5s in the beginning half of the heat, but he's still in second, which is the news you want to hear. But Justin, that wasn't enough. A 2.73. He's looking for a 4.77. And Tiago, priority, needing a big score of 7, but nothing is out of the question. We've seen these scores go down in the dying seconds of heats. It looks like he's pulling the trigger on his priority. He uses it. This is it. This is what you train for. Tiago Carrig out of Senhos, France, lining up this section. He goes to the air and flies away. Unfortunately for him, this heat's not going the way he would have hoped, but he's still got another minute. Tiago trying to fire on all cylinders, and a breath of fresh air there for Taro. He sucks them in right now. He's sitting on top of Justin, trailing him right now. Even though Justin's got the priority, this one might be his only chance. 45 seconds, scratching into this.
Oh, it's
too late. Too late, too deep. And inside, this is Tiago. Late to the party, and he gets hammered in the remaining 30 seconds. The last heat of the day of the Challenger Series. Stop 2 on this tour. These surfers vying for the opportunity to get their chance to jump onto the CT, the Elite Championship Tour, the Dream Tour. These guys, the next stop for them after Narrabeen is going to be South Africa. A long way to go. Here we go, Taro. Second spot, using his priority. Hammers that one off the top, comes down with an airdrop and gets absolutely exfoliated by the washing machine here. The sand of Narrabeen. He likes it, he feels it. That Paisel looking fantastic under his feet. And
hopefully
it'll be
it's in one piece.
Well, hopefully that was a heavy section. The power surfers of Caio and Taro moving forward. That was a cool heat.
Yeah, that was exciting. Great heat, lead change, chop and change. But Caio really did stamp his authority fairly early on, and then he just built on that. Taro just checking the board, making sure there's no creases or breaks. Just, damn, he came down hard off that one. That man there, heat leader. Some great surfing. He looks energised all the way through. You know, big weight, last heat of the day. Caio's looking great.
Yeah, that rusty surfboard's looking great under his feet. We'll see him, no doubt, tomorrow. But stay tuned, because we have the WSL post show up next with Laura, Richie, and Ronnie Blakey.
Great to have your company for what will no doubt be another thrilling WSL post show. Day 2 of the Challenger Series event here at North Narrabeen. The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy is a wrap, and plenty of highlight once again. The conditions were perfect today. We had a lot of fun. Ronnie Blakey joined by Laura Anabar, Richie Lovett. Laura, thanks for having us. And yeah, Northie doing its thing. It was fun this morning.
It was fun all day. I mean, there was that little part during the middle of the day where the wind puffed up, but then conditions were fun this arvo, and yeah, that swell's coming in for tomorrow.
Oh, bring it on, Rich. We know that we're going to get that tricky moment during the lowest part of the tide. The sandbar's so shallow out there at the moment, but the surfers kind of stepped up and started to bring those big individual turns for us.
Yeah, absolutely. There was definitely a raise in the performance from yesterday to today, no doubt about it. And we saw a lot of big airs done, but I just love how through the low tide, the surf actually held in there perfectly. We had great conditions all day. The wind laid down for most of the day, so more to come. It's only just warming up.
Yeah, it's getting good. Well, we had a fantastic finish to the day, a couple of really close heats. Kaio Abelli getting the win in that last one. Let's hear from him now. He's with Jess.
Kaio, we thought it might have got a little bit more crazy out there with that rain squall, but it still looks super fun.
Yeah, it was really fun. Like on the Gold Coast, it didn't have a lot of opportunities, and yeah, over here just feels like every heat there's plenty of opportunities. You can pick your waves, you can kind of ride the good ones that opens up, and yeah, it's really nice. There's no lack of waves, and yeah, that's just what we need, like a fair opportunity for everybody to ride something.
So in saying this, does this mean you prefer to compete in beach breaks?
Well, it's not every beach break that there's waves like this. Like, it's breaking pretty much in the same spot on that little current. So it's a pretty good beach break. Like, if I had that back at home, I would be psyched. So yeah, it's just some little fun lap, super rippable. Yeah, I feel good. Psyched to be here.
You spent a bit of time here before, and obviously you have so much wealth of knowledge when it comes to competing. Is this giving you a little bit of an edge?
Yeah, maybe. I don't feel very nervous. I'm like super calm and relaxed. I know if the wave comes, I'm gonna put together a wave, and just yeah, I've been doing this for quite a long time, so definitely there's an edge on the grounds for sure.
Well, guys, if I was one of Kaio's competitors, I definitely wouldn't want to hear that he's not nervous. So congratulations. Looking forward to see you compete again. Anything you want to say back home?
Yes, thank you, everybody. Obrigado a todo mundo que está acordado essa hora. Marradão de passar a bateria, altas ondinhas, e vamos para cima.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Jess. Yeah, amazing how those surfers who've been relegated have just turned their mindset around. Obviously, it's super disappointing to get bumped off that championship tour, especially when you look at the schedule and see the events that are coming. But, you know, you've got to get set, you've got to be focused, and you've got to have a positive attitude, and Kaio certainly tapped into that, Rich.
Yeah, no, he's surfing really, really well. You can see he's kind of lifted his mood as well, and he's excited about the opportunities. I love that, and that's what all these competitors have had today. But, yeah, he's turning things around now and on his way back.
Let's have a look at some of the highlight heats of the day, starting with the very first heat of the morning, Laura, where we saw last year's runner-up to the event fall out of the mix.
I know, this was a crazy way to start the morning with this air by Ian Gouveia, landing in the flats and just riding out with control. We were just saying, everyone's still wiping sleep out of their eyes, and he's just going to the air, backing it up with a fin blow, and just loving these conditions here at North Narrabeen. It's so exciting. This was Aiden Mason Camp as well. Getting some fun waves.
Oh, love that. Just absolutely stabbed his board into the lip there. Aiden Mason Camp looking really strong, and that was unbelievable, that turn.
Yeah, he's had a couple of close calls over the years, you know, just struggling to get that rhythm and momentum, but he's starting to find it here. Ian Gouveia stoked, but super unfortunate to lose Jacob Wilcox out of the mix.
He's like a stocky little Jesus walking out of the water there, Ian Gouveia. But yeah, he looked really strong. He's spoke about being toward the back end of his competitive career, which was interesting. But he's come this year and he's throwing everything at it on the Gold Coast. Gave us one of the highlight airs and kicked off the day here with one.
Almost thinking, you know, we haven't seen these massive manoeuvres from him in the past, and he's just saying, you know what, I'm not scared of getting hurt anymore. I just want to go for it. And it's working out really well. Like, he's getting amazing scores.
Yeah, and I
7.5
think...
and a 6.33 out there this morning.
Yeah, impressive. And I think that there's a lot of competitors that could probably have shifted into that attacking mindset a little earlier in the comp, or they'd certainly be thinking that now that they're out of the contest.
100%. You know, we've been talking about it. 4 surfers go in and 2 leave and 2 go home. You know what I mean? It's like... Yeah. It's cutthroat. If you're not ready to play, you're not ready for that 30 minutes in the water, then you better start having a good hard look at yourself. You got to go hard from the opening siren.
Especially first heat of the morning.
Totally.
You know, you got to be on.
Yep.
Yeah, and you got to attack those end sections. We saw more of that in the third heat of the round of 64 today. Let's have a look at some of the best rides now. Reef Hazelwood so sure-footed on these chunky sections.
Just so treacherous, this end section, especially this morning when there was a bit of water on the bank and it was a little taller. But a great performance from him. He wasn't keeping it a secret that he loves the left-handers, and we know how good this guy is in the air as well. So I think we're only seeing a snippet of what's to come for him.
Yeah, Owen Moss also performed pretty well in this one to get himself second spot. And it was a tough heat. Luke Slipen also in the water in this one. And we're really interested to see how Mikey Madonna would go trying to back up the victory at stop number 1. And, well, it didn't go too well for him.
Yeah, no, it was a real bummer for Mikey Madonna. I remember I saw him yesterday walking around the contest, and just he was, you know, talking about how after the biggest win of his career, how it feels to have a sort of a come down after that. It's, you know, he said he was tired. He was trying to get his head back in the game, and, you know, just... He's still such a grom, so just learning as he goes, and that would have been tough for him to lose out this morning in this round of 64 after having the win, but he'll pick himself back up and sure be heading on to the next stop.
Yeah, Rich, I think you can speak to it. After you won Trestles, obviously it was a rager, the biggest moment of your career. You've got to gather up your emotions and get set for the next event.
Yeah, you got to be able to just wash that all off. And the hardest thing, I think, is your own expectation, because all of a sudden you think, I've done that, I can do that again, and I will do it again so easily. Yeah. But it's back to square one. You know, first heat of the round, you got to get it done again. So we see it so often.
Totally.
The win and then straight out.
Especially when there's so many emotions involved. Like, it's almost like you see Jack Robinson and some of the CT guys when they win now, they try to just keep a lid on it because they're so used to being, you know, the win. They try to keep it just an even emotional playing field, not too high, not too low, just it's a long year ahead, you know.
You've been up ever since you won the World Junior title out here back in 2018. It's been incredible.
I don't know about that.
Been a couple of crashes. Well, you got the Guinness World Record.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, mate.
That was like 15 years later, but
yeah.
Yeah.
You backed it up.
You
backed it up. That's the important thing. But let's have a look at some of the big names that did fall out of the mix here on the second day of competition. Some of them getting their first heat today, and there was some notable favourites, I think, falling out of contention with some shock early round losses.
Yeah, well, that's the way pro surfing goes, isn't it? You know, you got to you got to win. You got to put in the performances, otherwise you're going to be going home. But yeah, for me, like losing Jacob Wilcox out of the draw, someone who I feel like has been surfing well, you know, throughout the entire year, been putting good numbers on the board, but just hasn't been making enough heat.
Yeah, well, Mikey and Jacob are probably the obvious ones, just off the back of what Jacob did last year and the start for of course, Mikey Madonna. But there was a few others. Josh Burke, he was competing really well, looked sharp. Morgan Siblick found himself in a tough heat. And Freddie Morais, another CT campaigner, falling out of the mix today. So, you know, I just think the field is so stacked that you're always going to look back on a day of competition and say, wow, that's an upset. But someone's got to lose.
Yeah.
It's really sad.
Let's have a look at the Boost Mobile heat of the day. And we could have picked from any number of clashes, but we picked this one because there was plenty of surfers just unloading. Sammy Pupo continues to look impressive even on the backhand. Really flashy work there on the end section.
Yeah, Sammy Pupo, well, he has just been in scintillating form. And this guy here, he's starting to warm into it. You know, Joel Vaughan, we've been talking about this kid for a couple of years, and he's just getting better and better really quickly as well. He's got it all, and I really want him to do well down here at Narrabeen.
Yeah, well, he's a realist, and he looked back on his first performance at the Snapper Rocks and had a shocker. It was a really disappointing result for him. Sammy Pupo, just blitzing his way to second place in this heat. But as I said, it was such a stacked heat on paper. Dakota Walters and Josh Burke also in the mix. Have a look at that.
Yeah, I mean, you had second place at Snapper, third place at Snapper, and a fifth place at Snapper with Dakota Walters. And Jolie Bourne just got the jump on all of them. So coming in here with a fresh spark after not making this round last event, and must have felt good to know that, you know, he got the jump on all the guys that got all the points last event.
Yeah, the fam had made their way down from the Central Coast as well, all 50 of his brothers in tow to cheer him on. But it was an impressive performance. And, you know, Joel looked nervous at Snapper Rocks for some reason.
He did.
And in that heat, he just looked like he was back in that attacking mindset.
I think you hit the nail on the head before when you just said that, you know, you can't enter these heats in third gear. You have to be, you know, rock solid and ready to go once you hit the water. And it looked like Joel had sort of gone, okay, I'm going to bring a bit more energy into this event, and he's done it.
And it did feel like a trend today when I was doing the post-heat interviews. So many of the winners were people that had bad results at Snapper. So coming down here early, you know, I think Jolie said that he came down like straight away and just came and, you know, enjoyed time here and just surfed and, you know, put in that work and try to reset. So cool to see the crew just really turn it around.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a fantastic fight for those places on the championship tour. And today was a real surprise, a nice little bump in the swell. And let's have a look at the Surfline forecast and see what's coming our way tomorrow and for the rest of the event window.
Well, I'm pretty excited actually because the forecast looks good. Today we obviously had this, you know, mix of east-southeast and south swell, clean conditions all day today. A little bit of a surprise. That wind just holding off, which was great. Super contestable all day. So, you know, a larger mix of east swell and southerly swell is going to start hitting overnight. And when we look at the long-range forecast here, Saturday through Tuesday, this is our window. From Tuesday, it starts to back off again. So I feel like our opportunity is in the next 4 days to get this thing done. And we're going to have contestable conditions, head high, maybe a couple of double overhead sets over the weekend.
Is Fisher playing at the end of this event as well?
Maybe a surprise appearance.
Are you ready? Are you guys ready for it yet?
No. We'll back up, mate. We'll back up. But it is going to be maybe a quick finish to this contest. We could be crowning our champions pretty soon, but we still got to get through a lot of big heats. We've still got more highlight moments to collect, but today we bagged plenty. And let's check out the BioGland Daily Dose, our top 5 moments here on day 2, starting at number 5. It was in the first heat of the day. Ian Gouveia taken to the sky once again.
Oh, good morning, Ian Gouveia. I never even had his coffee yet. So impressive. You know, he was stoked, and yeah, I loved his post-heat interview. Who we got here?
Levi Slauson coming in at number 4, and this guy just impresses, always in attack mode, Rich, and really did thread some great combos together.
Yeah, well, he was the king of buzzer beater moments up at Snapper, but he got it done early and really took control of his heat. This guy is a weapon.
Good day for the local boys. Geordie Lawler coming in at number 3, along with Dylan Moffat, setting the fins free on that one.
Oh, absolutely. This was one of the heats where the waves went really tricky, and even Geordie was a sigh of relief to get a couple of waves. He really manufactured those scores, just knows this bank so well, and this was Dylan Moffat. Super late this afternoon. The beach was packed. The Northie guys were just going absolutely mad, and it was a really gnarly heat. Mateus Hurdy was going to the air and would have had 2 excellent scores if he could pull off his airs, but Dylan Moffat got this last heat, wave of the heat, and 7-5, took the win. So the whole local contingent absolutely wrapped, and yeah, their 2 boys through to weekend activities.
Oh, beautiful. And there'll be plenty of them. Coming in at number 2, Alistair Reginato saved himself. A sleepy 3/4 to the opening stages of his heat. Came to life in the dying moments and dropped a big backside air to fetch himself an excellent number. But coming in at number 1 today, Jet Schilling, the World Junior Champion, right up against it in this one, Rich, and stopped the beauty.
This was just a clutch moment right at the end of the heat. Jet thought he was done, and he just saw this little wedge, took to the sky, and the emotion, the passion just came pouring out of the kid. The World Junior Champ, showing that he's no flash in the pan, and he wants to get on that tour.
He was like Ricky Bobby too at the halfway after he did the air. He didn't know what to do with his hands, and I saw him down there. I said, "What are you doing? Like, who are you flipping off?" And he was like, "I don't know. I was just, I don't know what I was thinking." Yeah, he was overcome with emotion, but it was a massive turnaround for him. We saw a lot of those moments. And I think as long as we're surfing through that lower tide, we'll see a lot more where surfers throw everything at a section to try and save their place.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Ian Gouveia set the tone from the first heat of the morning, the big rotation, and everyone followed suit. And I feel like that's going to be what it takes to win this event. You're going to have to put it all on the line.
The women, Laura, looking forward to seeing that next round for them. They'll be also pretty psyched to get into some, I think, those cleaner morning conditions as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So excited to see the women hit the water. I'm guessing tomorrow morning, so bring it on.
Yeah, it's going to be stacked. We'll see those top seeds enter the mix as well, but that's all we got time for this afternoon on the post show. Check in tomorrow morning, 7:15 a.m. We'll make a call for a possible 7:30 start. Right now, though, enjoy the highlights. We'll see you tomorrow.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.